Check 1 2, check 1 2, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, check 1 2 3, check. 1 2 1 2. Let's check the sound effects.
Oh shit! Oh god! Oh! Whoa! Oh!
What else we got? Hey Haley, what's up? Hey Bale, what's up?
Oh, oh, no, adorable. Oh.
Hang on, I gotta order something off Amazon real quick that I forgot and I want to get before Prime Day's over. Prime Day. Let me just pull up my YouTube channel and make sure everything is a-okay. Alright, pulling up my YouTube account. Yes, I see myself and I see Haley and I see Bale up. Now I hear myself. Shut the fuck up, me. Annoying. Prime Day is canceling in Canada. Wait, what? Why? What part of Canada? Ooh, yes, Amazon Prime exclusive deal. Yes, 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 yes. Why cancel, dude? Because of COVID. Wait, what does that have to do? Wait, hold up. What? Wait, what? Hang on. I'm gonna Google that. Hey, Garhead. What's up, cutie? That's what I heard on my radio station. What part of Canada are you from, bud? Huh, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, I don't know, maybe I just haven't looked hard enough. Hey, Abigail. Garhide. Yo, 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 yo. I'm from Edmonton. Edmonton. Is that in Ontario? I'm a Canadian noob. I don't know what part of Canada connects to what other part of Canada. Give me those Prime Day deals. Oh, Edmonton is in Alberta. Does Alberta touch Ontario? Like the provinces? Do they kiss? Yo, are you guys getting any Prime Day deals? I'm gonna buy another Amazon. I'm gonna buy an Amazon Echo. Yeah, gonna get an Amazon Echo Dot. Now, is this the one with the free light bulb? Boo! They were doing a deal where you get a free free color smart bulb. Yes, give it to me. You bitch. Yeah, I'm getting an Echo Dot for this room. I want to be able to control my overhead lights and my lamp. I just want to be like, Alexa, lights on, and then the fucking the lights go on. Alexa, lights off. That kind of shit. Alexa, what's the weather going to be like? It's a secret. They don't want anyone to know and cancel all their orders. Garhide, how are you? Yes, I bought some stuff. Not a lot. What'd you get, Abigail? Yeah, dude, it's normally an Echo Dot is like Echo Dot with a light bulb is like $65. But with this sweet deal, it's $24. All right, let's fucking do this. All right, what are we doing? Yes, lightning deal. Ooh, the lightning deal is saving me almost $80. And $0 on shipping. Oh, Amazon, you mega corporate overlord, you Jeff Bezos, you old rapscallion. All right, order placed. I'll see you tomorrow, Echo Dot. We're gonna have Amazon's gonna be listening to all my entire life. I bought a bunch of baking stuff and some dice and some LED lights. Ooh, an advertised secret, sinister. So sinister. Call me Mr. Sinister. All right, now I've got to finish this damn Loki drawing. I've got to get these colors. I got to get these damn colors right. Did you, Haley, Guard, did you guys get any sweet Amazon offers? The Echo Dot's the only thing. Oh, you know, I also bought I bought an air purifier, man, because I live in a dusty old apartment. And I feel like the air is thick with like the sadness of the previous tenants. I have the Amazon app. I bought a big Alexa for upstairs and 2 small ones. Ooh, the Amazon. Oh, they got the big $50. I think it's like $100 something normally, but it's on sale today for only $50, and it's a big fat speaker. And apparently, it's got really nice sound for what it is. Hey, KJ. But then I thought, like, in this room, I've got my headphones, and I've got like an actual nice sound system in this room. In the what's the word I'm looking for? Bedroom. In the bedroom and in the living room. In my living room, I've got a whole ass surround sound system. I don't need any rinky-dink Amazon Alexa speaker to boost up that. So I didn't really need a speaker. Although now I'm thinking about it, man, maybe I should get one for the kitchen. Maybe I should get a little speaker for the kitchen to like connect to like put like Spotify music on and that kind of stuff. My mom bought a big Alexa for upstairs and 2 small ones. And also, yeah, you could use those Alexas to like communicate with each other, right? Can't you be like, hey, Alexa, send a message to living room? Keith, did you get any Amazon Day deals, baby? Sweet baby Keith. You know, I forgot about the Kraken dice. I gotta get back to that guy. I never followed up on that on that Brandon Masseter guy. Keith says, I really don't need anything. Keith, are you a minimalist? Is that what you're telling me? There it is. That's nice. That's a lot nicer than I had it. Don't mind me if I'm getting a little quiet, just because I'm a thinking. You know what? I want this to be a more yellowy light. I got what I need. I'm pretty set. What do you need, Keith? Color balance, let's try that. Yes, okay, that's better. I want to make sure the edge lighting on this has got just the right hue. Hey man, I just want to let you know your Instagram feed of memes is keeps me going most days. No joke, I love it. It means a lot to my mental happiness. Dude, listen. Listen, the memes that I post, that just started off with me sending those memes to my friends. Because they were so ridiculous. They were so silly. And I thought, you know what? I'm sending these memes to my friends. What if I just push them forward to everybody? What if I pretended like my Instagram community were just an extension of my friends? Let's see. Let's see if they get a kick out of it. And I'm be honest, man. I wasn't sure how it would go because some of my memes, you know, listen, some of my memes are they're a little racier. You know, they're, you know, sometimes they're definitely politically incorrect at some points. You know, they definitely poke fun at everyone, right? So kind of like this stream where, like, you know, straight cis white dudes they'll take a fucking hit, dude. You know, ladies will take a hit. You know, non-binary folks will get the occasional hit. But, you know, it's all done in jest and good fun. Just, you know, it's a meme. Who are we hitting tonight? We're hitting on your mother, Bale. What's up, buddy? I was doing some stuff around the house. I was actually installing some smart bulbs that I bought. I bought some smart bulbs on Amazon. I bought on Amazon to be able to control them for the Amazon Alexa. I was thinking of busting into the voice chat singing non-TOS words. Just now? Or while I was gone? Just for yourself? Nope, no taste. Straight to your mama jokes. No, before you started, since I didn't know if you were AFK or not. Yeah, no, I was AFK. I was in the other room. Taking apart light fixtures and whatnot. Hey, Bale, dude, did you see that? Dude, Bale, did you see that, fucking Amaranth? What Amaranth said about creepers on the platform? For those of you who don't know, Amaranth is the faked tittied man-faced man-voiced Twitch streamer who's notorious and famous for skirting the rules of Twitch, or finding the loopholes in Twitch TOS to show just enough skin and sexuality to not get banned, while simultaneously preying on weak-minded men to part them of their money. That one, you know, pioneering the ASMR meta and the hot tub meta. people, streamers of all shapes and sizes, including that retard Pokimane and those and XQC and those upper crust Twitch dickheads. I'm actually like inclined to side with them, or at the very least, not necessarily side with them, but at least understand where they're coming from. That, you know, by Amaranth participating and pioneering these by Amaranth continuing to like come up with really clever ways to fuck with the TOS and to skirt the rules and promote her OnlyFans and sexuality and her, you know, sex for pay. It's kind of like she's the iceberg on the Titanic, or something close to that. I reckon she's complaining about the very thing she raised. Well, you know, listen, a quick synopsis of it is this. Streamers called her out. Streamers were like, yo, you're an asshole and you're kind of ruining it all for us, because guess what? Sexual content is platform poison. Nothing scares away advertisers and sponsored deals, which is the company's lifeblood, more so than sexual content. We went over this yesterday. I think it's pretty plain to see. Now, you might want to argue that, you know, or argue the puritanical nature of all that till you're blue in the face. It's a personal thing. I agree that who gives a shit if you who gives a shit if you see a fucking tit or an ass or whatever. Who gives a fuck, right? But I'm not corporations, so what the hell do I care? You know, I'm not the guy. I'm not the ad branch of Pepsi Cola or Gatorade or Monster or whatever the fuck. So I'm of two minds of it. But specifically when it comes to Amaranth's response to people calling her out for her shitty behavior or selfish behavior, a lot of fellow well-established lady streamers are making the argument that what Amaranth does is she brings up, it's kind of like, imagine you open up a sex shop in a strip mall, right? The strip mall is like basically what I've always considered Twitch to be. So I remember one time somebody was like, you know, you shouldn't have sex with anybody on Twitch because like having sex with a coworker. I'm like, that's not really it, because you don't really work with these people. These aren't your coworkers. You're paid by the same company, but you're not necessarily coworkers. So I said it's almost like you're renting space on Twitch. So the most apt analogy to real life business would be going to a strip mall and walking along the strip mall and going into the various stores. Now imagine you're in a strip mall and you got your laundromat and you've got, you know, your dry cleaner and you've got your Chinese food place and your Italian, you know, your pizza place, and then you've got your comic book shop and so on. You got a Starbucks, you got a Barnes and Noble or a bookstore. And then at the very end of the strip club, somebody opens, at the very end of the strip mall, somebody opens a whorehouse or yeah, or maybe a strip club. Maybe a strip club, maybe a whorehouse. I don't know. Whatever. You know what I mean. Some illicit sex shop. What's up, vitamins? And now you're seeing an influx. You're seeing an influx of a new clientele to the strip mall. You're seeing guys in trench coats, you know, jerking off in the alleyways, you know, bringing all kinds of illicit substances. Now you're seeing hookers in the parking lot, right? And now it's like, oh shit. Well, now that the strip mall is associated with sex, well, now the guys who are, you know, paying for billboards and whatnot around it, well, now they don't want to really do that anymore. Also, as well as the clientele that's now frequenting your establishment is actively worse. So the analogy is, other female Twitch streamers who don't do any sexual content. The argument that they're making is that by these girls doing what they're doing, which is essentially OnlyFans promo streams, they are bringing in an audience that anticipates, you know, el sexual. That's the name of the game. So they're saying there's been a dramatic uptick in people getting banned for soliciting illicit content from these streamers, these non-sexy streamers. So imagine let's say I'm a Twitch girl nerd who doesn't have any interest in showing her body for money on Twitch, which is fair. Maybe I just want to play video games and be left alone. Apparently there's been an influx of dudes saying like, hey, open that OnlyFans. Hey, essentially, hey, you, get in the hot tub. Hey, what's all this video game stuff? Get in the fucking hot tub. Hey, what's all this art shit you're doing? Hey girl, get in the fucking hot tub. What do you do? Get in the hot tub. So yes, so that was the argument. The argument was that Amaranth doing this is actively bringing down, not only ruining advertisements, which is what Pokemon and XQC and the big dogs are bitching about. I don't give a shit because I don't get a taste of that. Show me your feet, wench. Lick that microphone. Yeah. So that's the vibe. So Amaranth actually turns around and says, I'm not doing that. Me showcasing sexual content on the platform isn't doing that at all. What I'm doing is, what'd she say? She says, oh, no. Here's what she said. Because she can't, you know, she's not going to insult her simps. So she said the men who support her on her stream aren't these toxic men. Those men are pre-existing men on Twitch who are gamer bros. So she called those guys gamer bros. And it's these gamer bros who already exist on the platform who are doing that. And it's got nothing to do with her. In which case, go fuck yourself, dude. Fuck off, man. Fuck you. There's a reason why people fucking pay you to show your tits and not to give lectures, you fucking retard. The fuck, man. The other thing is she probably isn't even writing these tweets herself. She's probably paying someone else to write them for her. In which case, she needs to pick better talent. Because it's an asinine comment to make. And also, it's fucking delusional. If you think that your actions on the platform have no repercussions or consequences that will also affect the rest of the platform. If you're one of the biggest streamers on the platform, you fucking buffoon. Yeah. And then turn around and then fucking blame gamer bros for this. Whenever some dead-eyed vapid retard says, word bros, right, I immediately reconsider my stance on free speech and selective breeding. Bale's all about the eugenics. Svetan eugenics Bailander. You know, it's utterly ludicrous, completely nonsensical. It's fucking embarrassing, man. Let me see if I can. I'm actually. I want to see if I could find these fucking tweets. Alinity explains why sexual content on Twitch won't stop amid Amaranth and Indie Fox bans. Do I want to waste my time reading what that idiot has to say about it? Although she's right. She's in the mix, man. So she's got the, you know, she's got the, you know, she's on the ground. She's boots on the ground, dude. She's in the front lines of this, dude. I actually watched a video of Alinity jerking off the other day. It was boring. She jerked off while she was fully clothed. She had a yeah, no, I was at my usual porno website, streaming my usual porno, and I was, perusing. Listen, I like to be kept abreast of, modern stuff and that's happening in pornography, because maybe there's some new, I like my amateur stuff, I like my cam girl stuff, I like my lesbian stuff. I like watching ladies jerk off sometimes. I like POV stuff, BBC. I'm all over the place, right? I like a little bit of everything, but it's all pretty vanilla. It's all pretty standard. It's nothing freaky. Bro, who jerks off fully clothed? Alinity jerks off fully clothed, dog. So I was watching him like, ooh, Alinity OnlyFans leak. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do, porno site. So I opened it and I started kind of perusing. Let's see. And I see her take out a toy. A toy that looks like, by the way, looks like a little jackhammer, dude. The toy looked like, oh fuck, where's my drill, dude? It looked like a portable drill, but on the end it was like a little like pounder thing. I was like, what the fuck is that, dude? And she's wearing like little shorts and like a top with her tits fully covered, by the way. And then she gets on the floor and just puts this thing between her legs and just starts going to town. Fully clothed, dude. And I was just like skimming along. And eventually she fucking busts a nut, dude. She busts her proverbial nut. So a pocket jackhammer, kind of, dude. It was really fucking speed bagging that fucking clitoris of hers. And yeah, she came, I guess. It looked like she did. In the video. She might have been faking for all I fucking know. And that was it. Video over. Fully clothed. You couldn't even see her. She actually cut it off so you couldn't see her face while she was coming. I'm like, what the fuck is that even, dude? It was just headless. It was a headless, fully clothed woman sitting on the floor jerking off with a jackhammer, with a mini jackhammer device. It's weird. Actually, all right, fuck it. I'm curious. So she faked it and a bunch of retards paid for it? Yeah, not this retard. This retard did not pay. How could we help you? Nothing you have can help me, Google Chrome. No, my phone fell over. I've got my phone in a holder and it just tipped over. Popular streaming sensation Alinity Mongoloid doesn't believe that sexual content on Twitch will stop anytime. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck, man? Twitch has come under a lot of fire even after the ban. Let's see. Regarding sexual content on Twitch and why I don't think it will stop. By the way, we're talking to a girl. We're talking about a girl who's... I'm actually... You know what? Hang on. I'm going to back up. Because if I know the Twitter trolls, there's a high likelihood that they may be posting her own OnlyFans content in her replies. Just to be dickheads. So we're not going to go to Twitter. We're going to read this right from the safety of Deserta. The punishment on Twitch for sexual behavior is too little to deter streamers from pushing the line between their sexual content and sexual behavior. As someone that had an accidental my fucking ass. Go fuck yourself, dude. We know exactly what you fucking did. Stupid. Accidental. As someone that had an accidental violation for sexual content, I can tell you that the amount of advertising you get from suspension highly outweighs the lack of income from a 3-day ban. It's just a nice vacation. Yeah, no, they gave Indie Fox and whatnot a weekend off. Free promo during your break, and even more promo for when you're back. That's right. When Twitch suspends you, they just give you a little vacay. And here, one of the former queens of illicit sex and titties on Twitch. Hey, are Alinity's breasts fake as well? They look a little fake. Her nipples are dark as hell, by the way, dude. Her nipples are like, she's got like Hershey kibble. She's got Hershey Kisses fucking level dark like nipples for her skin tone. Her skin tone is relatively light. What's up, Nikki? Nikki, you're a Hispanic woman. Are your nipples as brown and as dark as Alinity's?
I don't know what her nipples look like. I don't know.
Yo, G. My nipples are a shade of brown.
Yo, G.
Listen, I'm not saying whether I am in favor or against. Here she is covering her ass and backtracking. Hey, hang on, let me close this, dude. I don't want fucking... I'm not saying that whether I'm in favor or against that content being on the site. What I am saying is that they need to decide whether or not they want the content on Twitch and be firm against it. All that is said, Alinity isn't exactly against this type of content. Yeah, no shit, dude. After the third strike, a month suspension seems like it would deter it from happening. She's a fucking idiot, dude. Bro, they talk about the 3-day lack of income like it's a month. And they also talk about it as if they're not making 50 to 100 grand a month on what they're doing. Most of it not even being on Twitch itself. I'd imagine. I'm assuming the vast bulk of the money that they make comes from OnlyFans. Yeah, no, I don't have any sympathy. Like I said, I like Indie Fox as a person, but I have zero sympathy for her being banned for showing her tits and ass on an ASMR stream. Let's see. That cat toss was accidental, right? She could only stay relevant by trying to ride on the fame of the newer, hotter girls. At least the ones the public likes more than her. They make more money from OnlyFans. They don't care. Twitch is just a way for them to get new simps for their other sites. It is. It's called the funnel. It's called the funnel practice, and it's pretty for anybody who considers themselves an influencer or modern day content creator. They all use the funnel system. Any big YouTuber you've watched, including me, let's scratch that, any YouTuber at all who has any interest in being a full-time content creator, self-employed, uses the same type of marketing where it goes like this. They're penis influencers. They are. But listen, it goes like this. Hi, welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm going to give you free content. I'm not going to charge you for this. Enjoy it. And at the end of the video, I say, hey, if you like this video and you want more of this content, or you'd like to support the content that I just made, please join my Patreon. Or please join my, whatever, the YouTube subs button, or please join my Twitch subscribers, or whatever. Give me a coffee or Ko-Fi, whatever the fuck you say that, support that. But if what you sell is your body and sex, then the thing that you say is go to my OnlyFans. That's weird. Does that not work, Bill? Well, they are messaging subs. Well, they are messaging subs about their OnlyFans, right?
Michael.
Nicole.
You look good, sir.
I look good.
Well, yeah. I mean, to me, you do, but it's a compliment, so I know how you get. So we'll just go on to the next topic.
No. I mean, like, are you saying I lost some weight?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, your face looks thinner.
Thank you, Nicole.
To me. Oh, okay. You're welcome.
I haven't worked out in like 2.5 weeks, so. But I haven't been eating bad either. I still have not been eating bad. I haven't touched pizza or fast food or sweets or any of that stuff.
Oh my god, Jim, yeah. Oh my god. Joe and I slept through it. Fucking crazy, dude.
Yoji says, you just paid me
Turn-
$5. Pay me more outside with Twitch when Twitch isn't taking 50%. That's true. That's what they want. And listen, what's up, Blaz? What's up, Blaz Lord? What's up, my YouTube friends? What's up, my Twitch friends? Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. I didn't hear those sirens, man. That would have been a fucking problem.
So wait, do people die during this hurricane?
No. Oh, we had a tornado by us.
Oh, people, that'll kill some people.
Yeah. And knocked, I think it blew. There was a lot of damage. Cars flipped over. You know what tornadoes do. But we didn't hear the siren by us.
You guys have sirens?
Yeah, man. You guys don't get tornado sirens? Like even testing?
No, we don't have, dude, we don't get tornadoes in New York. We get hurricades, but
Oh, that makes sense.
we get hurricanes, but they're not
hurricanes.
surprise hurricanes. Like if a big
you
enough
have, like,
hurricane is
sirens
coming
for
up
that?
here, no, because if a hurricane is coming up here, we've known about it for weeks. Because hurricanes make their way here,
Yeah.
so word gets out. You know, everybody tells everybody, hey, the hurricane's tonight, or whatever the fuck. And dude, most people, dude, the only hurricane that really fucked us up was Superstorm Sandy. That killed, I think, a few hundred people around here. And it fucking decimated the power grid for a lot of, it destroyed boardwalks. It flooded like the whole lower half of Manhattan was like in a blackout for days. Sandy fucked up the entire East Coast. Yeah.
Well, this was our first in maybe about 30 years, I think. And this motherfucker was huge. Like, somebody caught it on camera, so I stole that photo to show people. And I woke up around 2:30 just to go to the bathroom, and people were like messaging me, and our whole group chat was like, you know, this, look at this, and they're like, I can hear the sirens, and I waked up at 2:30 and there's no sirens, but during then I didn't hear any sirens. Joe didn't hear any sirens. He's like, oh my, that could have been bad, and I was like, yeah, well, but it was just too close to home, you know, because you know we have buildings, so it was pretty crazy.
Sandy fucked up the entire East Coast. Do you have a power generator for when the shit hits the fan?
No, dude, I was just looking at that, trying to see if there was any on Prime for Prime days, and wasn't big enough. So I will be shopping sometime soon, because that would suck. We lost power before for 2 days, and I was fucking dying. I shouldn't say that, because
How expensive is a power generator?
depending on the size and the wattage, you know what I mean? The one that we were looking at was about 800.
Damn. Yoj, you got a power generator? Yoj? Big Yoj?
Yeah, Yoji. Well, I figured maybe, but it wasn't on there, so I mean, I could wait. We got lucky. I could wait.
Just use potato.
The
Always
neighbor
run
across
a
the street
generator.
does have one though.
Always run a generator in open space. It generates carbon monoxide.
I don't want to do that outside. The last time we lost it, we had to run a power line for our refrigerator for an hour or two. What the hell is a Tesla wall battery?
Tesla wall battery, but those fucking things are almost 10K. Oof. How much power does it hold, Yoj?
Almost like a fridge. Outage 24/7 protection, store energy. Oh, it's solar.
Yeah. Some people die around here every time a natural disaster hits and people run generators. Oh, because of the carbon monoxide they don't know and they just fucking killed themselves inadvertently.
Oh, that.
That's funny, right, Nikki? We call that
No.
yeah, what do you call that? Natural selection, right?
No.
Yeah, no. Nikki's right. When people die of stupidity, we laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. You idiot. You deserved it. The world is better now that you're dead, right, Nikki?
Wow. Nope.
People die when they are killed. That's the truth. You just said something true. It doesn't have to be solar. It can be set up as a backup, load up on cheaper electricity overnight, and use as needed. Yoji, are you going to save up and get one?
How much do you pay? Oh, man.
$10K is a lot of money, though, Yoj. Hey, Nikki, you think Yoji's brought bitches over to his new place?
I didn't know you were so horny and beautiful under your panties.
You have furniture? What kind of furniture do you have? And then hold that thought. I gotta start the rice. Alexa, stop.
Oh, you have Alexa. I just bought a couple Echoes. Nah, I'd get a regular diesel generator before getting a wall vault. A good oil generator is 3K. What's good about having an oil generator versus you know, I don't know, whatever else? I have a futon, some cheap desks, a bed, and a couple TVs. Wait, you have a futon? You don't have a real mattress, dude? Yoji, you don't have like a mattress with a, you know? He's Asian, a futon will do. Do Asian people like sleeping on futons? Is that what Bale's saying? I bought a new mattress when I moved. My brother gave me his old Pottery Barn bed frame. Okay. I sleep on the ceiling. Oil generator. It's better because it's seven grand cheaper. But Yoji, what about the environment?
Futon, some cheap desks.
Yoji doesn't sleep on a futon though, like we thought he did.
Regular diesel. I'm on a new mattress.
Wait, yo, you've got Alexa? I hear her.
Yeah.
You love it?
Did you hear her? Or
No,
did you hear me just
I
telling
heard
you?
you talking to it.
Oh man, this thing is fantastic. I do love it.
I just got one. I just bought an Echo. I just bought two Echoes. One for the living room, one for the bedroom. And I'm thinking about getting a third one in here. Just so I can control the... You know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna... Oh, you know, I already did that. Just so I can get... I'm gonna have one in here so I can control the lights in here, because the lights in here are smart lights, the overhead lights.
Oh, nice.
and I just installed some smart lights in the bedroom and living room. So I'm gonna hook them all up.
I have
Yeah.
the show on the desk, and we
Which
have
one
an
is the
Echo
show?
in the kitchen.
Is
The
it
show has the screen on it.
Oh, the screen and the camera, so you can do a little FaceTime.
Yes.
Is that what you use it for?
Nobody I know has one, so I can't use it. But I use it for like they should sometimes show, like whatever you're following. If there's like a topic of something and it pops up, you could watch like the mini video of it, like a news article or news whatever. I like it because of recipes. I like it because, I don't know. It's you know, there's just more stuff that you could see it as far as it being on your desk, right?
Yeah, no, that's handy. I was thinking about getting one for the kitchen
two-
as a speaker for music and
Yeah.
stuff.
So yeah, it's pretty cool because if you connect it to your Spotify, you can
Spotify.
just be like, you know, dun dun dun, play Drive, and it'll be like playing Drive from Nicole's Spotify, and like it plays it. If you tell it to play something, you have to say ending in Spotify though, or else it'll play Amazon Music. It's pretty cool, but there's two things I like about it because if you have the smart lights, that's dope. But they have you know, Alexa's plugs. So if you plug in something that you want to turn on when you're like away from the house or you know at the house that you forget to turn off, like you're in bed and you're like, fuck, I forgot to turn off the lights. You have to download the app for it, you know.
Oh,
So you could.
So you actually
you
could
if
control
you're-
plugs as well as lights.
Yes.
That's good.
Yes. So, I think there was one point where, like we were getting ready for bed when it was Christmas, and we forgot to turn off the lights in front, but Joe had put the plug in, so all I had to say was, you know, dun dun dun, turn off front lights, and she'd be like, okay, and all of our lights would turn off without us leaving the bed. So that's cool. I do love the shopping list. If we're in the kitchen or, you know, either of us are realizing we're low on something, then we say, you know, dun dun dun, add salt. It should just be like, I've added salt to your shopping list. So then when you're out shopping, you open up the app and it has all of the items you need because it connects with that app.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to get that, but I don't know if I want to show, or because I just bought a bunch of Echo Dots just for the voice stuff, so I could be like, hey, what's the weather going to be like tomorrow, or hey, shut these lights off, or
Yeah.
or I actually want to
I got the
message.
show as a gift.
Oh, okay, I want to message. I want to try like messaging the other room, be like, hey.
Well, the thing is too, if you have it, if you have like the Fire Stick that has Alexa,
I do
you
have the
can send messages around like your home, like if the TV's on, like if you're in your room and you're just like, you know, Alexa, send a message to whatever, and you could like it'll pop up on the TV that your lady's watching, like I love you, you know what I mean? Like there's stuff like that. Like the other day I had to use it to wake up Joe. I'm just like, wake the fuck up, because our TV was on, so.
The only major advantage is being able to play music off local storage. You could also use Alex on your phone to announce to the speakers at home. The stick has a voice remote. Yes, I've used the voice remote on the speaker. It's the reason why I actually wanted to get the Echo, because I like using the Fire Stick on my TV to just be like, yo, launch Netflix, or yo, launch Hulu, or actually you could do specifically.
It's so nice.
You'd be like, yo, launch The Witcher on Netflix, and it'll be like, you got it.
You got it, dude.
You got it. Do you ever regret voting for Biden because we literally look as dumb as everyone said it we would at this point?
Hi, KJ.
What did Biden do? What did Biden do?
Hi, Pit. Pitty Pit Pit.
What's up, Pitt? What's up, Keith? What's up, Yoji? What's up, my YouTube friends, which include Shannon, Bale, Haley, and who are my other YouTube friends here? Garhide. See, Yoji doesn't sleep on a futon. Yoji sleeps on a big boy mattress.
A big boy mattress. Huh. Warehouse coordinator, Shanahan. Let's go back to the chat.
Hey Yoji, when are you gonna invite us over for a cookout? A full-size mattress, Yoji. Not even a queen, Yoji. Yoji, not a king-size mattress for you, King. Dude, I want a bigger mattress. I don't know if I want to go. I don't know if I
What do
want to
you
go full king though.
We have a California king, and I'm going back to a king.
Isn't a California king bigger than a queen?
Yeah.
Dude, aren't you like 5'2"? What the fuck do you need that size of a mattress for? Isn't Joe also small?
I'm 5'5". Joe is 6'1".
Okay, but still.
We got it for free, so.
I mean, I've been sleeping on a
take
queen,
it.
and I want to step up. But I don't know, man. I feel like a
I
king would
like
be...
it because I don't like touching him when I'm going to bed. Like, we'll cuddle at the beginning, and then I'll be like, "Hey, bye," because he radiates so much heat, and I get hot very easily. That I need my own space. I want to like have half my body out of the blanket. You know, I do my own thing.
The full-size firm was heavy as fuck and almost killed me. It was a bed in a box. Nikki gets hot flashes. Nikki's going through menopause, I think is what Keith's saying. What's up, Hunter?
Weird. What is beeping right now? My chicken? Hold on a second.
Chicken?
Chicken?
I want a Cali king. What the fuck do you need a California king for, KJ? It's just you in a bed, dude. You should probably be sleeping on a full mattress. You should, Keith, you're so little too, man. Dude, Keith, you should be sleeping on a fucking full-size mattress. Or less, dude. You should be sleeping on a twin. I have a Cali king. Do you like it, Pinky? I do. I sleep on a queen, but like I said, I want something a little bit bigger. Lots of room for friends. Yeah, you been banging on that mattress, Pinky? Dude, no, I stretch out. Again, dude, you're so small. You're like a fucking tiny show pony, man. You don't need a fucking California king, dude. You spread out. You could spread out fine on a full-size mattress, Keith. You got a California king, and you need to get something smaller, man. Get something more your size, dude. You're like a dude with a tiny dick who demands on wearing Magnum condoms.
Wow.
Meanwhile, you're fucking loose, dude. You got your condom is too baggy, Keith. Keith, who's like 5'2", 100 pounds, talking about, I need a California king. I'm 5'6". Does that mean I'm too small for my bed? Yeah, well, you say you're fucking in your bed, dude. That's different. Yeah, if you got a lot of dudes slinging dick in your bed, they could be pretty hefty sized, I guess. So that makes sense. The only thing Keith is fucking his bed in is himself.
Woof.
Woof. What are you woofing
Woof.
at?
Just smells so good here. Can't wait to eat.
Joe's cooking?
No, I'm cooking.
What are you making?
I'm cooking panko chicken.
Panko?
Is that how you say it?
Planko?
Panko. Oh,
Planko?
there's an L in that?
Is it?
Planko?
Oh, no, I might be fucking up. Again, I'm not a cook. Is that what it's called? Panko? Panko?
Yes, panko breadcrumbs. Panko.
Oh, I love those style breadcrumbs. Panko. Yeah, they're
Panko.
the thick kind.
The thick kind. Put a little bit
Yeah.
of,
Yeah, good for you, Nikki.
minced garlic on that. Yum.
Did you mince it
Yeah,
yourself?
pretty good. No. No, I realized we didn't have any garlic. Because I could, because we have the machine to do it, so...
I like doing it by hand. I like taking a full clove, or like a handful of cloves of raw garlic, and then just like shredding them in the, mincing them by hand and using a grater.
Yeah. I like the sound of it, you know? Hot dog out today.
Twin and full both too small. I have a queen and roll around too much. Dude, you should be in a twin bed. Maybe a full. And leave it at that. Keith says, Keith, who again is a minuscule man. A baby man, if you will. Keith, who's no taller than a prepubescent child, is talking about a queen-size bed is too little for his ass. You're crazy, man.
If I'm alone, it's fine.
Warner Brothers has a new stupid policy for licensed toys. Toys below a certain MSRP can't have guns. Is it to save money? Or is that for something else? KJK, get some body pillows. That's what I do when I'm alone in bed to keep from rolling too much. I don't know, Nicole, what kind of man rolls around in bed? Like a child. Keith, you know what you need to do? Because you're the size of a child, what you should get is you should get those baby bumpers on the side of your beds that they have to do to children that roll around too much so they don't fall off the fucking bed. That's what you need, dude. You need a little fucking baby.
You can do a cheaper version and get a floaty, those like foamy floaties, and just put it under your sheets.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. Because Keith, because you can't sleep like an adult man who just stays relatively stationary. You're gonna have to put baby bumpers on your bed. Per this interview with the Mezco CEO, Warner Brothers has a new policy that toys under a certain price point can't include triggered weapons starting around. He explains he's not sure whether his company will make certain Batman villains because he doesn't think collectors will want the figure without logical accessories. Yeah, no, imagine buying Mr. Freeze without a fucking gun. A body pillow can help with poor sleeping posture. If it helps if it's Daki Makura. What's that? What's that, Bill?
Hi, Bale.
Hello, Svetan.
Dude, let your fucking dogs in.
Wait, what? Whose dog's what now?
You can't hear that?
No, somebody's dog's barking.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, it won't shut up. Poor baby.
Hello, Nicole Ana Maria Gonzalez de la Fuente.
De la Fuente. Oh man, my dad just dropped his actual full name on us on Father's Day.
Did you
I think
not
Francisco's in it.
Did you
No, he doesn't have like a middle name. I guess he's got like 3 names and then a last name, or one first name and 3 last names. I don't know, but it was like it was exactly like that. I was like, what?
Dela. That's. I think it's kind of weird that you didn't know your dad's name.
No, he said he told us, but if he did it, that was a long ass time ago. But it's not on his birth certificate. It's just his first and last name.
Oh.
You know. Yeah. So I don't know how that works, but
And his name is Ricardo Gonzalez, man of mystery.
No.
His name is Benicio Gonzalez.
No.
His name is Esteban Gonzalez.
Nope.
Juan? Carlos?
You're never gonna get. Nope. Nope. Nobody ever gets it.
Is it like super weird? Is it Jesus?
No. It's not super weird, but it's not super.
It's not common.
Like super generic. You know, it's not like the Jesus, Jose, Juan.
Yeah. All right, I give up.
It's Vidal.
Vidal?
Like that.
Like Vidal
like,
Sassoon?
Like Sassoon. Yeah.
That's a cool name.
So his name, when like around his friends, they call him Big V.
That is a cool name. Hey Pinky, when was the last time you got laid in your bed?
And back to the questions.
Pinky's got a thinky. Nagasaki? How you holding up, bud? How's the health doing? Not good. Anyone play Yu-Gi-Oh? No. Better, but will be must more progress when I get out of this house. What house? Are you still in Vegas, or did you guys... Oh, you moved to Washington, you said? Or somewhere up in the Northwest? I found, I believe, the main source of the mold in this house. I'm anaphylactic to mold. Yes, we moved to Eastern Washington, moving closer to Seattle. Wait, so you moved, and you moved to a house, and the house has got mold?
That sucks.
Because that fucking sucks.
I'm sorry, Nagi. Oops, that was loud.
Damn, dude. Damn, Nagi, you can't catch a break, dude.
I will sub like next week. Like next
John
week.
Amore, thank you for the 10-month sub.
$4.99 today.
Jonathan Amore, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate your support.
Morning.
Your love, your undying love, Jonathan Amore.
Are you gonna join us on voice chat?
Yeah, John, you gonna join us in voice chat? You fucking Filipino. Hey Nagi, you got a take on this whole ASMR thing? Like the ASMR streamers, the you know, the meta? Any of that? I have known you all for 10 months. Let's see, John Amore has been following for... John Amore has been sub for 10 months, but he's been following since September 2020. Wait, that doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. Oh, there it is. I was like, what the fuck? I've been following... I was like, wait, none of that math doesn't add up. I forgot, dude, you completely destroyed your partnered account.
Yeah.
Nagi says nope. Oh wait, you're saying, Nagi, you say you don't have a take on the ASMR hot tub meta? Wait, have you done the hot tub meta? Because I know you got the OnlyFans. So there was a leak in the basement here. I know they renovated the house, but the pool here we hadn't seen because it's been covered. The pool guys came by 2 days ago. I got a shot of it, but it was leaking from a crack in the foundation, looks like. Yes, I did it before. I did before it was cool. OnlyFans? Or the hot tub thing? Oh, you're doing the hot tub thing before the hot tub meta? I had a couple of pool parties at the house in Vegas. Well, that's fun. That's dope. We streamed them. It was a blast. How are your numbers? Between 150 to 300, I believe. It was a while ago. Well, it's too late. It's too late for the hot tub meta now. The hot tub meta is dead, I think. Last week of the last couple weeks it was the ASMR meta. But that got Indie Fox and Amaranth banned. But although I did see Indie Fox in lingerie doing ASMR yesterday, but the camera angles were switched. So it wasn't.
I told you.
So it wasn't.
I hated that shit.
It wasn't a camera angle on her butt cheeks and on her face, like blowjob camera. It was a. I think it was just one camera, standard ASMR titty stream camera angle, like top down. Top down, you know the one. I don't need to tell you.
You know.
Didn't a bunch of girls get banned for the ASMR stuff, like Amaranth, Indie Fox, and a handful of other lesser known ASMR titty stream ladies? They did get banned because, I mean, did you see what they were up to though?
Oh my god.
Let's see. Let me see if I could find some photos. I don't know if I could put these photos up without getting in trouble. I'd probably actually get fucking in trouble if I did it.
There's a job posting for a penetration tester.
Yeah, no, I absolutely can't show this on stream without getting into fucking trouble.
Is there a GIF on this?
Yeah, no, dude, this is. Yeah, no, I'm looking at Indie Fox and Amaranth's. I'm looking at shots of their stream while they were doing the ASMR stuff, and they're wearing those shorts that like those shorts that ride up your butt cheeks. So like, have you ever seen them? They're like these like shorts that like girls with nice butts on TikTok wear, where like the seam is directly down your butt crack, and they've got elastic material, so your butt fills out the seam. So, like, you know, like it like the shorts actually dip into your butthole. So really, it actually, it looks pretty nice, man. It contours your butt cheeks a lot. But like that's where the camera was focused, on the butt. And then they had a secondary camera to showcase their, like, again, the blowjob eyes. I sent you shots of the pool in the basement link. I'll check that out. Sure, I watch Amaranth all the time. Wait, I can't tell if you're being serious or making a joke. Oh my god, dude, this pool looks... Can I show this pool? Dude. I adore her and admire her, honestly. I think she's killing it and is a strong businesswoman. Nope, I'm serious. I'm friends with her mods. I've been invited for a dual stream. I'll be honest, I don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about her besides all the shit that shows up on social media. I will say this, man. She said some really dumb shit. However, I've said some dumb shit too. I try not to shit on Indie Fox too much because she's somebody who I'll actually contact, like, from time to time. But I don't like Indie Fox enough to say that the ASMR or like the fucking hot tub meta is the titty streamers circumventing Twitch TOS for views is actively detrimental to the platform as far as advertisements go and other things. She makes major money doing what she does. She does. Listen, I think it's predatory, by the way. I do think the whole, not just Amaranth, but the whole style of the girlfriend experience on Twitch, I believe it creates a detrimental parasocial relationship for weak-minded young men. But also the other side of that coin is these men who are being parted from their money, who actually believe that they have some kind of relationship with these streamers, are idiots. And they're adults for the most part. So you kind of don't give a shit what they do with their money. However, I don't think it's not my opinion that what Amaranth and Indie Fox are doing is bad for the platform. It's fact. So although I am right to my opinion that I think it's predatory, all right, maybe you can argue that it's not. You can't argue the fact that, in Twitch's own words, what Amaranth was doing with the hot tub meta actively chased away advertisers. Advertisers specifically asked Twitch to not allow their ads to run on Amaranth's stream, which is just the fact. The other fact is that Twitch runs on ad revenue. And yes, it's been proven time and time again that sexually explicit content is ad poison. So the more that Twitch condones sexually explicit content on the platform, the more advertisers will get scared, and the more you lean towards a adpocalypse of sorts. So yes, saying that the
coming out of my penis.
So saying that overtly sexual streams that find loopholes in the TOS to promote their OnlyFans are detrimental to the platform, it's just true. That's just how it is. And the more that Twitch condones this, the worse it is for the platform as a whole. Which again, my friend was doing those hot tub streams. Now she's back to normal streams, playing Twister in high heels and booty shorts. Loopholes to show their loopholes. What's up, Evo? What's up, Southern Man Gaming? I understand that view, and yes, agree. Yes, agree to a degree. Honestly, I'm not saying you should throw them off the platform. I think, in my opinion, Twitch should just shut it down. The same way YouTube does. So anything too overtly sexual happens on YouTube, YouTube immediately demonetize your channel gets demonetized, you get temporarily banned, you get permanently banned. YouTube, when it comes to YouTube and their advertisers, because they realize how important that ad revenue is, it being the lifeblood of the platform, since the platform is free, somebody has to foot the bill. What's up, Chaos Corporation as Southern Man Gaming? YouTube has got a zero tolerance policy when it comes to that kind of shit. Now, my personal opinion, I don't care. Personally, do whatever the fuck you want. Obviously, I don't care about, I draw sexual content on the platform from time to time. I'm a pervert. I obviously don't give a shit about any of that stuff. But from a business standpoint, from a marketing standpoint, from any kind of entrepreneurial standpoint, everyone knows this is how it works with advertisers. Advertisers are terrified of anything relating to sex whatsoever. You know, there's no way you're going to get Pepsi Cola or Nestle or fucking Kellogg's or whatever other giant megacorp to spend any kind of real amount of money on a content that they think has a chance of their ads being showcased on something unsavory or sexual. I think everyone makes too big a deal over this shit, including all these stupid advertisers. Listen, again, I think it is puritanical. It's old school, it's puritanical, but that's your opinion, right? Again, you're not the people who are footing the bill. So Evil, when you say you don't care, sure. At the end of the day, I don't really give a shit either. But there's no denying that it doesn't hurt the platform, because it does. And it's pretty straightforward how it does. YouTube also has a slightly stricter age lockout. There is definitely a line that shouldn't be crossed, but Twitch is notorious at keeping things in the gray area and not being crystal clear on their TOS or properly enforce harassment, ban evasion, body painting, and overexposed ASMR, stalking, etc. I showed you the YouTube woman whose entire content is just them changing clothes. Yeah. No, listen. YouTube is 100 times bigger than Twitch, so I'm sure they have their own plethora of people who skirt the rules or who post content that shouldn't be on YouTube that gets missed, because of course things are going to fall through the cracks. But largely speaking, YouTube has a zero tolerance policy for that kind of stuff. Or at the very least, what YouTube does is that they implement what's called a dynamic advertising algorithm, which allows the right ads to go to the right channels. Because again, which is something that Twitch does not have and isn't big enough to pull off. They don't have the programmers, they don't have the money, they don't have the time to invest in launching that kind of a thing. So it's the reason why Twitch created the hot tub category was to throw all these girls in these categories to save their advertising revenue, proving that this is a fucking issue and that they were scared. Right? Think about what makes a corporation do anything. Small ones like Twitch or mega ones like YouTube. The bottom line. You want to make a corporation actually give a fuck about anything? Hit them in the wallet. Which exactly was what fucking Amaranth and her ilk were doing with the hot tub meta. It was actively harming Twitch's bottom line. So they prioritized quarantining these ladies in their own category. That's how much it was fucking detrimental to them. They could no longer enact, right? They actually had to do something. I'm curious personally, and then of course they ban Indie Fox and Amaranth because they push it too far on ASMR. I'm wondering what they're going to do next. I'm wondering what the girls are going to do next, and I wonder what Twitch is going to do next, because if it keeps up like this, it's going to come to a head, right? Do people really think that people watching think their ads tied directly to the content? Who the fuck thinks that? It's such an outdated thinking on the advertiser's part. Well, people are idiots, dude. Dude, people are idiots, man. Look no further than Twitter. When people like a tweet or follow somebody. Dude, back in 2016, a dude I knew for like 10 years unfollowed me, or I think blocked me on Facebook because I liked, at the time, candidate Trump's Facebook page. Now, I liked it not because I liked him. I liked it because I wanted to see what he was doing, because I found him comical. But not only did he unfollow and block me, he posted publicly on Facebook that these are all the people that I found in my mutuals who are following candidate Trump, and he's a this, and that, and my name was in the list. My name was in the list for being, this problematic person who likes this Facebook page. Therefore, my like, in this fucking retard's mind, my like equated an endorsement. So Evo, even though you might be like, what idiot would think that this commercial playing on this thing means that those two are stupid people, very fucking stupid idiots out there who can't think for them fucking selves. So they see they're watching a titty stream, and then and then Pepsi pops up. I'm like, oh, Pepsi supports titty streamers. That's the amount of intellect that you have with people watching this shit, and then get mouthy on Twitter. Like, that's what you're dealing with, man. You're dealing with the lowest common denominator. So advertisers know this, man. Advertisers know this. They're paid to be, experts at marketing, man. So that's why. Let's see. Let me catch up. They banned the ladies doing the sexual ASMR streams and made an example. They need to continue to do that when things cross the line. As long as they do that, Nagi, as long as they put their foot down. Also, thank you, Nagi. Very nice thing to say about my hair. As long as they put their foot down and say, all right. Now, to your point, Nagi, Twitch has been way too gray, way too lenient. And I think they kind of got themselves in this predicament. If they had just been more forthright with what's allowed and what isn't allowed, then we wouldn't be in this problem. We wouldn't be in this predicament. Like, even with, to your point earlier, body painting. Either say body painting's allowed, or say body painting is too sexual and it's not allowed. Rather than say body painting is allowed but not too sexual. Well, then what's too sexual? Then, but like, they're covered up, but they're not covered up enough. Then what the fuck, man? Because then it just becomes a murky, gray, weird area where people don't know where they stand, and some people get banned, and other people don't get banned. Just fucking Twitch needs to pick a fucking lane and just stick to it. But I think they're reluctant to. I think Twitch is really reluctant to do that for one reason or another. All those illegally uploaded movies on YouTube with hundreds of thousands of views or more. As for OnlyFans, you can't even use that platform to see the content unless you have a credit card. So underage children would have to steal their credit. Oh yeah, no, I'm not one of the people who thinks that. I don't think that Twitch nor streamers should have any responsibility whatsoever to parent your child. If you have a 13-year-old on the platform and you let them use this platform freely and unmonitored, you're asking for fucking trouble, dude. It's not Twitch's responsibility to babysit your children. It's not YouTube's responsibility. It's not Facebook. It's not Instagram. Guess what? Or Twitter. All these things, all of these social media platforms, if your kid gets a hold of, is going to see horrible things. Twitter's probably the worst, but dude, Tumblr, Instagram, Facebook, you're going to find that shit on there regardless. Twitch is no different. You're going to find sexualized content. You're going to find violence. You're going to find profanity. You're going to find all types of adult content not meant for kids. Without a shadow of a doubt. You can't, it's unfair and irresponsible for parents to then point to social media companies and say, you babysit my children for me. Go fuck yourself. Life is hard enough to survive even without COVID. We're all tired and trying to survive and provide for our family. Yet they use sex to sell stuff and control the companies that is. There was a documentary a few years ago that showed how Coca-Cola was putting subliminal messages in their ads. If you froze the ad at the right time, the message would flash saying, "Drink Coke." Is that real, dude? Are you okay with me joining your call? I need tea though. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've given you permission. It's totally real. I tried it out. No shit, dude. It doesn't matter how hard anyone tries to keep kids from seeing adult stuff. They're going to see it unless you keep them off the internet and away from friends. Yes. You know, it's... You can only protect, quote unquote, your kid for a certain amount of time. I've seen it with my friends with kids. They do... Everything's got a child lock on it, right? Everything's got parental controls, which is helpful, man. Because, you know, when your kid is when your kid is real tiny and little, very impressionable, yeah, locking the internet down, helpful. But once your kid gets to be a certain age, out there dealing with other kids with older brothers, finding ways to once the kid is smart enough to circumvent your parental controls, all you have is to just fucking hope for the damn best and hope you did a good enough job raising them, because they're on their own and they're off to the races. Because I knew people a little younger than me who they were able to figure out really fucking clever ways around their parents. I think my friend said he had like a Wii, or he had like a Nintendo Wii, or he had something else. And that's what he used to get on the internet, because they didn't think about putting, like, his parents didn't think, or like there was some kind of device in the house that had internet access that their parents didn't think to block. And it was something you wouldn't even thought of. Like, again, like a Nintendo Wii or something. There's something you wouldn't even thought of to like put a lockdown on, and they did. And that's how they got to watch like porno and all kinds of other shit when they were like 10 years old or whatever. I know people who use their Nintendo DS to look at porn. I believe that was Fazari who said that. So she's another one, dude. It was Faye. Yeah. So again, once the kid is old enough, they're 1000% going to find their way to shit that they shouldn't see. We all did it at some point, right? You know, regardless of how strict your parents are or how protective they are, you're gonna find it. It's gonna find a way to you one way or another. However, it's unreasonable to lay the burden of parenthood on fucking corporations because you're so fucking inept or absent to stay on top of that shit. There was no internet when I was young, and I still saw adult shit I should not have. Did you find porno in the woods? I bet Yoji found porno in the woods. Yes, penthouse in the schoolyard. Yeah, no, I found a garbage bag full of VHS porno when I was a kid. Buy a mag easy. When I was 13, we still had local video stores around. That's how fucking old I am. Not as ancient as Evo or Yoji, but old nonetheless. And I remember, dude, I was a bold, maybe I was even 12. I was like 12 or 13 and I was a bold little one. And I marched my little fucking Metallica listening to ass into the fucking local video store. And I remember I took a deep breath and I was stern. And I walked right into the red velvety room. You know the one, dude. The one that was usually kept aside from the other rooms. And I fucking marched my little ass in there and found, and I did rent porno. I wasn't that bold. But what instead I did is I rented a Faces of Death video, which I believe the majority of the Faces of Death videos were fake, but I believe some were real, right? If I remember correctly. When I was 12, me and my mate found a stack of penthouse in a cave. That was my cave. Finding them in caves, finding them in parks, finding porno in the woods. What the fuck was the deal in the 80s and 90s with fucking adults leaving their pornography in strange places? I remember when the block channels on cable used to be static, but you could still see what was going on behind it. Yeah, you'd see it nipping, you'd hear people moaning and whatnot. Bro, we bought pornos on school trips. We really fucked over this poor guy. In 8th grade, he rode on his bike while we were hanging out at friends and saw him stash something in the hedges and ride off. We went to see what it was, and it was a porn mag, so we took it. Poor guy came back later to sneak it in his house and have a wank, and we took it. Probably homeless dudes leaving their porn. The 80s are so bad for being a dirty little rat bag. A lot of group sex went on. Dirty little rat bag. You know what? Now that I described this to you guys, it makes all the more sense how I got to be so fucked up. Hey, what's up? Oh, I like your microphone.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's I don't know which one you have, but it's that Shure SM7B that everyone like freaks out about. It was like, sold out forever.
I have the exact same one. Was it sold out? Was this during the pandemic?
Before the pandemic, I got it. I think it was like right at the beginning, but yeah, no. I don't know. Some big streamers got one as an upgrade and everyone like freaked out about it, so yeah, that was sold out. Well, I don't know how it is now, but it's a good one. I like it. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, no, I got this one like 2 or 3 years ago, man, because you know what it was? I saw Joe Rogan using it and I'm like, what the fuck mic does he use? It wasn't just him, but I saw like him and a handful of other podcasters I really like. I think the dudes from 97.1 around here, the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne, they also have Shure SM7Bs. It's a really fucking popular microphone. You see it everywhere. So like I'd seen it first, I saw it with Joe Rogan, then I saw it on like with the Breakfast Club, and then I saw it in a bunch of other places, and I'm like, yo, what is this fucking microphone that everyone's using? And so I just
yeah, no, it's amazing. I mean, it's another compressor mic, so you really have to know what you're doing with the gains and adjustments and stuff. But
mine are awful.
You can get that figured out. No, it seems fine to me.
I just maxed everything out. Like my levels are up. My gain is about halfway up. But also I got an amplifier, a preamp rather. I got a cloud lifter just to make it, because it's so low without it.
Yeah, I have to get mine very like perfect, otherwise it picks up everything, because I've got a lot of noises around, fans going and shit most of the time. So and if I have it too low, then people are like, Nagy, you're cutting out, and it just drives me nuts.
How is your because the noise gate will probably cut you out.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so you have to have it just right.
Yeah, I don't really. I'm in this room by myself. I don't really have much to. The door's locked. Occasionally, like you'll hear airplanes go over, but that's it. How long have you been out west? Up west, northwest.
We moved up in Eastern Washington about right after Christmas, so like into December, early January.
Do you love it?
And I haven't. No, not to go into too many details, but yeah, no, Bill and I are split. We've been split for a while.
What?
So moving closer to my kids and my doctor, because I was in treatment for a while, I got diagnosed with an autoimmune disease when I thought this thing that I was dealing with for the last 15 years was just like an eczema extreme allergy thing, but it turns out I have a mast cell disorder. So it's one of the categories of mast cell is leukemia. So I don't have leukemia, but you know, the one that's terminal and kills kids and stuff.
Yeah.
Mine's a different category of it, but it's just, yeah, my body just attacks itself, and like I get really sick when I'm around mold, and so we moved in here. I got even worse. So, but I'm doing a lot better. I'm on so many different kinds of meds and things, but yeah, it's been hard.
Dude, that
anyways, the body
sucks.
Huh?
That's a bummer, man.
Yeah.
Well,
it happens.
You're getting better though, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah, I am. I'm taking good care of myself. Some days are harder than others. I'm sure all of you are there too.
May I ask what the what the symptoms are?
It depends. Here, let me, I can get you a link if you want. Mine, the biggest thing it attacks is like my entire digestive system, and it's the reason why I've developed all the allergies, food allergies and stuff that I have. But it also, a big indicator is my skin. So I flare up, I break out in a rash from like head to toe, hypersensitive to absolutely everything. It's a nightmare. But it also attacks organs and your brain, and like just, it sucks.
Dude.
But
what a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's just a light little read. It doesn't go into major depth, but they've always put me on like prednisone when it gets really bad, and this is before my diagnosis. So they're trying to treat the symptoms of the skin stuff, but what the prednisone does when you're on it for long term or high doses is it shuts down your adrenal glands, and that in itself causes a whole bunch of issues. So I got major after I was on the prednisone for about a year now. I was finally off of it. I'm just like, I was in a constant state of anaphylactic shock. And so I was on like 6 different antihistamines, and like, it was a mess. I had like tons of EpiPens and stuff. Like, people are ready to take me to the hospital in case my throat closed. It was just a disaster. But
shit,
yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Dude.
Anyways,
what the hell?
Enough of that.
That's a bummer, man. How do you all right, in the midst of all this, how do you find the energy to like want to stream?
I gotta pay my bills, man.
Oh,
I have to pay my bills.
Shit, that's right, dude.
I don't get the luxury of just sitting around. I also love my job, and it has helped me throughout a lot of this, even before the actual diagnosis happened. I'd been dealing with this off and on for a solid year. So pretty much after I moved to Vegas is when things started to get triggered again. And a lot of that was stress. A lot of it was just fucking Nevada's dry as fuck. The water was making me sick. It's really, really high in minerals and stuff. It's really, really hard
dude,
water.
You got that hard water.
Exactly. It's one of the worst in the nation. It's like the top 10 worst place for hard water.
Oh, that's awesome. Dude, that stuff ruins appliances as well, by the way, guys.
Oh, yeah. My doctor there flat out told me I couldn't, after a while, she's like, you can't live here. I've seen this many a times before. Some people just get super, super sensitive. And you're one of those people. You're going to have to move somewhere more humid without this hard water. So we sat down, we talked about it, and we decided to move up to here to Eastern Washington, clearer skies for astrophotography, and closer to my kids. But, other things happened and stuff just didn't work out. So, but I'm excited. I really like the apartment that I'm going to be moving into, and I am not planning on moving again for a while. No one's gonna fucking move me. God damn it. That's three times in a little over a year.
Wow. Fuck me, man.
From Texas to Nevada to Eastern Washington to Seattle. Shoot me in the fucking face. I still have stuff I haven't unpacked since I first moved to Nevada. So,
Shit.
yeah.
So that's been that sounds like a fucking dude. This sounds like a fucking nightmare. No offense.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in, but there's a lot of good things that have been going on. Tons of good stuff. You know,
This is exactly
doing
my
art.
nightmares are coming true.
How is the art, by the way?
I haven't been able to do body painting for a long time, which makes me sad because I really love doing that.
Is it the paint on your skin?
Yeah, I can't do anything on my skin right now. I can barely wear any makeup, as it is. It's literally just moisturizing and just trying to keep things clean, until I'm completely out of the woods on this last flare up. So my immune system isn't the strongest, so my doctor flat out said, she's like, you cannot get the vaccine right now.
Oh
'cause you
shit.
would get fucked up. So I'm already a shut-in. It's fine. I order my groceries.
Dude, I'm not a shut-in, but I order my groceries too because fuck that.
Oh yeah, I mean everyone should anyways right now anyways, yeah.
Hey, so are there people out there that find your illness sexy?
That's a really interesting question. Well, not that they've said vocally, but I can't imagine it turning anybody on.
There has to
think
be.
it's a
Just
very
because I thought of it, I'm not that
disease.
special. I don't think of stuff that doesn't exist. I'm assuming if I thought of it, then it definitely exists. Somebody out there watching you is probably like, oh my god, dude.
I think that there's people
anaphylactic
that
shock.
find maybe kinks in people that are vulnerable. So
Oh, well, that's a little
somebody
darker.
that's in a chronic illness. But I mean, dom and submissive, right? So
Sure.
it's I can
Oh,
imagine
weird.
like maybe being in a weird place and not having a lot of power. That would probably definitely make somebody attracted to that. But as for the disease itself, I have no fucking clue.
You're easy prey now, Nagi. You're like
But fuck you.
you're like a
No, not at all.
you're like you're like the calf in the herd.
Definitely not. I'll take you down with me. You know?
Is it?
No, I've been through it twice before. I've literally this activated very first time when I was 19. So I've had 2 other major flare-ups in the last 15 years. This last one just kind of being the worst. So
How does it affect your mental health?
Oh, yeah, no, that's, I mean, chronic illness as a whole, I'm sure a lot of the people in your chat can relate if they've had chronic illness or know of somebody or close person. But yeah, it's very trying.
Hey chat, do any of you guys have are any of you guys sick chronically? Are you guys like messed up? I don't know if any. They might be.
Constantly in a state of healing.
Yeah. Oh, you know what?
I'm sorry?
Pisik he's got brain illness. He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He's got all kinds of neuroses and anxiety, depression, obsessive compulsive disorder. He's nuts. Does that count as chronic illness?
Not that crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Keith has got sugar blood, dude. He's got the diabetes. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Hydration.
Drink that water, Michael. You thirsty fuck.
Yeah, no, I had asthma when I was a kid, but I grew out of that. Does having glasses count as chronic illness? Because I got to wear glasses all the time.
No, that just
No.
means you're visually impaired to some degree.
Boo. I have visual impairment, you guys. How blind do you have to be to get a handicap placard?
That I don't know, but I mean there are eye diseases. Like there's stuff like that, but
How dare you, Evo? Also, hey, it's nice to have you back on, Nagi. It's been a while.
yeah, I'm sorry. Things have been crazy. I've been trying to pop in when I can. I cut down on a lot of my discords. Yours, I left yours a while ago. Apologies.
Nah,
Publicly shaming myself openly
it's
on your
fine.
broadcast.
no, dude, no worries. Listen,
No, I love your community and your art. So
hey, I appreciate you, Nagi. You're always welcome here. And it's a bummer to hear what you've been going through, dude. For real, that you're a nice person. That sucks. That sucks you've been going through all this. It seems like when it rains it pours, man.
it really does. But I know, thank you. I mean, we all, I'm sure a lot of your chat and yourself have gone through a lot of struggles. I think it definitely makes you appreciate things to a whole new level and makes you definitely stronger coming out of it. Definitely shows you what you can fucking tolerate and what you can fight through. So
Hey,
it's not necessarily a bad thing. It shapes your character.
how do you find the energy to do the OnlyFans stuff while you're not feeling it?
So that kind of content as a whole is not is actually completely against TOS on Twitch for broadcasters to talk about or share openly. publicly.
Really?
Yeah. But as for my alternative content, if we're talking about my alternative content,
Sure.
I started that back in March of last year. And I honestly have really enjoyed it. I had an amazing, invigorating conversation with somebody about it the other day. That it's doing that kind of content. Like previous relationships I've been in, like I was never able to even be openly flirtatious with anyone. Like it was very controlled in me as a woman being able to express my sexuality to any degree, and being able to have the freedom to choose what I'm sharing with my
Sure.
community or the public, and express myself as an artist in that way has been very empowering, and I've had a lot of fun with it. So, I mean, I know that a lot of people have hang-ups about that kind of thing, but in my opinion, I think it's when we were talking about advertisements and stuff, for example, sex in general has always been used openly in TV, ads, movies, anywhere you look, advertisements for makeup, it's all sexualized.
Sure.
So if you think the way our society is, to make that taboo is insane. It's to me, it's just, in my opinion, it's a form of control so they can make money off of it. The public does feel shame doing it themselves, right?
Right.
But a company
Yeah.
gets to reap the benefits, and
Right, so
that's bullshit.
Bud Light can make
And
the pool party ad.
Sexual beings. We're sexual beings, as you know, as a species, for fuck's sake. Like, how are we going to make more humans if that isn't a thing? So it's just, I think that we've been brought up to be conditioned in such a way where literally government and companies reap the benefits of using something that they know, like you said, those advertisements, they go through studies, they study this shit, they know how to sell. So if you can control that, you get to control the money, and other people aren't getting it. Kind of like with Twitch shutting things down with what you were talking about with OnlyFans and stuff, and people advertising that, or Patreon or whatever. So that's my view on it. But I think that every human, as long as you're not hurting anybody, you have the right to express yourself in, safe space, and that's your fucking body. You do what you want with it. Anyways, that's just kind of a compressed bit of what I was talking with my friend the other day. So
I completely get it, because I don't have any issue with sexual content at all. I mean, fucking half the shit I talk about here is sex-based in some way or another. I just think Twitch should have a more consistent terms of service or rule set.
Most definitely,
I
yeah.
didn't know
Like
you
with
were
the
so
body
horny and
painting, for
beautiful under your
example.
panties.
The body painting, when the streamers have been getting banned for that, they weren't clear for a long time about how much coverage was needed, because every single body painter, I have not heard of one, and I'm really like, I'm on one of the biggest body painting stream team communities, and it was who was it? Jari. So you know Jari, right? Big gaming, variety, body painting streamer. She's like the face of Method, World of Warcraft. No?
No, I actually don't
Really?
watch Twitch. I don't watch Twitch.
Oh, Cola, she's awesome. But her
yeah,
and a
I'm
handful
sure
of
she's
other
great.
big body painters started the stream team. But there's been a handful, Fork Girl, for example. Hers was probably the most popular,
Yes,
biggest one when
I remember
she got banned.
Yeah.
Mul-
Is she permanently banned, or do they let her come back?
No, she's not. She was here taking care of me. Actually, she flew out to help me when I was doing my medical stuff. But yeah, so she's completely covered. They specifically stated you can't show nipples. They didn't have how much coverage of paint before you're on camera that you needed, and so people were covering themselves. But I guess it just wasn't enough. There was a couple times where a lot of us had noticed that there was these bot accounts or hate raids that would come and flood a body painter's channel and do a massive report. So if you have so many reports over a short period of time, there's just an automatic thing that goes off that'll just shut down the channel, that Twitch
Yikes.
had in place. I don't know if they still do, but that's kind of like dangerous information for Twitch to openly share, because you know how people exploit shit like that.
Sure.
But somebody figured it out, and so that was happening. Also, Twitch is just slow on answering any of, open tickets and stuff like that. If any, we no longer, as a creative corner, have the creative, support team. Remember, they shut down that team
They
that
did.
Moss was a part of.
They did do that.
So we're dealing with the whole broad spectrum. So it's sad, because I've seen these body painters and they're fully covered just fine, but they end up getting just that massive raids that would come in and ban them, and they aren't showing anything. Intraventus, she's another body painter. She got banned a couple times, and she was fully covered. She had been streaming for a few hours before that got shut down.
Hey.
A whole ass year of this bullshit.
12 fucking months, dude. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the year subscribe. Jestifer McAllister. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, no, dude. Twitch needs to get their shit together. And also, congratulations. Just enjoy your Spider-Man sub badge. Dude, I think Twitch is a sinking ship, by the way. I'm actually dual streaming now I'm live on YouTube as well. That's what I've been doing. I've been doing this for the last handful of months. It's actively breaking TOS, but at this point, I don't give a shit anymore.
Not necessarily.
Well,
Not necessarily.
affiliates, it's worse for partners, but as an affiliate, my end of the contract is I can't broadcast the same content on more than one platform other than Twitch. Oh, Nagi, thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel.
Did that show you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I didn't even know you had one. That's awesome. So how do you find that? How do you find like the discoverability on YouTube too? I've lately looked into that, but I don't know enough about it.
So it goes like YouTube has got fantastic discoverability as a VOD platform. Their discoverability as a live streaming platform isn't that great. So what you have to do, unfortunately, but Twitch doesn't really have any discoverability through live streaming unless you're looking through categories. But even then, that only works if you're at the top of that category. Most people don't scroll more than a handful of times to any. So anybody who's at the bottom of a category kind of gets screwed. Most people go to Twitch to watch the streamers that they know that are streaming and whoever that they host. Whereas YouTube, people go to YouTube looking for sometimes a particular creator, and then sometimes looking for something specifically to learn something, learn how to do something, to learn about a topic, perhaps a news event, whatever, right? Whatever. Maybe you're into gaming, right? So maybe there's a gaming review you're looking for. Not necessarily a singular person all the time. YouTube's got way more traffic than Twitch, and their algorithm almost always points you in the right direction. But it's for VODs. So it seems to me like the move is build up your YouTube community, and then when you live stream, you'll have someone they'll get the notifications, and so it's a big switch from Twitch, because you have to, especially if you don't have any YouTube content to begin with, you have to start making YouTube content first, build an audience, and then as you start doing live streams, which should relate to the thing that you're doing on YouTube. So for example, if I was building puzzles like Elizabeth does, Lizard the Tree Wizard, if I was doing puzzles on live streams, but then I was doing art on my VODs, on my YouTube videos, it wouldn't really mesh, right? Because people would be like, oh my God, this is the guy that does art. And then you come to my stream and I'm doing puzzles. It wouldn't make sense. So like you want to create a synchronicity. So what I do is, generally speaking, is I make the live art. So like right now I'm working on Loki. When I'm done coloring this Loki, what I'll do is I'll turn this into a time-lapse video, and then I'll upload a time-lapse video to my YouTube channel so people can watch it happening super fast. And if you want to watch it happen, and then I'll remind people in that video, if you want to watch this happening live in real time, come ask me questions about how I did this, yada, yada, yada. Come watch me talk about the TV show Loki. Then Fridays I do a podcast where I talk about the TV show Loki with my friends. And then in that, I turn that, oh, here's the other thing, by the way. So like Nagi, you know how when you're done with VODs on Twitch, nobody fucking watches them? You get a handful of watches, but like most people...
It's different.
It's very small. Most people just go to Twitch. Most people go to Twitch primarily. The overwhelming majority of people who go to Twitch watch for the live content. And then sometimes if you get some really like super strong diehard fans who miss a stream, they'll watch your stream in the background.
Yeah. Oh gosh. So the DMCA thing, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
I turned off my VODs for a while so I can still listen to my music. I need my music cola. So I turned it off, and I mean there was a couple people, musicians, and another friend of mine told me that that's what they were doing, is just turning off the VODs from being downloaded, turn off the ability to take clips, and that was some protection, but not 100%, right?
Oof.
So I was doing that, and then I had someone come in chat that had been following me for ages, never said one word. They've been following me since like 2016. Okay, they've never said anything before. Came out and they're like, "Hey Nagy, so I noticed you turned off your VODs. I can't catch your live streams. When do you think you're gonna turn this back on?"
Oh.
And I was like, "Oh my God, hello? Like, wait!"
Yeah.
And they didn't say anything else. And I was like, "No, come back,
Oh,
come
shit.
back." It's crazy when you have those longtime lurkers that you never get to actually like meet, and they watch you and you see them in the viewership, and I don't know, it kind of freaks me out because
wow.
I'd like to get to know who's watching me.
Sure.
But yeah, so I guess there was some diehard fans that have been watching my streams, but there's some people, when you change your schedule or theirs gets changed, where they will go and watch your past VODs, but it's not as big. Twitch is definitely for the live viewing content. People want to see it real time. And YouTube is definitely for like
YouTube
what
is
you're
for
saying, like
the
those
VODs.
time lapses.
Oh yeah, sure.
Right.
Oh, but guess what? Here's the thing. If your VOD is good, if it's fun, if you're having a good time, and people miss your thing on YouTube, all my VODs now live on YouTube. Actually, I've got a separate playlist for it. I catalog it. I make a unique thumbnail for every stream so you know exactly what I was drawing on that stream. And yeah, you could actually, YouTube actually is slowly rolling out a clips feature for its platform. So soon you're going to be able to, if something weird or crazy happens, just like on Twitch, if you're watching me on YouTube, you can clip it. You can clip it and turn that VOD into, you turn a part of that VOD into a clip. But guess what? That clip doesn't, on Twitch, a clip exists on Twitch. Nagi, if you do something incredible on Twitch, you make a really funny joke or a funny point, or who knows, maybe you fall down or something, whatever it is that gets people going who love that particular clip. It exists on Twitch, and yeah, it might get some, if other people pick it up, other outside sources pick it up, you might get a fucking several 100,000 views maybe, if it's one of those. But if that doesn't happen, the Twitch clip doesn't go anywhere. Nobody really watches it besides like a few diehard fans, and then that's it. On YouTube, it will exist in the YouTube verse, the VOD, like the mother of all video programs. That's where it will be. So maybe nothing comes of it, or maybe the clip goes viral. Like, because YouTube streaming isn't quite at, it's like 60% of the way to where Twitch is. So like, you do have YouTube live memberships, you do have YouTube's version of bits, you have YouTube's version of like live chat and emotes, and like I said, tiered subscription service. So like, they've got a lot of what Twitch does, but like they're just now implementing raids, and they're just now implementing clips, and they've got a lot of stuff in the rafters that they're slowly going to be implementing over the next year or so to catch up to Twitch. The only thing that Twitch is missing, or that YouTube is missing that Twitch has, is the community and the stream discoverability that Twitch has. So like VOD discoverability on YouTube, fantastic. If you're making videos on YouTube, even if you're a brand new creator, you have the possibility to go viral on YouTube. Like, if the video is good, if it catches enough heat, if your initial subscriber pool watches it, likes it, they will keep showing it to more and more people. And if those people like it, it's like, it's a cataclysm. It's a
domino effect.
There it is.
Yeah. Cool. It's great. The problem is you know how much work gets into editing.
Oh yeah.
So and on top of what you're doing already,
it's like having another
like you've
job.
got a good system going. Yeah, no, definitely.
But I think for long term, I think it's the better move, because dude, Twitch,
it really is good insurance. It really is, because you're going to continue, even when you're sleeping with YouTube content, you're going to continue to get revenue pouring in. As for Twitch, once you're offline, that's pretty much it. I mean, I've gotten offline donations before, which is insane to me, but it's happened. But it's not the norm. When you are doing YouTube, you put out a video like that's out there forever, and people can look at it whenever they want.
Yes.
It's
true.
Gaining money.
Your streams last forever. Your VODs last forever, and every single one of those is discoverable. I did a podcast, by the way, I was doing podcasts on Twitch for I've done all different kinds of them. You know, I've done D&D streams. And it's nice at the time. People get to like see them and like see there's a backlog. But as far as discoverability, it was, unless those are people that were subscribed to our Twitch channels, or, you know, following our Twitch channels, they never went anywhere. I did a Demon Slayer podcast about a month ago. It had about damn near 1,000 views by itself, which again, for a channel like mine, I don't even have 1,000 subscribers. And for like a 1 to 2 hour video, that's enormous. That never would have happened on Twitch. Twitch, you go into the podcast category, you're buried, dude. People don't give a fuck about the podcast category on Twitch, unless you already have a pre-existing audience that come to watch your specific podcast. But if a regular ass person who might even be I'm not saying I'm a good podcaster, but like, let's say Nagi, you are an incredible podcaster. You've got the gift of gab. What you say is just super interesting and compelling, and people can't wait. But you get on Twitch and you get in the podcast category, and you don't really have that big of a following. As far as discoverability is concerned, you're fucked. You will live and die at the bottom of that category unless somebody helps you lift up out of, like, by hosts or networking or whatever, or you get lucky. But it's not like that on YouTube, which is what attracts me.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right though.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, dude.
I believe I'm right there when you said this earlier about Twitch being a sinking ship. I've been saying this for years. Like, there's a Twitch staff that I had quite a few conversations with, and she's also a streamer. She does a lot of cooking stuff. She's wonderful, and she flat out gave some really good advice. You know, Twitch isn't always going to be around, you know, at some point. And I mean, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You can't do that. You need to make sure you have some insurances and some backup. Thinking of it long term, but people are so caught up on the short term of anything in their life that they don't think about, oh, this will always be here. What's the problem? No, it won't. It won't. And there's a lot of changes, even with COVID, that ended up changing, and a lot of businesses just kind of went, you know, belly up, that they couldn't evolve. So it's like those strong, smart people that are looking ahead and seeing things for what they are and paying attention. It's like, that's what you need to be doing to protect yourself. So in long term, something happens, you're not scrambling and going, oh fuck, now what do I do? I can't reach out to my community anymore. Like, I'm always trying to push people in my community. Like, dude, you guys follow me on all these other platforms. Get into my Discord. Like, if Twitch goes belly up, you don't follow this stuff. How are you supposed to know where your favorite content creators are? You need to continue to keep in contact.
Discord is big.
So there's that too. Yeah, big time.
Yeah, no, Discord is like the best way to keep track of all the people that follow you, man. All the whole community.
I think it's nice because you have the most control, and then you don't have to worry about algorithm. But people notoriously turning off Discords because of, you know, I did this when I first had a Discord, when Discord was first a thing, where the @everyone, right? We all like learned our lesson on that. You don't want to grab everybody's attention because they'll fucking mute your Discord, you guys. Okay, I save that just for my announcements and like really important messages, or when I'm going live is what I save that for. Anything else, it's like we're not gonna have that notification going.
Yeah.
But yeah, it can get annoying. We've got busy lives and so many things already. Smartphones and our jobs and our families already taking up so much of our attention. You don't want to fuck that up with your, you know, community in that regard, and have them mute your server. And they won't check it. It's going to be out of sight, out of mind at that point. So
yeah, no, don't abuse your notifications. It's just, the only thing I use it for is whenever I go live on YouTube or post. It's like a YouTube notification, right? So if you keep your YouTube notifications on, my Discord notifications are essentially that. Whenever I post a new video or whenever I'm going live, that's when the ad goes up, and nothing else though. Just that.
Everything is beeping. Yep, absolutely everything. Oh man. Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that you're definitely looking ahead. I've been looking ahead. It's just that the time has been my problem. I've got so much stuff on my plate.
Yeah, dude.
I have a friend that was going to give me information to her editor, so that might be able to, that will definitely free me up some time, so I can just record content and send it to them, and they can edit it for me.
Yeah. How much is that though?
Allocate it, right? I think he's on sliding scale, so he works with your budget. But I haven't talked to him directly yet. I'm not gonna say who, but it was some bigger female streamer that I'm friends with. I reached out to her the other day because she was wondering how I was doing. She's like, "What's going on over there?" So she's like, "Oh my God, Nagy, let me help you. Here, let me send you this person, and he'll work with you." So
Dude, do it,
Looking
man.
forward to that because that'll be helpful. And so I'm not having what you're talking about, like on my shoulders, stressing me out. Like, when is Twitch going to go belly up? When are things going to, kind of die?
Well,
I'm
dude.
just waiting.
At one point, I was looking at art streams that I had followed, like right when I got on, right when the creative community was in full swing, and there was like a really nice time on Twitch when Twitch Creative existed, where you had the Adobe channel, and Creative had its own mod team, and it was beautiful, the good times. That's what, like, right about when it all started to fall apart and become shit is when I signed on. So I showed up right as everything started going bad, and the creative team was disbanded, and then they got rid of creative as an entirety, and then Bob Ross really wasn't a thing anymore. Right around that time, right around the thing where everything started to fall apart is when I showed up. So I got to watch in real time channels that I watched, artists who I really enjoyed, go from having hundreds of viewers to these days, without saying who, these same channels barely breaking 100 viewers, if that. Like just a
big part of that
decline.
is things will never change. Things will never stay the same. Things are always going to constantly evolving. And I've seen the platform again, like I've been streaming since 2016. I saw all that stuff play out. I was one of the first people when Bob Ross was like released and announced, streaming art. And the ones that have survived are the ones that have learned how to evolve with the platform and how the content gets changed and how even the discoverability and all that stuff. It's very rare at this point as an artist, in my opinion, of any form, to just do one type of thing.
Right.
You really need to, if you want to keep growing, you've got to learn how to be a little bit of variety. Not as much as maybe myself. I took on way too much shit, but just a couple different things, because that's going to help you get more viewership in other categories that wouldn't have found you otherwise. You're going to oversaturate yourself in one category. I had this conversation with my chat, I think last night.
Really?
And
how come?
yeah. I don't know. We talk about all kinds of shit, but yeah. So it's just like you sit in one category forever. Just about everyone that's gonna follow you at some point it's gonna trickle out. You're only gonna have like a couple or X amount of people. Maybe you got a big raid and you got 20 people to follow you, but it's not gonna be the growth you need. Now, if you jump to another category even once a week or once every couple weeks, there's a big population of people that are going to that specific category. That's all they watch. They will follow you there. And once you win them over with your personality, if you have a good, presence,
Right.
then they're definitely going to watch you for your other stuff.
Sure.
And I'm seeing variety streamers are, when they used to not be popular back when you're talking about the first creative stuff, they were not popular at all. We were actually harassed if we jumped categories. Now it's like, people want to see more. They want to see your kitchen. They want to see you cooking. They want to see you outdoors, interacting with strangers. Like they want to see you do something other than whatever you usually typically do. And it's that. I think the repetition of one thing that people are like, yeah, I mean, I love you for this, but I think it also helps the streamer too. In my opinion, I would go crazy. I would go absolutely crazy if I had stuck with acrylics for the entirety of my streaming career. It would have driven me crazy. I wouldn't have dreaded to come to my stream, but I like to do a bunch of different things.
Sure.
So I think that in itself kept me happy, and that energy, that good, happy energy, was giving it back to my community. They could feel it, and they're giving it back to me. So but it's definitely like one of those evolving things that you need to do as a broadcaster. You need to recognize those things and being able to pay attention to it. And as much as I hate to say it, but the metas, for example, when they're like gamers, and you want to be good at gaming, you've got to make sure that when there's a new game coming out, that you learn about it and you play it. if you want to keep growing in the gaming community.
Yes.
So yeah, but you know, it's out there. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was long-winded.
No. Listen, that's what you said is smart. So you're talking about diversifying what you do on Twitch, which makes perfect sense. I would even elaborate on that and say that you should take that same mentality of diversifying what you do on the platform of Twitch. You should take that across social media. So like the same way you said that when you mix up, when you become a variety streamer, even if it's to a minimal degree once a week or so, you're exposing your stream to new viewers, new eyes when you go and stream from other categories, and these are new potential followers and potential community members. I would say when you jump to YouTube, but not even necessarily solely YouTube. Forget about YouTube. Maybe that's not your bag, but maybe Instagram is, maybe Twitter is, maybe TikTok. I knew a girl who she was struggling to get 10 concurrent, 20 concurrent viewers on Twitch. She had no social media following whatsoever, but she was really cute and good at dancing. She got on TikTok right at the beginning of the pandemic because I think she got fired or something. She just dived into TikTok and became really, really captivating at doing like makeup stuff and dance stuff and all kinds of like silly, hopping on weird trends on TikTok.
And that's huge for discoverability. You can grow really, really fast on there for sure.
Dude, she's at 2 million subscribers on TikTok. And her Instagram I think blew up to about 80K. And like, so like she's like, she turned that one platform into the thing that put her on the map for all kinds of new eyes, and then turn that momentum, spread it across every platform. Like she just started YouTube.
Well,
like,
who is it? Fuck, I can't remember his name. He's a comedian gamer, but he started on YouTube, and then he started doing live streams on Twitch. And I mean, he was so huge on YouTube when people found out that you could talk to him directly and move over to Twitch. Like, I mean, he goes on, and it's just like he's got thousands and thousands of viewers. But yeah, no, TikTok is a great platform to be getting into right now. And if you haven't yet, I mean, I know it's more time, but that's what everybody I've been talking to has been really trying to push me to do, is jump on that, because that's going to help you in the long run with your other content big time, and you're going to get more discoverability doing that. And yeah, not everyone is going to come follow you and watch you on Twitch, but some of them might, and they might be some really significant supporters that will financially in the long run be able to help support you streaming, continue to keep streaming full time. So it's stuff we have to think about and worry about all the time.
Definitely.
It's very exhausting. This is an exhausting job.
It is, dude.
But
like,
we love it though, Cola. We love it. We're passionate about it. Otherwise we wouldn't fucking be doing it, right?
Yeah, no.
We would not be doing it. So.
What kind of content would you put on TikTok if you had the time to?
I don't even know. I think long run, if I can get a good habit in place with it, I'd like to do some kind of blogging, like just overall, like behind the scenes with my artwork, behind the scenes with my daily struggles, going out and like just dicking around in nature with friends, just doing dumb shit. Just, I don't know, anything and everything really. Just stuff that you don't see on my stream. I think a lot of my community would really enjoy that. I had an amazing mod. He's stepped away from Twitch about a year ago for mental health reasons, but he paid for pretty much a lot when I came back to Twitch after was my last apartment that I moved into in Austin. And I was working a part-time job, just kind of so I could do some traveling and stuff, and started coming back to Twitch full time. And anyways, he Sorry, I can't remember where I'm going with this right now. I've got another thing. Sorry, Cola, I have to say, with my condition right now, when I have these big flare-ups, I get really bad mind fog. So
Oh,
it's kind of hitting me right now.
dude, my
Yeah.
whole
So
stream
I'm
is a
trying to.
mind fog. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, it just hit me at the wrong moment.
Nah, dude, listen.
Um,
We're talking about TikTok. We're talking about like content and like stuff to make. And I think, listen, you're creative and interesting and compelling enough that whatever you were to put on there, I'm sure people would love to watch because, you don't
okay,
put
now I
on.
remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I remember. So he he told me flat out. I had shared. It was before I started doing those talk show things with coolness and stuff on my stream.
Yeah.
There was one night after a body paint, we sat there and we talked about some like real life shit,
Ooh.
in depth. And he talked to me afterwards and he's like, let's get in a call. We need to talk about this. And he's like, people really, really love to hear about more like intimate things about you. Like they're actually getting to know you when you go into these conversations. And so he's like, I really think that you will have a much bigger following if you pursue this. So I think that in itself, a lot of us that admire celebrities or streamers or just like public figures in general, comedians, actors and stuff, it's nice to see their passion, right? It's nice to see like let's say Robin Williams, for example. He's amazing. He's fucking amazing as an actor. He plays great roles. We love his movies and stuff. But how many of you would just love to sit in a room with him, like one-on-one, and have just an actual normal conversation with him and get to know him? Like people would just, step all over each other.
You mean before
be able to have that opportunity?
You mean before he hung himself?
Well, we don't need to go into that. But my point is,
no, you're right. That would have been great.
Yeah.
It would have been great to pick his brain. Be like, hey, what's going on there? Before he did what he did. Don't boo me. Fucking, it's true. Hey, Nikki, hit the command, Nikki. We've got a SP command. Whenever we talk about that kind of stuff.
I think that kind of interaction has more value. It's kind of like, you're streaming a certain category. People are watching you for your art, but the people that stick around and will watch you do other things are watching you for you and your personality. So I think that's what I would want to do on TikTok, is just like all the stuff that you don't really get from me on live stream, would just a collaboration of that. I think that would be fun, but that's just a lot of time.
Dude, everything.
That's more
I was talking about this yesterday, man. I'm like, I wish I could duplicate myself into a bunch of other me's just so I could do more. Like like one part of me that would like do the commission stuff, another part of me that would do the YouTube editing, another part that would worry about the social media stuff, like posting on TikTok, posting on Instagram, taking that content and posting it on YouTube Shorts. YouTube now offers Shorts, which is essentially TikTok, the same thing as Instagram Reels. The person who posts the regular Instagram story, I post an Instagram story, at least like 10 Instagram stories a day. Like a person doing that, a person who could focus on like the quality of the live streams and like the podcast topics and all that. And the person who actually like watches TV and movies, but before the pod, like there are enough fucking hours in the day to do it all and not want to Robin Williams yourself because it's so damn stressful. So yeah.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anybody that you can delegate some of that stuff to? Because that's what you need.
I fucking wish, dude. Like, I'm too fucking poor, if I had extra money.
Not necessarily. For example, I have mods of mine that I delegate certain things to, and they do it because they want to support. And well, yeah, but we're friends, we were there for each other. And I've had people in my community offer to do certain things for my content to help me with that as well. So I mean,
Do
there's some mods that I've reached out directly because I know that, for example, they're really good with sound stuff. I wouldn't have known how to fucking set up my mixer or what mic to get or chords or how to do all the settings in OBS if it wasn't for some of my mods that were sound engineers. It's getting to know.
You ever trade their assistants for foot photos?
No, I have not.
Oh.
But I don't think anybody on my mod team
They don't want your
have
feet?
that kink.
No. Good.
No, but I know there's some people in my community that have that kink, and
really?
I think it's hilarious. I think it's one of the very
it's the most popular kink foot stuff.
It is definitely popular, and I don't shame it at all. I honestly think it's really cute and funny.
I shame it, but like in a not in a like you shouldn't do this, you're bad if you do this way. In like feet are disgusting. What's wrong with you? But also yesterday I talked about how one time I jerked off in one of those Japanese fuck toys for men, and how that was pretty cool. And I'm wondering if I should pick some more up. Like that's what I was talking about yesterday. So that's my version of sex positivity, where I make fun of you for whatever it is you're jerking off to.
Gotcha.
But I encourage it. Here, look, I got a picture of my.
I mean, that's what maybe that's what you need to see. You need to see if anybody's in your community, Cola, that you could trade.
Here a picture of my feet. I got sneakers on, but here it is, guys. Ooh la la. Foot photos.
Yeah, somebody in your community might do work for you if you send them your bare feet photos. You never know.
I can't believe Twitch banned. I can't believe Twitch banned talk about your extracurricular photography. We'll call it your off-platform extracurricular photo sessions.
Which banned what?
Well, you said you're not allowed to talk about stuff.
Nobody's allowed. Yeah, you're not supposed to openly
talk
at
about
all. You're not, or promote it, so you can't have it in your socials. For example,
it's so rude.
If you look at some of the bigger, and I never want to say names of any kind because I just don't do that. But there's some broadcasters that they'll have it in their link tree.
Yeah.
And that's like the safeguard because it's not a direct link, right?
Yeah, it's a link to a link.
On a different. So I think it's unfortunate that anybody with doing something that's not illegal, but they're doing something that, provides for themselves and for their family to live, that they have to go through so many hoops to be able to share that with their community. Even Discord. I can't remember what it was for Discord.
Wait, you can't put it on Discord either?
There was something with Discord where if you put like a text channel, for example, that had the word OnlyFans, it would deny you. But I can't remember.
Oh,
it was that.
Shit. What the fuck?
Yeah,
that's hardcore.
So it's not just Twitch, but there's quite a few platforms that are just making that it's very taboo. I know that they that platform as itself, OnlyFans, is going to start promoting more than just sex work. Let me find the thing. Somebody shared it with me the other day, but they're looking to start promoting like athletes and celebrities and stuff as well on the platform, and not just
photos.
Just the sex work stuff. Yeah. They're valued at 1 billion as it seeks investment to move away from porn. Here, I'll give you this, and then a good sir.
I've never sent you photos of my feet before. What are you talking about? Unless they were in shoes. OnlyFans seeks... Yeah, no.
So, I mean, they're trying to diversify their content because that's the thing. Like, they're going to hit a ceiling too.
Sure.
Any good company knows this. You need to, if you want to keep growing, you need to start diversifying and growing with change. so it's not any different for a broadcaster, content creator. But
It was in Discord.
dude, you're awesome. Thank you so much for letting me chat with you. I do have to get going.
Yeah, of
but,
course.
I hope you have a great rest of your stream.
This was a pleasant chat. It was nice hearing your opinion on certain things. And
I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me voice
yeah,
my opinion and stuff.
I hope you
Take
feel
care
better.
and chat. Be nice. I will. Bye, guys.
Bye, Nagi. That was nice of Nagi to swing by. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, look here. Here's a photo of my feet, you guys. Meow. Look at those. Look at those size 12 shoes, baby. Oh yeah.
500 subs. We gotta get to 500 subs. It's the only way I'm
Nagi,
committing to the stream schedule.
Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5 mystery. Why do they call them 5 mystery gift subs if it's not a mystery? Nagi gifted them, and Nagi gifted them to Dustin, Roro, Apollo, my bot, and Lycan. Thank you, Nagi. Can we get a shout out for Nagasaki? Thank you, Nagi, and thank you, Vitamins, yesterday for hanging out.
500 subs. We gotta get to 500
Thank you,
subs.
thank you, thank
It's
you.
the only way I'm committing to the stream schedule.
Thanks for shouting Nikki out. Appreciate it. I mean, Nikki,
What?
thank you for shouting Nagi out. There it is.
500 subs.
There is the English I was
we gotta
looking
get
for.
to 500 subs. It's the only way I'm committing to the stream schedule.
I'm glad Nagi's feeling better. It's a mystery who gets them. You're a mystery, Yogi. Yogi, it's a mystery who gets you. So, Nikki, when are you starting your OnlyFans? Okay, boo boo. Yogi. I did call him Yogi.
You okay? You tired?
No, I'm not tired. I'm just stupid. Meow.
Man,
Did you eat already, dog? Nikki
yeah.
dog?
When I came back, but Nagi was here. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
You could have interrupted us. We're just shit talking. I like Nagi's point of view. She's a lot nicer than I am about a lot of stuff.
Uh-huh.
It's 4 a.m. for me. Oh yeah, you're over in Eastern European, right? He's so Eastern European. Blaze Lord is. I think he says from Slovakia? No, Slovenia. And I told him about a fucking big Slovenian broad I know who scares me. Nikki, you ever hook up with a Slovenian broad?
No.
Yeah, Slovenia.
No, sir. Cannot say I have.
Hey, are your women scary all the time, Blaze Lord? Nikki, are men afraid of you?
I hope not.
What man in here do you think is most afraid of you out of everyone?
Melee.
I would say Keith.
Melee.
Why Melee? Well, that's just because he's a baby. It doesn't take much to scare a baby, Nikki.
Baby.
He's a little baby.
Little baby. That is buyer's remorse, man. I think I'm gonna cancel this.
What'd you
fucking
buy
order.
that makes you so remorseful?
I got the new Cricut bundle and a
Cricut?
heating press.
What the fuck is Cricut?
Yeah. And you make all that stuff with it.
What's a Cricut?
What? Are you for real? For real?
Yeah, what the fuck? What, guys, what's a Cricut?
If you sent me a file somehow, I don't know, I'm still learning. I could print it. I would have to get another printer. But like you'd like create stuff with it. I don't know. No, it's not that. It's spelled. I hate the way it's spelled. It's just, well, it's a machine.
It's sexy. It's a sexy thing.
No.
You put your vagina in it.
Nope. Lexi. Oh no, they already packaged everything. Ah.
Cricut cut. Oh, is it like an arts and crafts thing?
Yeah.
Oh, is this like a lady?
Explain it.
Is this like ladies do arts and crafts?
Well, I mean, like, I guess if only ladies do it, it's not really,
Only ladies
you
do
know.
it. I'm sorry, ladies and homosexual men. But yeah, it's an arts and crafts
Okay.
ladies thing.
Well, I can pretty much customize and create my own designs and print it out and
What's up,
put it
Decoy?
on. By the way, mugs, pillows, blankets, t-shirts, hats, all this stuff I can do.
What's up, Jess?
So I'm hoping that I really have been wanting to make my own mugs, you know?
What are you gonna put on those mugs, Nikki?
I don't know. Well, I think to start I'm gonna have to do some commissions because I'm not really creative with my art because I mean I can do quotes and stuff, but anybody can do quotes, you know?
Yeah.
But if I just like buy my own type of design from like you or Bellatrix, you know what I mean? Just to get like other types of art there, and then here I go.
And then
Cunt.
what if you start doing stuff with your feet? People would
Well,
love
then
that,
I
dude.
guess
Keith
I'll be
would love to
making more
buy
money.
stuff of your feet, Nikki. Your
I've thought about it.
little
I
Latina
look up
feet.
the website for it. People pay good money. Little these I wish I had little feet.
You got big old fat Puerto Rican toes? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Yeah. Got the Flintstones, man.
I don't know if Keith is gonna like that as much.
They look better when I'm not stepping down because I fucked up my a couple of years ago. I pretty much like
Hey, what's
I don't
up,
have an
Lex?
arch. So
I legit only know two dudes that have one, both gay. Explain, Mike. Wait, you know, guys, you know two men that have the cricket.
oh man. Oh well. I guess I should keep it. Why are there two on here? Oh, it's the same order. I about had a heart attack. Like, I didn't buy two of these. Get out of here.
Lex, I can't tell if you're joking or not. Lexi Cakes. Oh, Lexi. Lex, you fucking animal, you. Welcome back, buddy.
Lex.
Lexapro is what they call him on the streets. Dead serious.
Ooh.
What do you-
I hate myself.
Wait, what are you woofing about?
Man, I just like I've been wanting to do this, but it's just so expensive.
How expensive is it?
Oh, hold on, I'm in the wrong email.
And yeah, hey Jess, thank you for the... Oh, what's this? Mr. Doodle! Mr. Doodle! Thank you so much for the sub, baby. Baby, Doodle, you've done it again. Doodle cakes.
Doodle, doodle.
What's expensive? Hey Wilderness. Well, Nikki is getting into some lesbian style arts and crafts. No, I'm
There
kidding.
we go.
Not lesbian style. Lesbians don't do arts and crafts. Yeah, no, Nikki wants to make t-shirts out of her feet. So she got something called a cricket.
Out of my feet. So I'm gonna cut my skin.
No. You're gonna be selling t-shirts. What are you, Army Hammer? No. Nikki's
You're the one that said it.
Nikki's gonna be taking photos of her feet, her little sausage toes, and she's gonna be putting them on t-shirts for people to enjoy. And she's gonna use it. She's gonna use a cricket for it all.
I don't know if this shows any in my information, so I really hope not. If I send a link from my Amazon account, it can't like view my address or anything, right? Because they'll just take the other person to like their account.
I have no idea.
Maybe I can view this photo instead and not. Here we go. Open image in new tab. Perfect. Now I don't have to dox myself.
I was actually going to buy a cricket. That's what I said. I said crickets are for women and gay men. And you are a woman.
Yeah, I guess this is the new thing. So, yeah, I heard about the silhouette too. I wasn't sure. I'm so conflicted. I have buyer's remorse.
Hey, Rump and Dump.
But this bundle has a lot of stuff, man.
Your bundle.
Bundle of joy. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Hey, Nikki, when was the last time you think Yoji jerked off?
Father's Day.
Sunday?
Sunday.
Well, you think Yoji got off, hung up the phone with his dad, and was just like, ugh, I gotta fucking...
Ew, I didn't go like that far.
I need to relax. This is stressful. This is stressful for Yoji. I gotta unwind.
I didn't say it, Yoji.
Listen, first off, she said Father's Day. I did not. But I said... Life is stressful. That's exactly right, Yoj. That's why I'm saying you gotta unwind. Yeah, Yoji unzips.
Yeah, wilderness.
Yoji unzips and he's like, Daddy needs to relax. It's daddy time.
Oh my god. Make your own stickers. I heard that was really easy. I mean, you can do it on like web pages, other companies and stuff, but it just seems so interesting to like make your own.
Robin Dunn.
But like, what?
Wait, you can make your own stickers?
Yeah.
Ooh. I wouldn't mind making my own stickers.
You can make your own. Oh my god, Wilderness, help me out. I can't like. You can make so many things. Yeah, that's true. You can make so many things with these machines. It's insane.
No, I wouldn't want to do. It's so much work, dude. Like I could make my own zines. I've like I've got enough stuff here to make my own handmade zines, but it's so much work, dude. Formatting the book, getting the pages printed just right, stapling them together, packing them up to ship. It's a lot, man. The whole shebang.
I know. I'm really trying to make sure I did the right.
Stickers are pretty easy. You know what? If I leaned into the convention thing full kilt again. Yeah, if I went back into the convention game again, I would definitely try it. Maybe doing my own stickers, selling them cheap. I don't even know what kind of stickers I would make. They have to be fan art stickers.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a convention. Nope.
Well, only because I don't want to, like, I don't want to do packaging. I don't want to do shipping. There's a reason why I stopped. The only time I do custom prints is on here. I stopped ordering. Like now, if you want a t-shirt or a print of mine, that's all outsourced to Imprint, man. Let them fucking do all that shit, dude. It's too much, man. It's too time consuming. As much as I enjoy.
Well, you do a lot too. Like, I could, you know how you called me a hobbyist? Is that the right word?
Yes.
I find myself accurately correct. I like to dabble in so many different things. And I think that's just really where like I'm creative and doing many different things, right? So I'm like, okay. I'm like, I suck at drawing, but I'm not putting the effort into it. But there's just like I can see other ideas that I'm like, that would look really cool on a cup, or you know, I want like those like big toasts, like a weekender bag that you can add something on there or something. People pay for that shit.
They do. People love that stuff.
It's all over.
What is the good price to sell stickers? Honestly, a small sticker, 2 inches, maybe 2 or 3 inches sticker. Sell one of those sell them for like $1. Sell them for like $1 a pop. Make them yourself. So buy the sticker. So like you should have a printer. Like I have a printer that makes prints. So like
I'm looking at a
So I've got a printer. It makes prints like this. So I've got a good printer that does like high quality prints. You should have a printer like that in your house. Hopefully one with a continuous ink system as well, so you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for ink. Yeah, sublimation ink.
Epson.
Sublimation ink if you're gonna be printing on stuff, on items. Non-sublimation if you're going to be printing on paper, because non-sublimation ink is duller, but it's thicker. However, if you're going to be doing stickers, you don't worry about sublimation ink. Just worry about getting it on the sticker paper itself, and then you print those out, and then you use one of those auto cutter things that auto cuts the sticker off the paper for you. And you just fucking print, and then it'll reduce the cost of the stickers. It'll reduce the cost of the stickers to like pennies. Matter of fact, honestly, dude, that print that I showed you, that print cost me about 25 cents. All said and done, 25 cents to make. Not including shipping and handling and all that. Shipping and handling is at a fucking arm and a leg, right? So like that's what costs the most. But just to print it out, about 25 cents for me. Because my ink I buy in bulk and I buy it cheap. Printer's already been paid for. The paper I buy in bulk and I buy cheap. So I don't charge that much for a print. I might charge $15-20 for the print for a large print, $10 for a small one, or maybe I might put that up. Might be 15 and 30. Nice looking print, by the way. What printer you got? I have an old. I don't think they make it anymore. I've got an Epson 1430. But the reason why I got the Epson 1430 is because it's reliable, and also it allowed me to open it up and tinker with it inside, and and add a ink system to it so the ink can be cheap. You're on Etsy? Yeah, so like my friend sold stickers for $1 a pop at cons. And he would sell so many fucking stickers, dude. At the end of the con, he would have thousands of dollars in sticker sales alone. Now, the stickers were all fan art. But it was easy peasy. Because what he did was he made kid-friendly fan art stuff. So he did lots of chibi stuff. So chibi stuff works with everything. So like maybe you're fucking super into Tanjiro. Maybe it's Deku. Maybe that's who you fucking chibi up, right? Or maybe it's Loki. Maybe it's Thor. Maybe it's baby Black Widow, right? Whatever it is, right? You just have to got the chibi version of that. Make a sticker of it. Charge $1. A kid walks over to your convention table. Kid's got $1. Everybody's got $1. That $1 adds up. Those bucks just keep coming. Everybody that rolls by has got $1 in their pocket, and they give that $1 to you. So that's how he did it. He worked in bulk, and something that cost him a few cents to make, it costs him 5 cents to make. You pay $1 for it, dude. All that profit, it might seem cheap, but it adds up. As far as Etsy's concerned, though, Etsy's a nightmare because of Shipping and handling, man.
I hear their prices are outrageous to have your own store. Like, you wouldn't be making that much of a profit.
Etsy sucks now. What sucks about it? I'm not regularly on there, so I'm out of the loop, baby. But you can look at the price and reduce by a good chunk. It's all drop shippers and ripped content. Oh, drop shipping is isn't that just outsourcing? Their fees drive up the actual price of stickers.
Mm-hmm.
It's all from China. Oh, I see. So the Chinese decided to capitalize on Etsy. That makes sense.
Could have just brought a candle maker.
Yeah, just treat Etsy like the Amazon Marketplace.
Ooh, holy crap.
You know, I bought a t-shirt from Etsy a while back and I fucking love it though. Like it's very clearly, I think, from China. Like I got that level of, you know, that was the price I paid and that was the quality of product I got back. But fuck off, I don't fucking love that t-shirt, dude. They went public and their board is demanding they make money. More like Wish. Wish.com. Nikki Butt.
Yes.
Nikki Butt.
What?
I'm glad you don't have any mental illness, Nikki. Right? You're not on like chronic medication for mental illness. Unless you are. Have you been lying to us this whole time?
No. No, I just go in waves with my my moods and all that shit, you know, because of the hormones and shit.
Oh yeah, that's right, dude. You got that PCOS, man.
Yeah, buddy.
You got pussy cysts ovarian syndrome.
That's not. Oh, you.
So are you saying Etsy is a wash wilderness? Hey,
Rump,
wilderness.
you have
Anybody?
it too?
Wait, what? What happened? Who did what now?
Rump says that they have it too.
Oh, what? You've got PCOS, Rump? You got pussy cysts ovarian syndrome? Dude, pussy cysts are so hot right now, Nikki. Nikki had it before it was cool, though. Nikki's hormones were making her crazy and growing disgusting body hair way before it was cool. Tell him, Nikki.
Accurate. Yeah, it's brutal. That's why I'm bouncing back in and out of Twitch, man. I just can't seem to like bring that same energy I used to. I'm like going on a fucking roller coaster these days.
That's why, dude, that's why Wilderness is glad she doesn't have ovaries.
Well.
Polycystic ovarian syndrome is pretty common. I have it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not rare. It's not rare, but it fucking blows.
Nikki, you ever have anybody say they want to chew on your pussy cysts?
Oh god. Like tapioca?
Yeah, dude, like bubble tea.
Ooh, run.
I got that double whammy. I got PCOS
so
and endo.
sorry.
Oh, endo, dude. That's when you get your period and it makes you want to kill yourself, right? Because it's fucking so painful.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry. It's like having barbed wire all wrapped around your
Damn, yo.
Inside.
What god did you infuriate, Rump and Dump?
Fuck that god. Yeah, me too. I'm so sorry.
Alright, hey, listen, Rump Dump, I want you to be honest with me. Do you deserve it at all? Did you do bad things? Is this earned?
Get out of here.
Endo sucks from what I've heard. My friend talk about it. Yeah, dudes don't get that stuff. You just get well, you just get testicular cancer, or you get testicular cancer, or you get prostate cancer, and then you die, or you live and you can't get erections for the rest of your life. It was completely accidental. That 0.1% of germs that Lysol couldn't kill. I'd say endo is one of the worst you can get because it's misery every month. Just sheer agony. Nikki, it's not funny. Stop laughing.
I didn't laugh. Did not laugh.
It's a lower back pain you feel down to your knees. Oh, God. Also, sex is agony. Wait, Frumpy, you can't have sex either? Oh, that's torture. Wilderness, when was the last time you got laid? Hey, Nikki, when was the last time you think Wilderness got a taste of that coochie? That sweet coochie. It's been a while. Really? Since oh, boo. Why would you get into a long distance relationship? You couldn't find somebody close by to bang?
No, they are.
Those generally only work if somebody moves.
What's that mean?
Or maybe if you're in an open relationship, maybe those work better.
Come here, Google. Oh. Somebody. Oof. Oof. Look at all of these. Oh my god, this is adorable. Oops, wrong one. Typing.
No flying. It could. It just happened. We clicked really well. How'd you meet this person? Long distance is cool sometimes because you get to talk a lot more and get to know each other. Ugh. Ugh. Disgusting. Who wants to talk more and not sex? Talk more? No sex? Just describe my nightmare, Pink.
This is a nightmare!
I travel for sex. I met her through Reddit, a BDSM subreddit. Sub indeed. Sub indeed. Did you know that she was cute? Like, did you have any inclination that she was attractive? Because, like, what happens if you meet somebody in a sub in the, you know, BDSM Reddit, and it turns out that they're fucking gross looking? Like, you know, you're like, oh man, this person's saying all the right sex stuff. Oh baby. And then they're like, oh, let me see what you look like. And you're like, ooh, oh my goodness, I wish I hadn't asked. And then you ghost them. And you're like, oof, say less. And you just stop communicating. That's what you do, right, Nikki? We video chatted pretty quick. Oh man, but that could be a nightmare, man. Like if you Because then you're stuck, dude. Like, you get into the video chat, and then you get a look at them, and then you're just like, ugh, oh, get me out of here. Oh, sorry, gotta go. Oh, I think I've got to, oh, you know what? I've got some overdue library books. I gotta run.
Okay. Oh. Dork. Hi, Eric.
What's news?
Hello.
Nikki.
Hello,
Long time
Mr.
no talk.
Yeah, or tweet.
Oh, darn it.
Oh, darn.
Hello, Mr.
I
Eric.
have faith. There are few responsibilities, and at least I could keep up with the tweeting. Can I tell you, outside of the fact that Twitter is, although I'm coming to the realization that Twitter isn't that powerful of a promotional tool.
Twitter is for people to scream at each other while not listening, I believe. That's why I've seen it used. I've seen it be used for that more so than anything else.
Promotional stuff? Yeah, I guess so.
So wait, what's going on
If it
with
wasn't for the fact that I've somehow convinced myself that Twitter is a good idea to get the word out about my project, and then obviously keep people aware of it, I wouldn't even be on there. But then that doesn't really hold up because Twitter's not that great of a promotional tool.
Which you think is the better promotional tool of the social media?
Oh, dude, yeah. Can I? Oh, of the social media.
Yeah.
Instagram maybe, Facebook, and unfortunately still.
Facebook, really?
I don't know. The best thing you can really do is establish a mailing list on your own.
Oh yeah, just get right on it.
Yeah.
My Discord has become what I use, like the best way to just grab people, be like, hey, hello.
Yeah. You've got a pretty good community in there.
It's fun. It's fun, and it's nice that the Discord community it's reached a size where everybody can just do their own thing. There have been weekends where I'm not on Discord at all, and I come back and I've got to catch up with all the messages that I missed. Sometimes I can't because there's just been too many.
A lot.
You must be busy, Nikki. I rarely see you on there anymore. Did you just leave to just say F that place?
No. Just been trying to pick up more hours at work. Work.
You're one of them responsible adult types.
Oh, it's so hard now. I'm hoping by August it'll get better, but it's been pretty tough.
Poor Nikki. Nikki, I thought you were bailing on your job, looking for new work.
I have been. No, I'm bailing. We're still working, but I've been in the hunt. Tough. It is tough.
Nikki, they don't appreciate you over there? Nicole?
Anybody who would want to hear, what do you do? I get all my work done. It's very slow. I prop up my iPad to watch a movie or two until I clock out. You get paid to sit at home and watch movies. Yeah, it's cool, I guess. But I'd like to make more money to help out with my home,
Right. You'd rather actually have a job where you do things and get better pay than
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. If you're going to be dedicating your time, might as well.
Yeah, it's all this whirlwind of people hiring and stuff, and it's like, we'll start you off at this, and I was like, fuck out of here. I have almost 10 years experience here, and you want to start me off lower? I'll just stay where I'm at, You get these recruiters and stuff trying to get you, and it's like they go with the one person that the employers are more interested in because they don't mind taking a lower pay. And that's just because they're probably more unhappy, I'm not unhappy here. It's just Everybody can use more money to stay afloat.
What's up? Hey, Kennedy, man.
Hey, Michael.
You, is this like, are we doing this like our warm up?
Yeah. Yeah, this is just me hanging out with you so I can kind of get the vocal cords going.
This is good. You know, before stream, I used to do that. I used to try to have a conversation with the lady or just talk aloud. Back in the beginning.
I mean, talk loud.
Back in the beginning, because like, you know, there'd be some days where I just wouldn't really speak. You know, like, you know, especially if like the lady isn't around for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I would just like, I didn't realize it at the time, but there would be hours and days in silence. You know, if I didn't have to go to the grocery store, if I didn't have to like interact with anybody.
Oh, I see.
Like it would just be like no interaction with other people means silence. So I was essentially not using my voice, living like a monk more or less. So when I first started streaming, I would have to kind of like switch that gear on my brain to like, hey, be human now. Speak like you would to other people versus like just like living in quiet solitude.
I gotta move the mic to the opposite side of the table.
You or me?
Because I just realized I'm left-handed and this thing is hovering right above my left hand. And once in a while, when you hear this is me popping it with an Apple Pencil.
Oh shit!
I gotta move it. Yeah, this is so optimal.
I like my mic by my left arm.
How come?
I don't know. I feel like this is like.
Hey, let me see. Where's your mic at?
So my mic is like right in the crook. Here, let me fucking.
Well, it's right in front of you, right?
My mic is in the front of me. It's in the crook of my shoulder, but like it's not in the danger zone. So like my arting.
What are you doing? Are you drawing around it?
So actually, it's kind of like if you put your arm on the desk, right? If you lay your arm flat, it's almost like the microphone is in the crook of my arm, as if it's a lover who's like I've got my arm around. So like the mic is like close to
you could use any other fucking analogy. Is what I'm saying.
Mike, I got my arm. It's like we're on a date. Shh. Hey baby. Shh.
Okay, look. I'm sending you the photo now, and you can bring it up if you want to. But look at this thing.
Oh, dude, I fucking love your setup, dude. It's so cool. Hang on. I shall show this off to the people. Well, let me just make sure that. I'm zooming in. Let me make sure I don't see any here.
Yeah, I'm just making sure there's nothing on there.
There's no privates. I see you're on a Macintosh. I see you've got music by Tiger Blood.
That's one of those DMCA free music that I'm getting from Epidemic Sound.
Yeah.
That I'm paying a subscription for.
Yeah, no. I see your Arc temp folders. Nothing too crazy in there. No secrets that I can see. Safe. All right, yeah, so, okay, yeah, no, your microphone is like right in the, I wouldn't be able to have my microphone there. So it's almost like your microphone is like, it's hovering above your arm. Yeah, no, you're asking for it. Yeah, no, where my microphone would be, actually, if my microphone probably
your microphone is standing on a stand independent of your desk, right?
That's right. That's why it's so close to me.
Yeah.
And yeah, so like, but like, no, you're right.
Keyboard.
Where's my keyboard?
What's that?
Not you, Eric.
My keyboard tracks. There's a separate camera on the computer that tracks my eyes, so there's like a virtual keyboard, and I type with my eyeballs.
That is amazing. Look at you go.
No, that's a lie. That's a big fat lie.
How'd you just pick that up, dude?
What? I replied in sarcasm. Both of you guys suck.
Lies.
Get out of here. It looks really pretty.
Aesthetically pleasing. You know, I like that you've got all the lights. Like it looks
so clean.
It's perfect for. Is that? Or hey, are those sound? What the fuck? Like nullifiers? Like what do you call that? The soundproofing. Is that what that?
Oh yeah, on
the far
in front.
Yeah, in the far wall.
On the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's to keep the It's to keep the reverb anytime I'm doing a voiceover. It's to keep the reverb from bouncing back and hitting the back part of the microphone.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
On top of the reverb, like you see on the right, on the desk, there's already like a cowling around the other microphone.
Yes, I see that. What's the other microphone for?
Whenever I'm doing voiceover stuff.
Cool.
Because it's a better microphone.
I like it. It's professional.
I'm trying to keep it as clean as possible.
It does. It looks very clean.
Eric, you've seen my setup, right?
No, let's see it.
It's trash. No, I'm just kidding.
Your mama's trash.
How dare you?
How dare you be so brave and do so nice.
All right, you guys are going to see my nasty Huel drink.
Is it curdling? Or
Curdling?
separating?
It's so nasty.
It does not curdle. How dare you? All right, here we go. Let's see it. Oh, baby.
What are you doing with your webcam? Oh, you're doing it live.
So I got...
That's a huge desktop space, man. That's pretty sweet.
Yep,
Look at those buttons.
says the guy who helped pay for it.
No, I'm saying like you have so much desktop space.
I know, actually, here, I keep here clean. Like, I keep this whole area clean for drawing.
Yeah.
If need be.
Eric.
Okay.
Let me see. So, look, check it out. Screen 1, Screen 2, Screen 3,
That's
Screen
too
4,
many. That's too many.
Screen 5, Camera,
That's
Screen
too many.
6,
Oh my gosh.
Screen 7,
That's
baby.
a lot of screens.
And then I've got my
How
paraphernalia.
much power? How
Knobs,
much
knobs,
power are you
knobs.
pulling out of the wall, yo?
Too much.
For real.
Knobs, 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 knobs. Buttons, 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 buttons.
Gross.
There she
Oh,
is.
look at your first
Oh my
one.
gosh, you got like multiple stream decks? You're so lame.
How dare you?
Nikki got me that one.
I got them both.
So
Do you want to see the? Hey, do you want to see the messy part of my room?
No.
All
Okay.
right. All right, you'll never know. Then.
Under your desk? Are they? Is it the cords? Cause oh man, I can't.
No, no,
imagine.
no.
Your
here.
cable management must be hell.
Oof.
Yeah, it's pretty rough back there. But no,
Oof.
the floor is pretty empty.
Oh, all right. Look at that. That mic is on a stand by itself.
By
Do you
itself.
not sit down?
Talented.
Do you not sit down when you stream? Not anymore.
Never stream. I never stream sitting down. Also helps to keep my energy up.
Ever?
No, you'll never catch me sitting down on a stream. When I sit down, it's like party, because like I would sit down, I would get comfy. It's like, oh, it's comfy time because of this awesome chair. I'd be like, ooh, it's time to get cozy, time to get comfy, time to relax.
Time.
It's the way he said it. Did you hear that, Nikki?
Yeah, I did.
It's comfy time.
It is, dude. It's fucking chillax time. Those lights remind me of product shoot ones. Yeah, I'm the product. I need all the lighting, dude, to help make this face somewhat representable. You know, somewhat presentable.
Do you have a? Where's your lighting above you? Is that the Is that like what is it? That fill light that's right above you, Mike?
Yeah, so I've got my fill light here. I've got an edge light behind me that helps pop my. So like you see, like my shoulders and all that, like the shoulders, top of my head.
Yeah.
That's this guy here. And actually, I used to think like that. This doesn't make much of a difference, but then I shut it off, and I
No, it makes total difference.
It's like
total difference.
it's like fucking night and day.
Yeah,
It's-
absolutely.
Might need to lower it a little bit, but like, and then I've got one.
No, it's
I've got
fine.
I've got one lighting
That's
my
fine.
face on the left, and then one lighting my face on the right. And
It's
I
not too obnoxious. Hey, look at your fucking gun. Did you see that, Nikki? Look at this guy. With this
no
fucking-
definition, body fat.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh,
It's
yeah,
coming.
fat arms.
It's coming. Anyway, how many lights do you have total?
3.5. I've got like a baby fill that like just like kind of oomps a little bit because I could shut it off, but if I shut it off, it gets real dramatic and intense. Like it's like this is like hardcore. Like And even if I increase the edge lighting, it just makes it really extreme. So I've got kind of like a softer light that just kind of like adds. Let's see.
What's your electric bill look like?
I think it's about like $100.
Decent?
100-ish bucks. It's only an apartment. And I shut all this stuff down afterwards, all of it. So like the lights in the background, shut off, all these lights are off. I've got a single like LED lamp that stays on for the most part.
All right, listen, I don't want to bump this microphone one more time before I shoot. So I'll be back. I'm going to move it to the other side.
Move it.
Give me like 5-10 minutes. I'll be back.
His power company probably thinks he's running a Bitcoin farm. I don't know how you drink Huel, Mike. My roommate drinks it and it's gross. I know it's thick, it's chunky, it's viscous, but it's actually, I'm pretty sure Huel is one of the reasons why I lost 20 some odd pounds. It replaces this in my protein shake, replace a whole ass meal. Nikki, you like that your stream deck is like right here in the mix?
Yeah. Look at that pretty thing.
Guys, what do you think of my desk setup though? Is it fucking over the top? It's crazy. Do you see how many screens
That's a
I
lot
have?
of screens, man. That's like, how do you? Ooh. You just like no. What's your baby iPad for? Or I guess don't go in order, but you need 7 screens for what? Lay them on us. Title them. You got chat, right?
Chat's on one. My monitor is on another one. Right, so I actually see my face in art to see. I see what you guys see, and I need to see what you guys see to make sure everything is on the up and up. I have my Spotify and my YouTube playlist on this. I have my tablet as the third screen. Let me just fucking show you guys.
Sorry, I didn't know you had 7 screens.
Let's do the breakdown. Have you tried Soylent? No. What's up, Silverinity? Do I know you? It seems like a new name. I don't recognize it. And if you have been here and I just didn't recognize your name, apologies. I am quite stupid. So, the Spotify is there.
Just in case you're new.
This is my monitor to see what you guys see. This little tablet here is just, just to make sure that let's just make sure that I'm live. This one is
That's
actually
for YouTube, though.
This one is actually on my YouTube now, but usually I have it on my Instagram so I could film the hey guys, I'm still live. This is for YouTube, but also for other stuff. So like maybe I want to Google something and show you guys. So like this is the showing the stream screen. So like whenever I pull up an article or whatever, this is what we look at together. And this is just the Discord. So like this is a private conversation that I'm having with the boys. But yeah. And that's so like every screen has got a purpose. Even if the purpose is stupid. But here.
I mean,
so like here, maybe I want to post a Instagram video. Somebody just sent me a post. Maybe I want to post an Instagram video, so I got my Instagram over here just to look at, but to not be a distraction. Nah, I'm new. How'd you find this stream? And I've never tried Soylent, but I'd be down to try Soylent. I just like Huel because it's cheap. It ends up being like $2 or $3 a meal. And it's easy because I do it automatically. Like I wake up and I make my Huel and I make my protein shake. And then I know that that's going to be part of my meals for the day. And then generally I have like one other meal and maybe like a half a meal. And then that's my intake. That's like my whole caloric intake for the day. So it's like, it removes a lot of choice, which is good for me because the more choice I have, the more choice that I have, it's not good because it gives me the more options I have to fuck it all up. My roommate has been gaining weight on it. I don't think he's supposed to drink as much of it as he does. Yeah, dude, how much is he drinking, dude? You're only supposed to have, I think, 3 of those a day and not anything else if that's how much you're having.
Right. He's not like eating and drinking it, right? Because that defeats the purpose.
Yeah, no, dude. Like if he's eating like full ass meals and he's having the Huel, you will absolutely put on weight doing that.
Yep.
Like you choose one or the other, baby. I was browsing the art category. Awesome. I saw that you were drawing on Procreate. I am
This is the best pussy I've ever tasted.
trying to see how you stream Procreate. Teehee. Soylent is similar to Huel. Not sure the details. It's good. Again, if you're somebody like me, who struggles with choosing the wrong thing, then Huel is good. Because like I said, or if you're good at pre-planning meals, I mean, if you're really good at it, like every Sunday or Wednesday or Monday, whatever your favorite day is, you sit down and for a couple hours you make the meals that you're going to be eating for the rest of the week. So when it's like, oh, I'm hungry, should I order food, or should I get or should I eat the bad food, or should I buy frozen food? Like all those shitty choices that you make when you make your own food, they're not nearly as tempting because you're like, okay, I've got to eat this rice that I made, I got to eat these sweet potatoes, I got to eat this, chopped meat or fucking salmon or whatever it is that you made. Like, no, let me just heat that up and make it. I pre-cook all my breakfasts and lunches. See, that's really good. I'm too lazy to do that. I'm too lazy and I don't want to be bothered to pre-cook my meals. So that's why I got Huel.
I hate meal planning.
Yeah, Huel is my version of meal planning in that I don't meal plan. Then only dinner is the thing. Yeah, same. Dinner for me is the only meal that I worry about primarily.
I'm gonna head out.
All right, that's working now. Okay.
Yeah, it is. Hang on, I want to pee before we get to it, Eric.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna start setting up on this side because I only got about 4 minutes.
Yeah,
I'll
go.
talk to you later.
Eric, I hope you have
set
a
up.
great stream.
Thanks, Nikki. It's always nice hearing from you. Hope you have a great evening.
You as well.
Bye.
You too. I just hit my finger. Good night, Evo. Ow.
Good night, Nicole. Good night, Nicole. All right, I'm gonna take a 5-minute pee break, and then we're gonna do a podcast with Eric right after this. Don't go anywhere. You guys should take a pee break too.
Bang, bang, you're the best.
Check 1 2, check 1 2, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. Hello.
I'm gonna turn you up because you seem awful low, baby.
Turn me up. What's up, everybody?
You are turned up. This is the Maverick to my Goose. The Orlando Bloom to my little dwarf from Lord of the Rings. What person are you to me, Mike?
I'm the
You are the Danny DeVito to my Michelle Pfeiffer. I'm making a Batman Returns reference.
Oh no, I'm the Danny DeVito to your Schwarzenegger.
I think it's the other way, buddy. All right, what are we talking about today?
What's that
good to talk about?
What was that Frank Cho thing that Dave dropped in our chat?
I don't know. Dave's a kooky dude. Dave finds the most innocuous things. I'm like, guys, this is relevant.
Hey, Dave fucking Tranit's in the chat. What's up, Donald? What's up, William? What's up, Luca? What's up, Kenise? What's up, JK? What's up, everybody? Hello, hello.
All right, did I say hey to everybody? Yes. It's a self-portrait, a big, dumb, fat head monkey. The coolest is all good. Thank you so much. Kenise, how are you? Good evening. William, how are you? What's up, Kennedy? That sounds like some nice, crunchy fuzz. Thank you. All right, I can draw. If we're not talking about anything in specific. I just saw something recent. Oh, did you know that, hey Deviant, how are you? Good evening. Did you know that Warren Ellis is finally starting to write comics again?
Oh, shit, really? I didn't know that.
I hope he is. I think the talk is right now that him and Ben Templesmith are going to be doing something again.
Dude, I love Templesmith.
Here's the annoying part. I do too, man. That guy, and the best part about Templesmith is that he's just leveled up craft. In the times that I'd known him, he was a bit, I don't want to say cartoonish, but definitely 30 Days of Night back in the day, right? And that feels like ages ago. But what he's doing now, he's sort of rounded off a lot of rough edges with his work. He's amazing. Anyway, they're back to making comics again, which is encouraging.
Good. Yeah, no, that is encouraging. Because,
Hey, is the good Eric Bonhomme in your chat? Because he's in my chat, dude.
Our beautiful chocolate cowboy, Eric Bonhomme.
Yeah.
I don't know where listen, he's elusive. He's hard to
No. He's in my chat, baby.
Listen, man, who knows how long he'll stay there for.
Oh, that's true.
He migrates.
He's very aloof.
Yeah, he is.
He's wherever his arousals take him.
Let's see.
Which storage iPad am I using? I don't remember. I gotta be perfectly honest with you. But it was the previous model, pre-M1 chip. So probably the highest end one. As far as when it's still on the previous chip.
Is that Michael's voice I'm hearing? Says
Michael's
Deviant
voice I'm hearing. Yes, it is. You wished for it, and now that it's here. IBI, how are you? Good evening. Hope he does more Cemetery Beach with Jason Howard. I don't know that title. Is it any good? I'm way behind. In as far as my comics are concerned. I was on a weekend sort of comics roundup this Saturday, Mike. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that.
There's a YouTube channel called Thinking Critical. It's done by Wes. Amazing guy, freaking hilarious, and really super informative. I like the energy that guy gives out because it comes from a really enthusiastic place. When it comes to the channel is called Thinking Critical, and the energy that it comes off is like he loves comics, obviously, and he just reviews them. You know, and it's not coming from, I don't believe that it's coming from like a harsh, critical place. He likes what he likes, and there was a good amount of subject matters that we talked about, so much so that he gave me a list pre-show, or actually a couple of days before the show, and I'm so behind on current comic book topics that I had to look it up, like a bunch of the stuff that he was talking about, you know?
Oh, wow. Okay. I feel like I'd be in the same boat.
What's great is that, yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you have your finger on the pulse more than I do. So anyway, I had to look the thing up, all the stuff, and I still have my notes here. So maybe I can backtrack a few.
Yeah,
and
drop
then
it.
I can talk about it.
Let's see.
Okay, so one of the things that he talked about, right, is the idea of all of it. This was last week, so this is already, you know, as far as like long-term, short-term memory of like the comic book public, this is already like this is bygone already, right? Nobody even remembers talking about this. It was all of like
ancient
4
news.
days ago. Yeah, exactly. It's ancient. Yeah. They were talking about the topic of the week last week. I don't know if you recall, was all the piracy of comics.
Oh my God, I forgot. Yeah.
Do you remember that? See, the fact that you can't even remember, the fact that you had to go like, oh.
Yes,
you know?
correct. Piracy.
But piracy was a big deal.
Last week,
and
yes.
My opinion was that the reason why piracy comes up and people sit there and be like, oh, these are, I mean, they make it emotional all the time. And he was talking specifically about Eric Larson's post, basically saying, hey, people are working really, really hard and you're taking money out of their pocket by stealing. And in a way, I don't disagree with him, but to what extent, he has no idea, you know? Nobody does.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody knows that just because it's out in the high seas, that just because somebody's downloading or pirating it, that it's literally like, is it taking 10 cents out of some guy's mouth? Is it taking $500 out of some guy's mouth? But I think at its core, I believe in what he's saying, right? So it's multiple parts. First, the only reason these guys have such a fit when it comes to piracy and make the conversation emotional, like, hey, you're taking money out of blah, 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 blah's mouth, right? Is because your fucking industry is busted.
It's fucking failing. Yeah, the walls are crumbling around you, and you're looking to point the finger.
Right. And you guys had multiple years to work on it, to make sure that at the very least it's a successful endeavor across the board. And it's not to say you're going to help everybody, but at the very least, you guys are at the front, and by you guys, I mean like mainstream publishing. You guys are at the front end of what's considered to be Western publishing, or Western comic book publishing, you know? And I remember talking to Perch. Have you ever listened to Perch's channel before?
I have. I've caught a few of Perch's streams or
Great
channel.
Guy.
Yeah.
Great guy. I like his insights. There's plenty of things that I don't necessarily agree with. Yeah, but for the most part, level-headed, really straight. I believe that he's a straight shooter. You know.
Agreed.
And I remember talking to him when he brought me onto his channel, just offline, like in the green room, so to speak.
Yes.
And he was talking to me about how years and years ago, Japan had started to set up the infrastructure of what it meant to read their manga on mobile. Now, this was in a day and age of like flip phones. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
Like,
yeah.
So to say that it was suboptimal, to say that it was not the best sort of reading experience, audience experience, is giving it to way more credit, right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
But here's the thing. The people in that space, the people who actually cared about the business of publishing, thought to themselves, we'd better get on this now and learn how to do this well. Because right now, the technology isn't good enough for us to have a pretty seamless experience when it comes to the reading audience. Things are like, I mean, come on, flip phone screen technology, everything was like dot matrix almost.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Awful.
Yeah,
awful.
It's like reading a comic book on a Game Boy.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. You might as well fucking read shit on like a Tetris screen, you know? Anyway, the point was they wanted to set up the infrastructure so that when technology caught up to them, they were well ahead of the curve. And I wish I could ask Perch, and I don't know if he's in the audience or not, but I wish I could ask Perch what year that was that they started putting, pillars in the ground, sort of seeds in the dirt, you know?
Yes.
Because lo and behold, fast forward to now, the technology did catch up to the reading experience.
It did.
And now they have just as much of a robust audience on their mobile platforms as they do in their traditional printing platforms.
Would you look
Right.
at that? Would you fucking
Right.
look at that?
Oh my gosh, they believed in their product, they believed in their industry, they believed in the actual thing that is publishing, and wow. So yeah, maybe they took a loss. I don't know exactly what their business model looked like. I don't have their financials sitting in front of me, so I don't know how much money they lost. But they knew we need to invest in this thing because eventually, when the things that we need to line up eventually catch up to the technology, we're going to be in a pretty good space. It's a pretty good space. And lo and behold, there they were. That's what we were talking about. Like, you had plenty of opportunities as an industry to realize we're probably moving into a space. And one of the key things that you should have and I thought about this after the stream. One of the key things that should have cued you in was Blockbuster Video going out of business and everything going to Netflix. If there was any forward-thinking people in that space, right?
Yes.
And identify, it doesn't even have to be that abstract. You could literally look at the music industry.
Right, you don't have to be
Trends
Steve
were
Jobs.
changing, and I'm not saying use their game plan, but trends were changing, right? But nobody ever said, hey, maybe we should make an investment in this space. As a matter of fact, rather than saying,
they did the
this
opposite.
is going to cost us a little bit of money. Exactly. They doubled down on the broken system.
They did, those cunts.
And this was in
Sorry.
a time of their comic book publishing when they were not as dire as far as finances are concerned
had
as they
wiggle
are
room.
now.
Dude,
Absolutely.
Dude, did you know?
They had time to build.
Dude,
Go
you know
ahead.
how much I feel like I'm getting worked up because I remember the numbers now. So we all, like, everybody with two fucking brain cells to smush together saw that publishing was dying across the board. Bookstores going out of business. Dude, old media was in its death throes, right? And it kicked off with Napster, Blockbuster. We see it. Nobody's unaffected, and yet comic books managed to stave it off. Like the battle in fucking Helm's Deep. It was 2008. The globe, there was a global recession in 2008. And if you look back at the Comic-Con numbers, back when they were still around, comic books did well. Comic books actually managed to pull out ahead of the curve in an area where everyone around them was dead. So they had so much more time than anyone else to prepare for this. And they fucking pissed it away, dude. They pissed away all of it. Sorry. Fucking.
Their runway was pretty long, right? But instead of thinking and saying, like, again, we may not do this right now, but eventually when this catches up to our technology, or when the technology catches up to us, this is going to be great. And it takes a dedicated department to go, you know, when you're looking through your books at the end of the year going like, oh my gosh, digital publishing is taking a crap right now. But somebody has to sit there and go, ladies and gentlemen, we believe in this endeavor because we are not planning for 2 years from now. We are planning for 10 years from now.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And I know that's a lot easier said than done, but certainly my point is, if you believed in your industry, if you believed in your product and your IP, and if you believed in your publishing strategy, that should have been inherently built into your long-term runway.
It is. And
Right?
it's one thing if you're like in 1997, you know, the internet is like 3 years old collectively, right? And its ubiquity.
Yeah.
Be like, hey guys, we gotta think about the future. And be like, yeah. But like the years roll on. 99, 2000, 2001, 2006, 2005, 2007, the iPhone comes out. Hey guys, remember 10 years ago? It's like, baby, now we should. No. And then we're in the 2010s, 2010s, and still nothing. And matter of fact, Eric, you know this as well as anybody else in the comic book industry, when it comes to the direct market and the big two especially, and their relationship to digital versus traditional, they actively hobbled their own digital growth because of the comic book stores. They didn't want the comic book stores to suffer, so they actively made digital comic books as expensive and hard, and they made it as unsavory and as unappetizing as possible. So they made it not only did they not create a space where they could, for longevity and survival in this new digital world, They actively rallied against it so that anybody out there who could see that, hey, I don't want to spend $5 on a comic book, and I definitely don't want to spend the same $5 to not own the actual comic book and just to read it online. This is terrible. It's a bad idea.
Right. Now here's what they see, like strategy. It's all about strategy, right? So here's the thing. I understand why you have to be careful and nurture that relationship for your brick and mortar, the local comic book stores, right? your LCSs, right? Because in a way, they are the ones that helped you keep the lights on when things weren't working out, weren't as hot, right? They stayed by you, and that makes a lot of sense. But your strategy should have been to say, we have a massive catalog.
Yeah.
Right? So, okay, we won't knock out your knees from under you with these new releases. You know what I mean? We won't do that to you. First week, whatever it is, a month later, what have you, right? But we do have a massive library in which you can access a ton of it for a fixed amount, similar to Netflix.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
You could have said, okay, first week stuff, you're probably not going to get it until, 2 or 3 weeks later, whatever it is that you ended up working out, so that these LCS guys don't get pissed off at you. But what you also had was a library in which you could have given access to a ton of different people if you messaged it outright, if you socialized it outright. Hey, by the way, have you got a cell phone? You can access the entire Marvel Comics library.
Right.
Everything that we've done between 19 whatever to like the most recent ones, that's not going to hobble the LCSs, you can have access to it, and eventually it'll just catch up. That's how you build in the back end. That's how you build in an audience that wants to test out your technology. You do it for dirt, as close to dirt cheap as possible. And then you establish a community around it. You establish a habit around it. Oh, every month I get to pay off. It's just basically a subscription service. I can pay off, I can pay X amount and I get the access to Marvel. And here's the, like, it's still something that Marvel does, and it makes mainstream comics does, but Marvel is the most guilty one of it. They hype something up really hard as if it's the next coming of whomever, but as soon as it's out, they just fucking forget.
It's like it's gone.
They have like have the memory of like moths, you know. They don't continue the hype behind it. So if you do have a digital subscription service, you keep at it until it becomes eventually a version of iTunes, where people go, I don't need that entire library. I just need that one song. Now, there's no direct analog to comics for that. You're not going to say like, okay, I don't need all 22 pages. I just need the 5 pages that have the X, Y, and Z. And that's not how it works. But you do give them access for less than what they could possibly get it for elsewhere. I think there's a way to do it, but you have to believe in your product.
Yes. Yeah, no, man, just when you look to see who is responsible for the decline in the industry, there is no shortage of people to own up to it. It's not one person, it's just failure after failure after failure of people refusing to look the reality of the situation in the face.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can't do it now.
Yeah, no, it's too late.
It's too late.
It's too fucking late, dude. The Titanic has already hit the iceberg. The fucking the lower decks are flooded.
You're done. You're pretty much, you had, there was a sweet window, and that window wasn't narrow by any means. You guys were making money hand over fist,
Yes.
And you guys couldn't think to like, how do we get ourselves into a space in which this isn't even essential, How do we get people hooked onto this, and how do we get more butts in seats?
Yeah, no,
catch up with chat really quick.
Instead what they did was hey, I know, more variant covers. Hey, the thing that people hated in the 90s, guys, remember that thing right before the first comic book bubble burst in the 90s oh, you do like 20 variant covers and make them, you know, super rare, and you make them all kind of like simultaneously expensive and worthless at the same time. Let's do that. Oh, you know what? I know what'll keep the numbers up. We keep relaunching with number ones. You know, Miss Marvel sucks. People stop. I know. A new number one.
That is effectively the business exercise of desperation.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, let me catch up with chat. I'm still waiting on the iPad. Love that pre-order. And still waiting. Oh yeah, right. There is actually a shortage of microchips right now.
Yeah, there is for everybody.
You might be waiting just a tiny bit longer, Luca. Good luck, but I'm excited for you once you get it. Tell me how we save the American comics. So many articles talk about the fall to manga, mostly when referring to the big two. Is it access? Is it lack of new fan base? Is it access? Is it lack of new fan base? The answer is probably. There's no way to 100% proof out whether or not it's the lack of access, or if there is if there's a new fan base that's just opting not to buy American comics. So what do you do to make sure? And here's the other question in regards to somebody replying to Eric Larson. And by the way, it was the weird conversational pivot, right?
Oh, tell me. Tell me.
Let me go back to all of 10 minutes ago. So Larson said, "Hey, by the way, as soon as you do that, it's considered theft. There's no other way around it, right?" This relates to what Teddy has mentioned in chat here. But somebody said, "Well, what do you think about the fact that Marvel is doing all of these predatory things by launching like 13 books?" And I'm all like, "What a stupid reply." So what you're saying is because Marvel is doing their predatory bullshit, it's okay for people to
steal,
pirate comics?
You know, listen. I'm a pirate, allegedly. Wink. I mean, I would never admit to doing anything illegal.
I've reported you multiple times. I'm surprised I haven't picked you up yet.
I'm obviously making a joke. I would never confess to do anything illegal or illicit on stream. I always obey the law. But if I were hypothetically a pirate, allegedly, there's no amount of woe is me. I now get to steal this that I could give you for any level of justification, because there isn't. You don't need this. You're not Aladdin stealing some bread for yourself and your monkey in the streets of Agrabah. You're not Robin Hood. You're not saving anybody. You are greedy. You're being greedy and selfish. Again.
Yes. Yeah.
You could admit to it. You could say, "Hey, I'm greedy. I'm selfish.
Say, "Hey, I'm a thief."
Yeah. It's okay.
But
be honest.
That's the difference, though, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, as soon as you start making excuses for why you're stealing, and by the way, in the example that you gave of Aladdin, that was actually food, and that dude was starving, so I get it, right? That guy's got to eat, right? He's got a whole big song at the beginning about it.
Yeah.
But this dude is stealing comics, which is effectively a luxury.
Is he eating the comics?
A luxury. You know, this isn't like, "Oh fuck, I gotta steal my comics so I can keep the lights on." You know, it's like I gotta steal comics, right?
Listen, Eric, I had to read Miles Morales.
I had to do it, man.
I had no choice.
Here's the other thing too, and this was in a completely different thread, and I'm all over the place here, but please forgive me, right?
Yeah.
But somebody was justifying why they would steal their comics, even after somebody said, "Hey, a subscription to Comixology is $10 a month. It's not really all that expensive. You should do it." And they said, "Well, in the country that I come from, the daily, the monthly income is blah 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 blah." And I'm like, you're missing the point, dude. You're still stealing comics.
Yeah,
right? No. We're not talking about, "Hey man, I'm taking somebody's I'm tapping into somebody else's electrical line because without it I can't keep the stove on, and I can't cook stuff, and I can't take care of my family." That is extreme. That is actually, I can "Oh fuck man, you better go do that shit."
Yeah, it's pretty dark. Yeah. I got to keep the lights on,
but
please.
You're fucking stealing out of luxury.
You're stealing comic books, man. Yoji says he's Jean Valjean.
And you're trying to justify it. Yeah, and you're trying to justify it. Anyway, that's somebody else altogether. But the same exact dude that said like, "Hey, what do you think about, Marvel's predatory, whatever, right? Their predatory exercises of releasing books that don't, like at 20 these what do you call it, these big event books that ultimately lead out to nowhere." The same answer. Look at my fucking face. Look at me.
Look at his face.
The same answer still applies.
It does.
Nothing says you have to steal it.
No.
You dummy. It doesn't belong to you. You can do without.
Yeah,
right?
no, it's not life or
Marvel's
death.
predatory practices is independent of you thinking that you were entitled to steal it.
That's what it is.
Because they're predatory about it.
It's the entitlement.
Jesus Christ. What part of that are you not freaking understanding? I don't know why we're having this conversation. I'm like this weird, I don't know where people are going with all this stupid everything must be free for me. Temple Smith draws some pretty nice monsters. Heck yeah, it does. Bonhomme is sneaky, 300%. Hello, Belle. Welcome. How are you?
Hey, Belle.
Ben Templesmith is one of the coolest dudes ever. Did a cup for me and for nothing when I drew Shadowhawk back in the day. That is awesome. He is a gentleman, an easygoing guy, super easy to talk to, super chill. The X amount of times I've run into him at conventions, he's never fell short of making time for me, so I'm appreciative of him. Hey, Eric, would it be cool for you to be the guest of the night on Fragajune and Drawlong? Probably get a bunch of new people hyped for Arc Athena. I'm good friends with Dan if he'll have me over. The only thing is, William, can I be honest with you? The only reason I often feel awkward in being in those spaces, especially with guys like Ethan, especially guys like Dan, is because I don't have the same energy as they do, right? Those guys can go at 120 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour, and I am so stuck in my own head sometimes about thinking. Like, there's a perfect example. Go to Thinking Critical's channel. Go to when they ask me a question and look at the blank look on my face as I think about what Wes is asking me, so I can I can really deconstruct what he's asked. There's a reason why I took notes for that stream, is because left to my own devices, I am never going to be able to keep up with those guys. And Wes made it sound so easy. He was like, "Oh, dude, it's easy when you're hanging out with like world-class bullshitters or whatever." I'm like, I'm not that guy. Especially if we're talking about a topic that I'm really super into, I really want to think about it. So yes, I would love to be on Dan's stream. Unfortunately, my fear is that I won't be able to keep up, and it won't be a very good show form, and that's a disservice. Anytime that you ask me on to come onto your show, I would hope that I bring value, at the very least, entertainment, and at most information. You know, but yeah, I'm good friends with Dan. I bought it for Jason Howard's art, but ended up enjoying the book overall. Right on. Zach Hawkins, ahoy, Eric! I have your Boba Fett as my phone screen. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Hey,
hello, Strike Boy 99.
I've got a question. Here. What's up, Strike Boy?
Bulldog is here.
Eric.
Deviant Porg says that's what happened with music and movies. They were late to the internet medium, but then used it well. Yeah, they knew how to pivot, man. It helps the Shonen Jump weekly app is $2 a month, and not only get access to brand new chapters, but their entire library, thousands of
$2.
See, that was my point, right?
$2
minus the weekly, minus the stuff that comes out in the brand new chapters, right? You can draw says everyone like Eric Larson in the mainstream industry were too busy fighting over Orange Man Band as their industry was burning to a cinder. That's only one part of it, right? To Mike's point, things were going well as far back as 2008 when the country was going through some weird recession. Mainstream comics was experiencing it was almost bulletproof to that. It was almost recession proof, right?
It was.
Kakoa says, hello, Mike, how are you?
Hello.
I think they priced it quite low, but with enough people, it was definitely worth. However, Saturday AM seems more appropriately priced per artist. Saturday AM. What's Saturday AM?
I don't know.
Versus Jump. I got you. It's probably the manga. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know why I'm following you, but I'm glad about it. Thank you so much, dude. Perez. I learned when I was in Trojan Horse was a Unicorn, somebody taught me how to say this person's name. It's J-O-A, but it has a tilde above it and an O.
Oh. Beats me.
Right? J-O-A-O. And I asked somebody, one of the attendants there, I'm like, oh, how do you say your name that's on your name tag? And I was memorizing it the entire weekend because I kept running into the cat. But for the life of me, I can't remember. Kevin Feige is technically the head of Comic Wing of Marvel right now. I wonder if he starts being a bit more hands-on with the Penguin Switch. I think what's going to dictate that hands-onness that you're talking about, Bulldog, is probably going to be Penguin. Adreno, how are you? The whole brick and mortar versus digital is a prime example of the free market at work. I'm glad the government doesn't have a hand in it. I think it's, at one point I was really all about like making sure that digital was the way to go until somebody straightened me out and said like, it doesn't have to be one or the other, it can be both. Both things can be leveraged because at the end of the day, your mission, and here's the part that I forgot to say earlier, Mike, your mission is to, as a publisher, is to get comics into fans' hands, no matter what. Right? Especially if you're a mainstream person. If your mission is to make sure that your stories are being told and you're upholding your IP, it doesn't matter whether it's digital, it doesn't matter where it's in print. I'm a little slow, but does brick and mortar just mean print work only? The answer is yes. Michael's voice is a bit quiet on my stream.
Is it?
Bump up Mike some more.
Can you guys hear me okay?
On my stream, apparently you are. I'll move you up, buddy. There we go.
Appreciate
it.
it.
As high as I can put you.
All right, I'll try do my best not to scream and shout.
Eric, would you say you have a 1 terabyte iPad? I'm gonna look it up. I can hit these buttons over here and figure out whether I do, but I don't know if I do. Hello, Brandon Wallace. How are you? You wouldn't download a comment. This is true. Just because someone's an asshat doesn't mean you have to punch him. That's 100% true. That's 100% true. Brandon Walton says, hello, Mike and Eric. Hello, Brandon. How are you? Just copped that new Arc Athena 1 to 520. Yeah.
Oh,
You're
Eric,
welcome to it.
I want to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Have you thought about not releasing your book digitally to prevent piracy? I mean, because they could get the book and scan it page by page to upload it to torrent. They might even. I've seen it done before with certain Japanese books. There are people willing to put the hours in to do that, which is some real dedication.
Yeah.
But have you thought about that?
And you almost have to give it to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too. That's
like,
a lot of work.
Hey, man, if you're going to sit there and scan each and every single page, go ahead and put that shit up online. Are you saying as a measure of security, have I eliminated digital of the...
Have you thought about
taken
it?
Digital off of the table? No, I took digital off of the table, and this is the honest to goodness truth, and I know this impacts people who are on the other side of either ocean, okay? I have a firm belief in the tactile experience of being able to hold this book.
Yes.
Right? I believe that there is value in you being able to see how much love, care, and attention that we poured into this book, and it can only happen when it's a tangible thing, as opposed to having it be a digital experience. Now I know the story. I just said this all of 2 minutes ago, which is like, if my goal is to get if the goal is to get the book into your fans' hands, then you'd find a way. So let's say this, and I think I can live up to this for the time being. Probably through the duration of the first 5 books, duration of the campaigns, I don't have any plans of releasing something digitally, not for the security the reasons that Mike is talking about now, but primarily because I just want you to see the book in your hand. Because a lot of different people on the pre-production end are going through the trouble of just making this thing look as pretty and as worth as you possibly can. Now, what can I do in order to entice you to get that? Let's say you're on the other side of the ocean, and we know the shipping handling charges are pretty astronomical depending on where you are, right? Or it's definitely up for consideration. What I can do is lower the price of the books as best as I possibly can.
Yeah.
And that it will not just and give you, and I hope that this is an enticing feature for you, not have you wait 8 months from now. Does that make sense?
Tell them.
The part of the enticement is to say, as soon as you hit buy, at the end of that campaign, which is you and I have yet to decide whether or not it's going to be 30 days or 60 days, Mike. But as soon as that happened, in about 6 days, 7 days, you'll have your book.
Yes.
I hope that's enough of a I hope that tilts the scales in the favor of you actually buying the physical copy, even though you're on the other side of the world and even though the shipping and handling charges are considerable. I hope so. Does that answer your question, Mike?
It does. It does. Because you're right.
Brendan Wallace says, yeah, thieving comics is even worse than the media because you're stealing from a significantly smaller pool. Yeah, sure, we can go down the rabbit hole about that, Brendan, which is, yeah, look at the people. I also heard somebody say, like, if I'm stealing for, I won't steal from guys who are oh gosh, smaller publishers, smaller creators.
Sure.
But I don't mind stealing from Marvel or corporate comics or big. I'm like, man, just anything that you can do to justify your fucking shit,
Right. Well, here's the thing, man. People don't like taking responsibility.
Sweet Tooth, how are you? Say that again.
People don't like taking responsibility, especially if it's for bad behavior, because it doesn't make you feel good.
Yeah,
and it paints yourself in a bad light. People like to think of themselves as the protagonist of the story. It's
I really believe they're just trying to find justification for this thing that they know is poor in character, but they want to be okay with it, and they're trying to convince people that it's all right.
Right, and trying to convince themselves that it's
Where
okay
does the
too.
element of collectability come into comic book popularity? Should that notion be abandoned? Is manga bought for its collectible value? That's a great conversation to have. Where does collectability go if things are being distributed digitally as opposed to physically? And that's the reason why I go, like, it's not one or the other, it can be both, right? So that you can scratch that collectability itch, in as much as it becomes more of a boutique concept, right? Because the entire comic book buying market are not collectors. I don't know, I don't have enough data on hand to understand how much of them are just reading it and enjoying it, and how much of them are looking at it as a potential investment of money, right? But I would think safely, and I would love to have some of the guys that join me on Saturday morning from like Doc to Pele, they're what do you call it? They're retailers and collectors. I would like to know from their perspective how much of the comic book buying market are actual collectors of it, or how much of them are readers, or how much of them are both. Raul, how are you? Good evening, man. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Trevino.
Trevino says, Joao, is that how you pronounce that name? Right on. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. That you usually buy a series for collective value and sentimentality. I usually read online for manga and their apps, right? Then buy the entire series if it was really impactful for me. But that's just you, okay? Eric, do you use a rake brush for your hatching, or is it a single stroke at a time? I love technical questions. Sometimes it's a rake brush, and sometimes it's single stroke, depending on the effect that I'm going for. So if I'm going for more of a mechanical render, in which I am, I actually have 3 rake brushes, and I'll show them to you. Stand by. I'll do it on this page, and I will just turn this part off. Okay, so I actually have 3 rake brushes. One is less mechanical, and it looks like this, right? The other one is a bit more technical, again, more mechanical, and it looks like this. See that? And then there is and then there's the one where I just kind of render it because I wanted to have a more spontaneous and organic feathering, like so. Does that make sense? I hope that was helpful. Kakoa says, I think you're right, although I would go as far to say there are some collections of manga which are in rarity, so they do sometimes act like Western comics in a sense. Keith says, I despise digital comics. I'm looking to have this screen to my face. That's right. Right. Everybody has their preferences in regards to how they consume their media. And if successful businesses know how to leverage not just one part of it, but all of it, Like looking for all you need is kill is hard because you can only find it as fully collect print. Right on. How did you develop your user perspective in your drawings? Was there a particular artist that inspired you to extreme perspective? Thanks for that question, Patria. I'm one of my mentors growing up professionally growing up in the animation industry is Peter Chung, who's the creator, illustrator, storyboard artist, and director for Aeon Flux. And that's what drew me into his work, was just the perspectives that he would use, oftentimes like down shots and 3-point. So yeah, if you see any of that stuff coming through in my work, let's say even as obviously as this page, this is all Peter Chung inspired. Okay, so this issue took a little bit of massaging because, first of all, and I think I spoke about this last week, but just very briefly, I plan on each book to be 48 story pages, right? But 64 page total for each chapter, for chapters 1 through 5, right? One, because the signatures allow for that to be more cost effective if the final page count comes out to 64. So in doing so, I'd come to realize that some of these books were clocking in just under 43 story pages. And by the way, that's supplementary material that makes it go all the way up to 64. That's not going to be like a reprint of the cover in black, and it's not going to be like the color version of the cover in black. It's not going to be like more of the same where it's just going to seem like filler. It's actually going to be behind the scenes stuff. It's actually going to be like sketches. It may be, you know, photo or scans of my script. It's going to be like pre-production work. So there's really going to be really going to be value for seeing the behind the scenes. And in some occasions, I'll even include the rough pencils for the pages themselves. So it won't be so blatantly and disgustingly repetitive, right? Okay, so now that I had room, and as a matter of fact, it was for the great benefit of the story that I managed to say, hey, look, I have 5 extra pages to put back into this book, 5 story pages that I put back into this book, because after talking with Joe Fulton, who's the editor of the book, when he went through the first 4 scripts, he was like, Eric, I understand the themes that you're going through. I understand the characters and the relationship that you're trying to build up. But the one that you wanted to highlight isn't landing as well as it could. It's a little thin. And I'm like, yes, Joe, I'd actually come to identify that. And now that I have about 5 more pages at my disposal, it's an opportunity for me to go back and touch that up and really shore up their relationship, really shore up that narrative, that you have an understanding. And then hopefully, based on that, you end up caring more about them towards the end, you know? That said, that's the pages that I worked on last week. So part of the motivation for having the stream is so that I can give you guys an update on what I've been working on, because I just don't, it's almost, what's the best way to say it, Mike? It's almost like I'm holding myself accountable.
Yeah.
By presenting what I worked on during the week to the people who will potentially end up supporting the crowdfunding campaign, right?
Yeah,
so
no,
this is one of those. This is one of those opportunities, and I can show you where I made those changes. Like for instance, this page already existed pre that discovery of being able to add more pages, but it actually got moved forward, and this top panel got changed around. A close up on Divana's eyes there. And all of these pages that we're going to be cycling through now are all brand new. Designing this bar was hell. Because I needed it to be, you know, from a storytelling standpoint, I needed it to be as clear as possible. But here's how I almost got myself into trouble. Check this out, Mike. I don't know if you can see my stream. But once I introduced that Gristle was on the right-hand side, the cinematic right-hand side, or excuse me, left-hand side of the screen, and I was going to have him sit at the bar with Divana, it was such a logistic nightmare to try to make sure that he stayed screen left the entire time, just so you wouldn't get lost as we're bouncing back and forth with their dialogue.
Yeah, no, I noticed you didn't break the 180 rule.
That was a great challenge. I try not to. I try my very best not to.
Does the chat know what the 180 rule is?
I believe that they do. Gosh, I hope they do. So as soon as I introduced that Gristle's on the left-hand side of the screen, and that Divana's on the right-hand side of the screen, it was a challenge to have them stay there this entire time, so you have a clear understanding of who's talking, even though I cut away from them, you know?
Yeah.
There's such great opportunities to to explain character, you know? Here's something, and I get really excited about this stuff, Mike, and forgive me if I what do you call it? If I overdo it, right? But I think the crowd will be able to, excuse me, the readers will be able to pick this up, right? There is this scene in which Gristle comes and visits Divana for the first, or you know, in the story, right? And the scene is just about two people who are leading their teams, one of whom happens to have I would say a what do you call it? An experience advantage, right? Over the other one, right? So there is this bit where he comes over and to apologize to her for something that he had done previously in the previous issues, right? I'm not giving anything away. But like they're just drinking at this bar, you know? And I imply that she's taking shot after shot after shot because of like what had happened to an event that happened to her in the previous issues. And Gristle is just nursing the hell out of this one shot in front of him. Does that make sense?
Yes.
He's not even drinking it at all, right? But he understands in order for them to have the kind of conversation that they need to have, she needs to have that alcohol in her system. Right? This is the thing that he's there for. If he's ever going to get through to her and have this really good conversation with her, this really good heart to heart, he understands that that's part of her process. So he just sits and waits. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
And so by the end of these scenes, by the end of when they're about to break, he puts the shot glass back down and still completely full.
Nice. I like it. Subtle.
I love that kind of shit, man.
Oh, that's good. I know. Yeah, you know, I looked at these pages the other day, and I did not pick that up, man.
Okay, so I had about 5 pages there that I needed to add. That was a great opportunity to show character, to show acting, to show relationship and dialogue and their regard for each other. And then I cut right back into the fighting.
I like your use of halftone.
Which bit? You see me using halftone?
Well, it looked like it was halftone.
Where do you see it?
That last panel on the previous page, the bottom panel, it looked like a halftone. It looked like texture.
Oh, this one. Yeah. Yeah, just to have them in the foreground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just literally a framing element for her in the background. Okay, so these were the pages that I worked on this week, and a bit of renumbering and rearranging, and I can cycle through them again so that the folks in chat can see it. But this is issue 4, so technically, officially, now issue 4 is done art-wise, unless I just jinxed it, right? Like. Ooh, I get to change this. Somebody actually brought this to my attention. It's little things like this that make me laugh a bit in as far as what people are paying attention to in my art, right? So I sent this out just as a, hey man, check this out, tell me what you think kind of a thing, right? And I sent it out to a guy who has a military background, right? And he said, Eric, that flag that you put in one of the pilot's helmet,
oh
right,
yeah,
is off. And I said, what do you mean, right? And he said it actually goes backwards on that side of their helmet. Isn't that crazy?
What? It goes the other way?
It goes backwards, yeah, on the other side of their helmet. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. And they sent me reference. And I was like, oh, holy shit, you're right. Now, only a guy who has that military experience, who has that military background, would know the little tiny things like that. And he was kind enough to point it out to me. So thank you, Brad.
That is awesome. That's so cool.
You can actually see it in a couple of, if you look up reference, you can see it in a couple of operators' patches on their shoulders.
Did it say why? It's backwards?
No, you know what? I should have asked. I should have asked.
Where's your sense of curiosity, Eric?
I know, man. I know. I just felt like I lucked out because somebody shared that information with me. You know, it's like, oh, I'd better change that. And I've been cycling through the pages already, and it never dawned on me to, or I just had forgotten to change it. But now I'm like, oh, I'm gonna change it right now because before I forget. You know.
No, it's important. It's like when you see the backwards flags on ambulances and police cars. I never got that. Hey, John Moore, how come you're not in voice chat?
Hey, what are you doing, John?
He thinks he's too good for us, I think.
I think so too.
Mr. Webtoons over here.
I know, Mr. 1 million fucking concurrent followers or whatever the fuck, you know?
Isn't it so that you could see them in a reflected surface like a mirror? Is that what it is?
As far as ambulances are concerned, or as far as military, the military flag is concerned? I honestly don't know. Like, the ambulance one being backwards, yes, that makes a lot of sense. When they're like rushing behind you at 120 miles an hour, that makes a lot of sense. But as far as the military flag facing the other way, I'm not exactly sure why. It can't just be aesthetic. There's got to be a reason for it. The military has a reason for a lot of their signage, you know.
Very pragmatic.
Okay, let me catch up with chat and I can start drawing. Here we go. Who did I miss? Who did I miss? Did I already say hello to Chauncey? If not, hello, how are you?
Chauncey.
Akira's number one selling for over $1,000 in 9.8 grade. Holy crap. Let's see here. Blame Egg is also pretty high priced at the moment, right on. Peter Chung, pretty cool, that's right. Damn, Eric getting Gerard with it. Oh, you're talking about the rendering. That's high praise. Thank you so much. Do you know Gerard's work at all, Mike?
Zaf, that guy?
He's the guy that does all the environments, the backgrounds on Dave Sim's work on Cerebus.
No, I didn't know. I don't think I'm familiar. No.
If you look at the way Cerebus looked in the beginning, that was all Dave Sim. Now towards book 3, maybe even as quickly as book 2, he had an environment guy coming in, I think is an architect, because just the way he renders things with cross-hatching, you know those architectural cross-hatching lines?
Yeah.
This stuff looks gorgeous, dude. You'll freaking love it, but that's high praise, so thank you so much. What About says, looks awesome, thank you so much. Kakoa says, what is the 180 rule? Huh.
We found one.
Explain it to you. We found one. Raul says, very cool pages. Black and white pages are for the win. Thank you so much. I love seeing your pages, Eric. They are awesome. Thank you, Bella. Really appreciate it. Lucas says, so freaking beautiful. Thank you, Luca. Toon says, love the thick lines. Really, really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Hello. Just wanted to say hello and thanks for streaming. Hello, John Moore. Good evening. Why are you not in chat? That shot with the mechs going up to the ship is crazy. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. El Perugina says, these are awesome. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. Raise your hand if you're going to buy color and black and white versions if you can. There is going to be a black and white version in color. The color book is going to be the traditional comic book. It's in hardcover, 64 pages in total, and there's going to be an artist edition that's going to measure 11 by 17. So yes, both of those things will be available to you.
Donald says
John
the flag
Moore says you're the bestest.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
Donald says the flag sits in reversed direction because it represents them always moving forward.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, Scoop says, yes, it's as if it's on a flagpole. Oh, I see. So it's like that's cool.
I gotcha.
That's fucking cool. I hope that's true. Is Donald a military man? Donald, did you serve?
No. Bad printing orders. So in order to save face, the person presented it this way for the helmets. Yeah. Right. First responder, the flag follows them. Oh, interesting. Eric, did you already talk about the He-Man trailer? Which He-Man trailer? The one with the I Need a Hero song? We talked about that, didn't we, Mike?
You hate that song.
Back on your podcast?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it very briefly, and I can tell you what I said then, which is like, I did that show already.
Yeah, you did 20 years ago.
You know, I did that shit in in 2005. I worked on the relaunch for Masters of the Universe, He-Man Master of the Universe. I looked at that show or the trailer, and even though there's a brighter, it's like a prettier, more updated polish on it, there wasn't anything on there that made me go like, oh, I don't remember it not doing that shot. That's so revolutionary and brave. It's just the 2021 version, you know? So, I'm a huge fan of He-Man. I'm just not a huge fan of like regurgitated stuff.
Donald says, Mike, it's true. I'm not in the military, but I know plenty who are. You know, I figured.
Flag sits that reverse direction because it represents them always moving forward. Is that what you're talking about, Mike?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Gas for Plan 9. How are you? Good evening.
Hey,
It's the
Donald.
only time the stars should be facing right on. Gerard began service backgrounds with issue number 65. This background work on service is amazing. The answer is, I mean, I believe it. I remember seeing it. I collected all of that stuff back in the day and saw an uptick in the quality of art, and I was like, Jesus Christ, you know, Dave Sim really turned it on. And much later, in a weird magazine interview, they were interviewing Gerard and they were showing those service pages, and I was like, wait a second, this is Dave Sim stuff. But then with context, I realized, oh, he's the guy that's doing all those backgrounds. So that's freaking awesome. Eric, that ink wash page, do you use a blend brush to get that gradation? Ink wash page. Ink wash page.
Ink wash page.
Was there an ink wash page that you saw? Oh, this one. This one? Are you talking about the bottom, this bottom panel, the second panel? No, that's an actual brush. That is an ink wash brush that does that effect. One vote for the entire series to be collected as a hardcover artist edition. So here's the plan, and I hope I can do this. I hope that it's financially viable, and I don't know. And you guys, I want to talk to you about something that kind of, it makes me laugh every time that I hear it. And it's because I have no idea where they're getting this concept from. But anyway, I'm hoping that by the end of the series, it is enough of a financial viability because of its success that we will be able to offer a slipcase that can house all 5 hardcovers.
Ooh.
Does that make sense? But we'll see. That's still like far away from now.
Yeah, no,
we haven't even launched book 1 yet. So anyway, the thing that I thought that would make you, that always gives me a moment of pause, and every time somebody says it, I laugh, and they kind of, and in the times that they have said it, they've said it over the phone, so they think that I'm insulting them.
Oh my.
And I always have to explain that I'm not, right? Which is, they're like, Eric, and then they'll throw out a number for day 1, the kind of money that this thing should make out of, the book 1 should make out of day 1. Like, Eric, just based on what I have an understanding of your social media presence and the people who follow you and blah 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 blah, you should make X. And I laugh every single time. And they're like, what the fuck did I say? What did I say that's so funny? And I'm like, I laugh because I have no idea how right you are, because I've never done this before. I've never done a crowdfunding campaign in which I have a point of reference of how well my book will do, right? There's plenty of people who have enough notches to be like, may not be as similar as the book as I did previous, but I know I have a built-in fan base of X. Maybe they won't go for this one. So let's take 10%, 15, 20% off of that, because it's not necessarily the thing that they know me for, but definitely, even if it's a 15% drop off, I know it'll still pay for itself, yada, yada, yada.
There's a benchmark.
I don't have any of that. Right.
There's no frame of reference.
I don't have any benchmarks. Yeah, what they're doing is using somebody else's audience as a benchmark. These people have informed me.
Which is,
and I go like, that's
great,
nice. That's nice. Flattering.
It's
that's
very
awesome.
nice, guys.
I hope that I get that. But there's no way to have an exact, and not even, I don't even have there's no way for you to tell me a number that I'll get comfortable with, because it's not based on something that I did. It's based on what somebody else did, you know?
That's right. Yeah, no, there's even like they could take a best guess with your following and all that and all those hard numbers, but you never truly, I'm not saying that they're wrong, but you never truly know what your followers will do versus John Moore's followers or my followers. You know, again, hypothetically, if we all had if we're all starting at the same baseline amount of followers, you don't really know how that ever is going to pan out.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. 100%. I'm with you 100%.
Now, I do believe in you, sir. I believe in your product. I believe in your hard work. So, I fucking
That's
can't
all
wait.
I can really pay attention to, right?
Yes, that's the only thing in your control.
I'm only going to pay attention to the work in front of me, you know?
Yeah, dude. And based off some of the other crowdfunded projects I've seen, without naming names, your artwork stomps them in the dick, dude. It stomps their dick in the dirt compared to some other projects.
Yeah, I know. And I appreciate that. And I go like, does that factor into it at all?
It might not, actually. That's the funny thing. It might fucking not, dude.
Right? Like, the
Even
reality might be very sobering, you know? Where it's like, maybe that doesn't factor it into it at all. Quality of artwork, quality of, you know, every time somebody says, oh yeah, you have this many followers and you've got this kind of lineage, you've got this pedigree from working in the mainstream industry. And I'm all like, what does that mean?
Pedigree.
You know?
You're like a fucking show pony.
Draw my ass off. Yeah. I'm still gonna draw my freaking ass off.
Yeah, no, you don't get to phone it in.
As it can be.
Listen, Eric, you're only as good as the last thing you drew.
Shit, man, I'm fucked. I drew a train for my kid.
Oh boy, Choo Choo was it Thomas the Tank?
Train. I mean, I drew a train out of crayons for my kid. If that's the benchmark.
That's the bar. What have you done?
Jasper Plan 9 says, I'm referring to the campaign numbers, speculating. Yeah, and I'm trying not to think about it at all. I'm trying to think of it in stages, in small, digestible, what do you call it? Actionable bites, so to speak. Right?
Yeah, I like that.
Finish the book, put it into the hands of people who know what they're doing as soon as it leaves my hands. Not the least of which, Joe who's doing the editing, Jules who's doing the coloring, Eric Weathers who's doing the lettering and the formatting, and everything else in between, right? From beginning to end, put it into the capable hands of people, you know. And then just focus on bringing awareness to people that this thing is available to them, you know.
Yeah, hell yeah, get the word out.
To say like, hey, this thing is live. I'm gonna talk to as many people as I can. As a matter of fact, I was thinking about this, Mike, and then you guys in chat give me feedback, Mike, you as well. What do you think about me streaming an extended stream on campaign day?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, a little like I don't want to say like a telethon vibe, but you know what I mean, like a.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have 6 phones sitting right here in front of me.
6 phones, have an audience. It'll be me, and I'll just be running back and forth in a suit and tie, picking up phones, pretending like people are calling us on landlines. You do a Jerry Lewis telethon.
What I would like to do though, and this may be a bit self-serving and self-aggrandizing, but like forward it to a group of people who I think will like it, and then bring them on the show and have them talk about like the stuff that could have been better, talk about the stuff that they liked, you know, so that people can get a really nice you know what I mean, like a different perspective of the book outside of myself. I might be shooting myself in the foot though.
Your book sucks. Don't buy his book.
Yeah, your book sucks. Guys, if you're listening to this stream right now, don't fucking buy it.
Don't waste your money. Eric's like, Mike, hang up on this guy.
Yeah. No, I gotta hit the hang up button, Mike. Hang up on him quick.
Donald says yes to the stream. I discourage campaigning during the holiday buying season. I didn't buy any books because I was buying everyone gifts.
Yeah. I think the best thing to do is to, first campaign launches in September, right? Take 60. You and I have yet to decide whether or not it's going to be 60 or 30, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what I feel most comfortable with. And then afterwards fulfill, yes, and then launch the next campaign. So it may be that whenever that is, so September, 30 days thereafter, we're going to be into October, right? It's going to take about 15 days for the early adopter tier to go out to people. 15 business days, and then everything else gets fulfilled, and then launch campaign 2, and we might be encroaching on the holidays. You know what I mean?
Is that true though, or is Jasper by themselves in this? Is that like a hard and fast rule? Like, hey, no
conversation for
no
sure,
campaign during Christmas. Campaigns during Christmas time don't do well. Like, if that's a rule, then by all means, yeah, let's skip that. But if it's just a thing that it's just a Jasper thing, again, new to all of us. Later, Luca, and what's up, Lex and Strike Boy, and what's up, Mask is here. Hello.
Mia.
Stream some Arcathena fan art. What the hell?
Somebody's excited for Eric's book. A little too excited.
Yeah. Somebody's
looking at those Arcathena pages, and they're excited.
Hey, like to fuck my lover in the ass.
They are excited.
You can start on a big stream or yours, in a few hours go to another channel, then another channel, try to end up on a big stream at night. The first 24 hours is your big jump out the gate. That sounds exhausting, William. That sounds exhausting. And I know Rob, Replicator Rob is like, Eric, you've got to go do that. You've got to be all day promoting the heck out of this in day one and yada, yada, yada. I'm like, fuck that. That sounds so exhausting to me. It may be, and William, this may be because it's what we've seen across the board, and I know it's like critical in that 24 hours, getting people up, but just like the idea of that is exhausting to me. And I honestly don't want to do it.
Yeah, no,
I honestly don't want to do it.
Yeah, no, that's a lot.
Okay, can I go back to the somebody back on that piracy tip?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, Donald DeLay says first and last days are crazy exhausting, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm not going to do it. Not going to freaking do it. Fucking thing be damned. It's not a hard and fast rule, but I did learn marketing class that extra spending doesn't happen during holiday months unless you're Walmart and Best Buy. There you go. Not a hard and fast rule, but might be worth keeping in mind. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Some people say that, but if it's one I'm looking for, I'm still going to get it. I just won't take as many chances on ones that pop up. And I think, and tell me, you guys, if this has any value to you at all, right? There is a reason why I'm taking advantage of the really, really long promotional runway that I have been in leading to the first campaign launch for Arcathena. Because what I'd realize is, as exhausting as that sounds, I need to come up with a mechanism that helps supplement it instead of. What I mean by that is, I know a lot of people go on like the stream tours from this guy's channel to this guy's channel to this guy's channel, because they want to get awareness for it as much as they possibly can, considering that I don't know how much time they took to bring awareness to it in the first place before they launched, right? But in my mind, I would rather do it the other way, which is, yes, I will do my very best to do a supplemental version of what it means to launch on and bring awareness to people on launch day. Hey, it's live, it's gonna go live now, blah, blah, blah. But I would rather take the time leading into that space and tell you all about the book. As a matter of fact, we're getting little tiny featurettes made about the characters themselves, so you're not sitting there going like, hey, I wonder what these characters are all about.
Oh,
so
nice.
Probably, end of August, you guys are going to start seeing little tiny featurettes about the characters. So there you go. I don't know what you guys think about that, but just the idea of doing the same thing that everyone else is doing. First of all, I said it already, it's exhausting. And then second of all, is it really all that effective? Or is everybody doing it just because it's what worked for one guy? And it's not to say it's automatic. It's just to say that oh yeah, that's just what works, and I guess that's what happens. But I think it needs to be more about where do I want to spend my energy on 20 streams or 3 key streams. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hang on, I've got a question. Do comic artists who launch Kickstarters and Indiegogos, do they often stream them like you're doing as a standard practice?
I think so. I don't think so, because if you think about how it typically works, there is often, especially in the circles or inside of the orbits that I'm in regards to people who have done the crowdfunding game before, the typical game plan, what I've seen, and there's a handful of people who don't, or there were the exceptions to this rule, right? But more often than not, people go out the gate into the crowdfunding space, well, let's say 10 pages, maybe as many as 12. That's being generous. Sometimes they go in as few as 6, and that's fucking scary to me. That is like, you know, that is heart palpitations levels of scary to me, because it's like, okay, so I'm going to go out the gate. I only have X amount of pages of the book done. It's going to be X amount of pages long. And some of the stretch goals is going to be adding more pages into the book.
Oh, God.
And you're like, holy shit, you're never going to get this thing done, you know?
Nightmare.
So they've not spent the appropriate amount of time giving people what the most recent one that I saw is I dare to call him my friend. His name is Clint Stoker. Clint he has a stream called Sweetcast, and he just has a book that he just launched called Downcast, and I think he may have 8 pages done from it based on his launch. But here's the difference. Clint has an audience and a track record based on his crowdfunding campaigns that have been relatively successful. So it's smart for Clint to continue with the game plan that he's been super successful with. But it doesn't mean it should be automatically something that I adopt for myself. Right. So instead of doing that, because I know it's going to be so taxing doing that version, and because I have so many more pages done, I would rather do the promotional stuff at the front end. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Of course it makes plenty sense.
You have a bigger you do have a bigger fan base set up already, so that helps. But then again, you're probably streaming to the same 30 to 50 core 50 night stream. Other streams give new eyes. That's fantastic. I think it's going to be a combination of leveraging as much of my social media as possible. Moving forward, there's going to be instances where I'm actually going to start streaming on, like, you know, Instagram Live. There's going to be instances when I'm probably going to stream also into Facebook and all that kind of stuff. But I'll leave that for near end of July, beginning of August. It all helps. I wouldn't exclude small channels. Absolutely not. But if we're talking about, it's not a conversation about channels that are too small to go on. It's all about how much energy I have and where I'm going to appropriately put that energy. Does that make sense, Jasper? It's not about like, oh, that channel is way too small to go on because that's dismissive, and that's not I don't believe in that at all. I am very, very proud. I'm very glad to go onto anybody's channel who's kind enough to come in and talk to me. But if I know by the time I get to, so here's again, it's the same fear that I have with Dan Fraga, right? Which is, if I go onto somebody's channel, big or small, and my energy is down because I'm so freaking exhausted, number one, I feel bad because I'm going to not represent them very well. I'm like, why did you bring this dum-dum onto your channel? And his energy is down. He's not really, you know, he's
not engaged.
It's obvious that he's exhausted. And by the way, I get like, yeah, and I disengage, right? Like,
yeah.
Anyway, like, and I run out of energy very, very quick throughout my day because this isn't the only thing that I'm doing, you know? Secondly, actually that's the second part. The most important part is that I'm not going to represent them well, and then ultimately I'm not going to represent my project well. So I'd rather be sure that big or small channel, as a matter of fact, if it were up to me, I'd go on smaller channels first. Because it seems a bit more quaint. That's about my speed, you know? Like, I feel like it's less taxing because I don't have to perform. It's not going to be as performative, so to speak. I don't know. It's less. Maybe it's more of it's less intimidating for me. It is great. Best writer in CG. Can we see the other layers on that page you're showing? I'm curious what didn't make the cut. Oh, they're all are. I just wanted to draw it all on one layer because I was too lazy to continuously start a new page each and every single time. Go to page 1 comics channel with Jimmy. Jimmy's a good guy. Jimmy is a really, really good guy. He's
William.
had nothing but kind words to say to me, and he is incredibly kind. So
William says, so you're saying you don't want to become a full-time YouTuber, Eric?
is there such a thing as a 1/8 time YouTuber? Yes, Spike Trotman and other big crowdfunders have said finishing the book or nearly finishing the first is the way to go. I'm gonna finish all 5, Brennan. All fucking 5 before launch.
Dude.
Hey Jim, how are you? Good evening. Thank you for being here. You only have so much bandwidth. Don't want to burn out. Yeah, that's my fear. It's just that I'm just gonna be so freaking burned out, and there's gonna be so many things that I still need to handle at any given time.
Yeah, no, you gotta prioritize.
Yeah, it really has a lot to do with representing myself well, representing the channel who invites me well, and obviously energy expenditure. All right, what's Donald asking for?
Donald's asking for something? Oh, he wants to look at your pages.
Yeah, he wanted to see all the other different layers. So there's the other layer. These are all going to be the trading cards and part of the featurette that's going to be on the channel as I present these as time lapses and talk about these characters. So I'm going to be like, oh, hello, my name is Eric Canetti. You're watching Redraw, and today I'm talking about blah, 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 you know? I'll talk about themes of the comic book. I'll talk about the characters themselves in part, enough just to kind of whet your appetite and have an understanding of who they are, the kinds of stuff that I'm approaching, yada yada yada. Here's one.
Eric, question from the chat.
Yep.
JK wants to know, do you have a day job apart from your comic?
Yes, I do. I work as a concept artist in video games.
He does, and it's a big video game company, one of the biggest.
It's a little tiny one. I've never heard of it.
And Eric, he's not the mail boy. He's got responsibilities there.
So this one is the one I was working on stream the other day, and I abandoned this because I felt like it just wasn't working. I was working on it during stream, and I was like, why is this not blowing my skirt up? And I think it's this leg. I think this was more of a down shot previously, right? And I turned it into more of a side angle, so it's probably this more. Probably that one. If here's the grid below him, yeah, it's probably better like that. I lost track of the perspective, and so everything started to flatten out, and I wasn't very happy with it. And it just happened to be that I didn't throw away, or I didn't completely delete the previous image that I was working on with Crystal, and I just turned this layer off, turned the other one back on, and I like that more, and I'm going to ink that next. Okay, so here's Gristle. Here's the setup for Gogo, right? One of the team members for Arc Athena. Here's Old Man Strength, one of the team members for Arc Poseidon. This is Undisputed Phoenix, who's the team member for Arc Athena. This is the really super rough sketch for Hypersexual, who's a member for Arc Poseidon. And this is Red Wasp, who is team member for Arc Poseidon. Red Wasp and a bunch of his clones. Alex Everett says, Eric, this is off topic and you did a Mobius drawing from Richard Friend's stream. I've seen it in your thumbnails. If you get a chance tonight, could we peep it? I don't know what I did with it. I may have thrown it away.
It's in the trash.
I may have thrown it away.
Garbage man has it. Got it. Let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna ink this now.
Let me see. Hey, you ink, and I'll read a little bit of your chat.
How are you holding up, buddy? I know you're. It's starting to get to be that time for you.
Psh, man.
Is it still early? I don't know.
I'll be up.
I don't know
I'll
your
be up
schedule
until
anymore,
like I'm up until about 4 a.m. 3 or 4 a.m. every day. So I'm good.
Holy shit, boy.
Let's see, Eric. This is off topic. You didn't always. All right, you read that. Hello, chat. Hot damn, what a good looking chat. Says Mr. James O'Reilly. Hello, Mr.
Thank
O'Reilly.
you so much for that, buddy. How many hours can you spare for your comic? How many for your concept art job? I'm awake at 4:15 in the morning. Work on comics until about 8:30. Spend family time until about 9:30. Work the day job, and spend another until about 5 o'clock. Dinner time and family man until about 8. And if I'm not streaming, I have between 8 to 10 to do a little bit more comic book work. I do it again the next morning.
There it is, gang.
Chauncey says, all these characters are so damn badass. Thank you so much, Chauncey.
Eric, I've got a question. When do you start crying?
What do you mean?
What hours do you start tearing up? Because of
I'm
your
tearing
workload?
up now, man.
Phoenix has sort
Phoenix
of presence.
has a sort of presence, really catches the eye. Thank you so much for that. Darn the luck, thank you. I mean, darn the luck. Oh, you mean about the Mobius thing? Gotcha. Hey, listen. I don't know if you guys are up for it, but would you guys like to see the colors that Jules has done so far for the book?
Show them.
Yeah.
Hey, Dread Crew, thank you for the donation. Dread Crew just popped into my channel and just dropped a dono.
What's up, Dread? What's the news?
If you don't have $10, you probably don't have time to watch Twitch because you're working.
Hey, Cutie Pie and Eric. Thank you, Dread. Oh, Raul, Papa Charvavino, he wants to know what's your sleep like. He's worried about your sleep, Eric.
My sleep?
Yeah, how much sleep you getting?
By 10ish, maybe 10:30. So that's about 10 to midnight, 2 hours. Midnight to 4. It's about 6 hours total. I don't sleep that much anyway. I can't remember what age I turned when I'm like, hey, I'm not sleepy anymore.
I get about 6
hours. I don't
hours.
need as much sleep. How many hours total do you get any given day?
Yeah, about 6.
Okay.
But you know, it's like from like 4 in the morning to 11 or later. Sometimes 7. Sometimes I lay down at 4 and I can't get to sleep until 5 or worse. Oh, you know you know what? It'd be nice to pick your brain about with everybody. How many of you guys saw the Supergirl photo leak this week? Because Eric and I had to talk about this.
You guys see that okay? Some of you guys can see my screen. Don't actually end up doxing myself with anything on here. Nope. Looks pretty safe.
There it is. I see it now. Look at those pages.
Still gotta try to, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but I changed this last panel on page 1 because that was an older version of her costume and her headgear, and she doesn't have that chin strap anymore. And I pointed it out to Jules, and Jules was like, okay, just get it to me as soon as you can. So I'm gonna cycle through the pages really quick. We can all check it out together. He has been doing such a phenomenal job in putting together the color palettes for these pages. And I know we're opting for a hyper reality where things are ultra saturated and not at all current comic book coloring trends, you know, where everything kind of I don't know what it is, man. I don't quite understand why there has been this switch to, and I use this term not as complimentary as I should, but I don't know why there's been this switch to a more muted / mature coloring, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand why that's been the trend, you know.
Where's the fun?
What is that, Mike? Yeah, it's like everything has become, you know,
so fucking dour.
These darker, yeah. It's like
yeah. You know we're doing superhero comics here, right?
Yeah.
Well, listen,
when it becomes so freaking serious. You know?
Listen, man. Eric, if you don't like my comics, don't buy my If you don't like my politics, Eric, don't buy my books.
If you don't like my colors.
Yeah. You don't like my sad colors.
I need your help.
Oh, Brandon wants to know what's Jules' social media. I gotta see more of that coloring, says BW.
I don't know it, but I don't know it by memory, but I will look for it and put it in chat later on if I remember. Look at this guy. Every time I see these pages, I don't see my art. I see Jules.
Holy shit, dude. That fucking submarine one. What the fuck? Yo, I have not seen that. Ooh wee. God damn, dude. I love I love that like combination. The blue and red combo, but like done in a fun way. It's some of my favorite.
Yeah, dude.
But like, you know, do like make it weird, right? Give me like a teal and a fuchsia, right? And like make that work.
Yeah, for sure. There's a splash, but you're about 2 seconds behind me, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing some underwater looking
what's
action.
Happening on my stream. There's gonna be a splash page that comes up, and I think you've seen it a couple times in our private chat. But look at this fucking guy. Fucking love this dude so much, man.
Yeah, I want to know Jules's. I want to steal Jules's color palettes.
And more importantly, I think this is where I apologize to him an awful lot, because there are times when he is
my
doing
god,
stuff.
that's what he did with this. Holy shit. Was that the
splash page that you looked at?
Was that the splash page where like everyone going at it?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know how he figured that out, man.
Yeah.
Shit.
Fucking bonkers, right?
Yeah. Crazy.
And here's the thing, I remember people telling me like, Eric, do you feel like when you stream and you show off these pages, you're kind of giving it away? And I'm like, what? The fuck? I have 5 books.
Quit giving it away, Eric.
Yeah,
I'll be honest, dude.
The point of showing you these pages is to fucking get you hyped for the book, you know? Hopefully it gets you so hyped that you go and tell somebody else about it. Hey, on Kineti's stream, I saw those pages for Arc Athena 1, and they are bonkers good, you know? I'm going to go invest in that, and I would hope that you bring somebody along with you, you know?
Yeah, no, man. Ooh-wee. God damn, man. It's fucking crazy that you're going to launch and it's already done. Or just about. Damn near.
Yeah, he's going to be done with colors by, he said mid-July. And he's never been a guy to make those kinds of claims and not be able to deliver.
He's not a fibber. He's not pulling your leg.
He's not a fibber. He's not pulling my leg at all. Jesus Christ. Honestly, when I'm looking at these colors, when I'm looking at these pages, I don't see my art. I see Jules. I see the stuff that he's doing. And I'm like, jeez Louise, you monster. Anyway.
What a guy, man. What a Jules. What's up,
Super beastly. Right?
What's up, Amigo Brown? Brandon Wallace says, I just texted my friend about the colors on this stream. What'd you text him?
Hey, thank you, man. I hope good things, right? Because if you texted him going like, you should see the acidic shit that's happening on this goddamn.
It was like that scene from Back to the Future. where Marty's on stage.
That's a good reference, Pullman. What the hell? Why doesn't his Instagram come up?
His colors are too good. Instagram banned him.
Yeah. Because every time he posted something, he would put something COVID related on top of it. Like, oh fuck.
Yeah, he called it the Kung Flu once, and Instagram wanted nothing to do with it. No, he definitely, before anybody gets mad, he did not do that. I'm being stupid. I'm making stupid jokes.
0% of that.
Yeah. In case it's not obvious. So what comic books are supposed to be... So what? Let me read this right. William says, what? So comic books are supposed to be full of kinetic energy and movement, not some static team shots or coffee time? Oh, you mean like the new Ninjak book? That looks like it's
What happened to the Ninjak book?
New Ninjak book looks like it's a less fun 2D side scroller from the panels. From the pages and panels that I saw. That seems to be the...
Here it is. Okay. I don't know why people freak out about comic books that don't suit their tastes. You know what I mean? Because my opinion about it is, and this may be just me, if it sucks, people know that it sucks. Right?
Yes.
And ultimately, the market's gonna work that shit out, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, somebody try this. I think it's this. Oh, there it is. Bell's got it. There it is.
Ooh, look at that bell. Quick. Quick on the draw. Bellatrix.
Click on the Bellatrix. Good evening, Dominic Powell. What are you saying? What are your favorite memories from working in Wildstorm Studios? I think it was... He didn't have to do this because his office was pretty freaking awesome, but it was on the other side of the other side of the building. But Jim Lee actively, I say Jim like we're like super close friends, but Jim Lee actively sought to be in the artist pit along with all of us because I think he liked the energy there. He liked the camaraderie, and he always liked feeling like he's one of the guys.
Oh, I like
that. So that was one of my fondest memories.
That's fucking cool.
I don't know of any of the artists in that place that was so... Like, everybody was so supportive, right? I sat more towards the... Like, it was a double room sort of thing, right? In one room sat Lee Bermejo, Jim Lee, Carlos de Anda. And on the other side of the wall, it was Ale Garza, Dustin Nguyen, me, Sandra Hope, Trevor Scott, and Richard Friend. That was the artist pit that I was part of.
Dustin!
And all of those guys were so very encouraging. They were just amazing people, artists that just hung out and just talked about... I don't remember if we ever talked hardcore about art, but when it did turn into hardcore art conversations, it was the conversation was fast and furious, man. More often than not, we were just talking about our day, talking about weekends, talking about family, things like that, lunches, hanging out, things that we may do after hours, that kind of a thing. But for the most part, everybody was head down trying to make their deadlines.
Eric, I ever tell you I wish I could have been in the back seat of that car that you and Dustin used to drive to work way back when?
On the drive?
The drive, man. The notorious drive to the studio.
Yeah. No, that was a lot of fun, man. God bless Justin for freaking dealing with me.
Hey, when you see Dustin win, do you give him a hug? I know you're not much of a hugger.
I'm not much of a hugger, dude.
I know.
I do give him the what's up, how you doing?
You give him a firm handshake.
Yeah, I give him a determined nod in his direction. You know.
You give him a finger guns.
I don't finger guns either, but I get what you're saying.
Well, Ninjak looks like it was done on an Etch-a-Sketch. You're not wrong, Jasper. You're not wrong. Taste is subjective, but I think some of the flack that comics like Ninjak get is because it lacks energy. It's very stiff. And Crimson Chris, thank you for the follow. It's so stiff. It seems like it's just not fun to harken.
The pages.
Yeah.
Are the pages that's been out, right, representative of the book as a whole?
That's a good question. You know, I just skimmed through a few preview pages, and that's what I saw. That was my takeaway.
Yeah.
Now, I could be mistaken, because, you know, I did not read it in the whole, so I could be off.
No. But I mean, like...
But the style of it.
You get, like, after X amount of pages of looking at somebody's work, if it's no good, then it's no good, right?
Yeah.
But I did hear a few people push back and proclaim the guy to be like some kind of genius, you know? And that's why I can't fucking stand that term. It just lost all goddamn meaning, you know?
Genius.
Yeah, people just keep throwing that shit around, you know?
I mean, it's different. I don't know if genius is the right term. It might be his art might be better suited to, you know, I don't know, man. Me and my teen friends go to the coffee shop, the book, rather than Ninjak.
Yeah.
It seems like, he seems like, again, a slice of lifestyle artist is doing a action-packed, you know, adventure comic. You know, spy thriller.
Book, though.
Yeah.
Right? Apparently he did Hulk too, yeah? Or She-Hulk?
I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
They did She-Hulk too, and I didn't bother looking. There was only one artist in She-Hulk that I really super liked, and I was afraid it was going to be this fella whose Ninjak stuff I saw. I was like, I don't think that's the same guy, but who knows? It was years ago that I saw this She-Hulk book that I'm talking about, and for the life of me, I can't remember the fellow's name. But I think it was the She-Hulk book. If this allows you to register it more, I think the She-Hulk books that Adi Granov did the covers to. Is it Bobillo? I can't remember. I don't want to look it up, but I also want to keep drawing, so I'm just going to keep drawing.
Yeah.
So I need to get this promo material out the door.
Have any artists approached you in regards to variant covers or anything of that sort?
Are you asking?
Yeah. That's a me question.
Yeah, and I had to do as gracefully as I could, turn them down. I tried to do it once because I took advice from dear good friend Jimmy Palmiotti, right? Jimmy said, hey Eric, as you're doing these crowdfunding campaigns, if you can somehow find a way to do covers for other books, because this is how Jimmy put it, and he was being very kind. He's like, everybody who knows your work at these conventions know you're like the artist, right? But unfortunately, you need to go and diversify the awareness for your body of work. Those are my words, not his. But you need to make people aware that you are doing comic books again. And these guys who know you from your convention appearances, who get these commissions from you, they don't necessarily know that you do comic books. So the thing that you need to do is bring the public eye back onto your work and make them aware that you are starting to do comics again. And if you can somehow find a way to get cover work, right?
Yeah.
Then it would go a long way to reintroducing your name back into the pool of people, into the comic book buying pool, right?
Yes.
I was like, that makes a lot of sense, right? That tracks, you know?
They do.
I haven't done comics in a while. Not the last time that I did was for Millar, and that really didn't, I didn't stick around long enough to really see if I can get that momentum train going. So, yeah, okay, I'll try it out, right? So I did a cover for... Fuck me, man. I did a cover for G.I. Joe, and I did another cover for, and I can't remember what it was for. But for sure I did one for Scott Snyder and his Noctura book, right?
Right.
I think it was for Jetpack Comics, like their store exclusive version. Anyway, it was so taxing because it took me away from, not because of the subject matter. The subject matter was a ton of fun. Me rendering Serpentor was a ton of fun. Me rendering, that cover for Scott was that was a hoot, right? I love being able to help out. Unfortunately, it took me away from doing these pages.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I would rather not do that. I would rather look at, I understand where Jimmy is coming from, but if it's a matter of doing a cover for somebody else and only getting paid X amount of money for it, just so my name can get out there again, I look at that and I go I think I can do that on my own, independent of anything else that those guys can do for me. There's got to be, and again, there's going to be exceptions to that, right? Like if Guillermo del Toro ever goes hey, Eric, I'm going to do a comic book, yada, yada, yada. You want to do a cover? I'm like, fuck yeah, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
That's going to get the kind of coverage, beyond just most comic book avenues, most comic book, news sites, right?
Yeah.
But unless it's something like that, it doesn't make much sense for me to do anything for these companies in lieu of doing my own pages. It's not because I'm too, I'm beyond them. Obviously, I'm happy to help. I'm very lucky that these guys still think that my work is viable enough to put on their covers. It's not that. It's like the time and effort that I put into that, I'd rather go and finish this book, right?
Yeah, no, of course. The book comes first.
Jasper Plan 9 says those preview pages should not unsell the book.
Yeah,
I
no.
see what you're saying. Are you talking about Ninjak?
Yeah, he is. And it seemed like people were interested and then less interested after those preview pages. Yeah, Eric, could you imagine you're showcasing your work now? And as you're showcasing your preview pages for Arc Athena, people are just like, never mind. You see the viewership just tank.
I was so hyped for it. I was so hyped for it based on the X amount of images that you had shown on your social media. But now that I've seen more of it, thank you very much. I'll talk to you later.
Let's see. Eric, what are your thoughts on erotic not safe for work art?
I love it. I'm a huge fan of it. I think if I could make a living out of doing it, actually I'd get bored pretty quickly, but I have my fair share of that stuff. I love doing it. Sounds like a lot of fun. Trevor Scott is an underrated artist in my opinion. I haven't heard anything about him since and his work since once. I mean, that's a good point. I wonder if he's still Googleable. John Boy Myers. What about John Boy Myers? Good dude. Awesome dude. I did a Noctera cover. That's right. That through the good graces of one Scott Snyder. I reached out to Scott and I said, "Hey man, if you ever have time for me, I'd love to be able to do a cover for you." And it just happened to be right around a month away from the launch of Noctera 1, and I was lucky enough to get in on that. So that was really, really cool. Looking at the art, I like it, but yeah, not suited for Ninjak. Maybe something more cerebral, Mr. Miracle, Vertigo Magic. But that to me, and who was I talking to about this? I think it was on Saturday on that Wes and Thinking Critical stream. Who are the standard bearers for the IPs of these companies? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In my perspective, and this is completely biased because I come from a very specific era of comics, I do not want to look at Captain America and go like, "Oh, look at that awesome guy in cosplay," right? The idealized superhero to me is aspirational, and they are not They are they represent what the better version of any human that can quite possibly exist. And the reason why their stories are so compelling is because they are just as human, but in as far as their appearances are concerned, they need to feel and look aspirational. I don't want a dude in cosplay. So
Yeah.
when I think about, for instance, if I'm not meaning to pick on the artist who did Ninjak, right? But he didn't walk into the Valiant offices and was like, I'm gonna do a Ninjak book. Right?
I'd imagine
Somebody
not.
offered him that book.
Yes.
Right? So to me, somebody in that office said, okay, I am a good representative and fair understanding of our IP. I know what this book is about, and this is a good guy that fits it. And so if there's such a backlash over it, is it because the person that hired them doesn't know what the fuck they're doing? I don't point at that artist and go like, bro, you suck and you shouldn't be on Ninjak. He didn't walk into Valiant and, freaking Uzi in his hand going like, okay, somebody better give me a Ninjak gig or else,
Or else.
Somebody reached out to him, Somebody thought, hey, I'm looking at Ninjak. I know what Ninjak is about. And yeah, this is a good fit. How did you describe it? Saturday mornings with, I can't remember how you described it, Mike.
Oh,
like coffee time,
Oh yeah, coffee time with my teen friends.
Right, like that look, and it's like similar to any time I see superhero comics being drawn as if they're they're guys from the local comic book convention. You're like, nope, I do not believe in that whatsoever. And that's clearly, and again, I don't ever pick on the artists. I don't ever pick on the writers because they didn't go into that space demanding those opportunities, demanding those writing gigs, demanding those drawing gigs. Somebody brought them on from the leadership position and said, good, you'll be able to represent our IP well. And like, you must be fucking high.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't know. I really don't know what the thought process was. Because the other thing is, like, this book seemed to be touted, the Ninjak book seemed to be touted as the next, like, this is, like you said, people were calling that artist a genius. And, like, this is, hey, this is, it seemed like people were thinking this book is going to put us back on the map, as an industry.
Really?
That's what some of listen, on Twitter vibes are insane. Sometimes you go to Twitter and it's like, you feel like you're in a loony bin. It feels like somebody just opened up the keys to the sanatorium. But yeah, there was definitely a demo on there that seemed to be championing this book as, this is what comic books has to offer. And you're like, oh yeah, okay, well, if that's the case, it makes sense why the industry is dying.
I don't, and this is not me being PC, but I have to shrug at that kind of shit. Only because at the end of the day, the thing that'll proof it out, whether or not, is how many issues it moves. Eventually, the fantasy that these people are upholding is going to be hit dead in the face by the reality of finances. The fantastical notion of like potential potential genius, potential like revolutionary art, inclusionary works that allow it to be blah, 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 that's gonna get hit directly in the face with the financial reality of like, fuck, this thing isn't sustainable, so we gotta close the doors. So good luck to you. I don't give that any more thought than necessary because that'll eventually proof itself out anyway.
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. Sometimes I just can't wrap my head around it. Bellatrix says Twitter is the Arkham of the internet.
I often refer to how you told it to me months and months ago, Mike, if not years ago. You're like, so-and-so, whatever so-and-so eats doesn't make me shit.
Yes, true.
Right? I don't get offended by art that I don't think works on a book. I don't get it. I don't like, my blood pressure doesn't raise because I go, I'm like, oh my god, that guy sucks, and people are saying that he's genius and yada yada. I'm like, I'm just gonna be over here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna work on the shit that makes me, that I believe is worth, like, you know, if this goes back to what I was talking about, like 20 minutes ago, I only have so much energy in my goddamn day. I'm not gonna spend it thinking about whether or not the guy on Ninjak sucks, you know?
Yeah. I'm gonna think a little bit about it.
I leave that to more capable hands. You know?
I'm gonna think a little bit about it, but I'm not gonna. I will say this: if I was truly working for the big two, or if I was more in the mix, I think I might be a little bit more bummed. Just because it's like, man, you're really watching the industry burn. You know?
By the way, that is not a commentary of guys who are actually who are getting worked up over the ninja artists. You know why? Or the Ninjak artists. You know why? Because I genuinely believe they care about the industry that they're in love with.
Yes.
You know? The fan base really wants to see amazing books. They're not just out there to shit on people, because when something is good, they celebrate it, right?
Of course.
And the perfect example of that is Daniel Warren Johnson, you know?
Yes,
like,
yes.
When
Beta Ray Bill.
When his Beta Ray Bill book came out, nobody was like, oh, that's a garbage book, and I can't believe you guys are putting blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, they really freaking loved it. You know, maybe there's a handful of people that weren't into it, but good is good, you know? And that, to me, perfectly captures the spirit of the people who are really passionate about telling you, hey, this doesn't feel good. You know, this doesn't look good. This doesn't represent this character well.
Yeah. Like,
so again, that's not me, you know, pooping on the guys who are saying, like, you know, who are really vocal, really publicly vocal about their passion for Ninjak. I think it comes from a good place. They want to support you, you know?
Yeah, no, people have got money that they are willing to spend on something, on a good product.
Yes. They want to support products that excites them.
Yeah.
And when you get a piece of feedback that says, hey, that's not very exciting. And the thing is, it's easy to go like, well, you know, all the Twitter, you know, all the fans on Twitter just want to shit on something. That's so cynical, because it's not true.
It's not true. No.
It is not true. When you put out a bad product, that's when they say, hey, that doesn't feel very good. You know how many people are excited for Daredevil? Like they look through it and they're like, man, that Elektra as Daredevil looks freaking awesome. You know, they're into it. They want to give you their money. It's when these, you know, when the leadership makes poor decisions, but rather than saying, hey, yo, our bad, and then, you know, do whatever they can to go on go into recovery mode, right? Instead, they go like, F you guys are incredibly toxic. And I don't understand that. I don't understand it. You are getting free market research, you know, on what will work for your books. And yes, it's been, you know, people have said like, well, you just want more of the same, and it's never like, no shit, they want more of the same, because the more of the same is really good. And it's not to say this isn't really good, it just doesn't fit your brand, it doesn't fit your IP. Mobius is amazing, and I'm underrepresenting him with that word, right? And is true genius to me, right?
Yes.
But at no point did they let Mobius draw too many Marvel books.
Right.
You know why? Because it didn't fit.
Doesn't fit, no.
He drew the one Silver Surfer thing, and everybody will talk that up like you wouldn't believe. But for the most part, they understood their brand and said, he's probably a good sort of, you know, a small little story here and there, you know?
Yeah, just a little taste to mix it up. But, you know.
They understood their brand.
Yeah. You know, you don't put them on every X book.
Anyway, speaking of X book, you see this most recent planet-size X-Men that Pepe Larraz did?
No, I didn't. Pepe Larraz is a fucking animal. Him and Jorge.
Jeez Louise.
Him and Jorge Jimenez, man. Those are two, for their respective companies, two powerhouses.
I agree. Holy crap, man. The only thing I asked during the show on Saturday on Thinking Critical was, there are so many outlandish concepts. There are so many outlandish concepts in this X-Men book, right? In Planet Size X-Men. I asked, first of all, does the writer know how to stick the landing, right? Do they have the history of like being able to come up with such insane concepts like Inception, and be like, have they ever stuck that landing of something that big? And unanimously and almost cynically to each person in that room, they were like, nope. I'm like, that sucks. That sucks, because there was so many fucking cool things happening in that comic book. Now here's the other thing. Do you care about spoilers at all?
I don't give a shit about spoilers. Please, spoil away.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? First, what happened, and I think I'm getting bits and pieces because I have not collected a straight on through X-Men run in for what feels like forever, right?
Yeah.
But, oh gosh, so the X-Men got an island, right? I think it's called Krakoa.
Yeah, Krakoa, the living island.
Which is a nice little head nod to like back in the day, because that island existed way back in X-Men lore, right?
Yes, hell yeah.
So like, they get an island, and somehow, I didn't want to believe what people were saying, but the X-Men are infallible right now. They're as close to being arrogant sons of bitches.
Yes.
I'm reading as much as I can about them, trying to be contrary to the hype, to be like, maybe people are just trying to read too much between the lines about who these guys, how they're being represented in dialogue and in their actions or whatever. But you're like, nope, these guys are bad guys. Somewhere in there is the X-Men, but these guys are not they.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So that's one. They become infallible, they become perfect, they become
immortal,
jerks,
essentially too.
It's effectively, right?
Yeah, they can't die, or they can. They're plants.
Right, and that's the other thing. I was just about to mention that, which is now they gave them a free card, free pass to never be able to die. And I don't know why nobody said that is a bad idea.
Yeah, no, that's guess who removed all consequence from their actions.
There's no story. Exactly. There's nothing about this story that's going to hit as heavily as it should, because none of this matters, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's the same complaint that people had about the what is it, the time department, TVA, variant,
the time variance authority, sure, Loki.
Right, time variance authority, because what they introduce into the lore, if it holds up, is that everything has been predetermined already. So there's similarly, there's no consequence, right?
Right. Well, everything's happened already. So whoever dies, and whoever doesn't. But yes, they could always grab somebody from the multiverse, or
right. And again, that has yet to be confirmed 100%. Sure. They just introduced the concept in this show, and who knows whether or not it's actually true, right? There's X amount more episodes for us to find out.
Right.
Okay, so they give them a planet, they give them they give them an island, and then they say they can never die. And you're like, how is this fun?
Yeah, you're like, what do you do with this now? What are we doing?
Yeah, what do you do, right? So that's what they did with Planet Size X-Men. They answered, what do you do with this now? Which is, they gave them a planet instead.
A mutant planet?
Yes, they terraformed Mars in like a few hours.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah, that pause is exactly the pause that I had after I read the book, which is, and that's why I asked, has this writer ever been able to stick a landing that will help pay this thing off?
Was that a Hickman book?
No, I think it was a Jerry Duggan book. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't look. And when people who have read his work historically say like he probably won't be able to stick that landing, it's like, then you just did the and then, you know? And then what? Oh, then they have an island, and then they can't die, and then they have a planet, and then they, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no way you're gonna be able to pay that shit off. It's obvious that you couldn't pay off the version with the island. Now now you gave them a planet. That's my cynicism talking. Forgive me. I should engage the same muscle that allowed me to say, you know, hey, let's wait until Loki is over to see whether or not they're going to be able to pay that thing off. Whether or not
Yeah,
it's
but
true.
it's been how, you know, it's been over a year now, right? Since we got House of X and Powers of X, Sword, you know, X of Swords, all that stuff.
Well, X of Swords is a mess.
Yeah, but like,
I tried to read that
you know,
thing and I was like, I'm done. I'm 3 issues in and I'm done.
You know, yeah, but they introduced Plant X-Men to us a while. You know, it's been some time now since we've had them.
Sure.
So it's like, what are you doing? I feel like at this point you've given them, you know, as a reader and as somebody myself who's read Powers of X and House of X, you've had your time, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where is this leading? Where is this going? And then if it's going to X planet, great.
Yeah, they have a planet.
Excellent.
So spoilers. They got a fucking planet.
Yeah, my spoiler is no thank you.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. I'm not buying this book. I'm not going to steal it either. I'm not going to buy it.
Allegedly.
Allegedly steal. Allegedly buy.
What does Joe Chodo do now? I used to love his paintings in the Wildstorm days. I don't know, man. I hope something lucrative. I hope something successful. That would be so awesome if he was in that space now. JK says, Eric, you are so well spoken and articulate. Have you considered making a comic course or a concept art course? Yes, but later. It's very taxing to come up with that curriculum, to do it well and to do it comprehensively. But the answer is yes. I would love to be able to do that. If you can describe your new miniseries, Arc Athena, in one word, what would it be? 2 words, middle finger. Jorge Jimenez for Batman, Daniel Warren Johnson and Beta Ray Bill are both great fits in my opinion for a good current example. Yeah, fans love that stuff, man. And then that's not more of the same. That's an upgrade.
It is.
You know, they should continue to do that. Identify Batman, who's a good fit on Batman, put them on Batman. Somebody told me this. Was it you, Mike, that was like, they're now incredibly paranoid about giving artists sort of that bump if this was wrestling, like that, you know, to put them over, so to speak?
No,
because of what happened to them X amount of generations ago in regards to the image founders. And I'm like, that is so fucking lame.
That is really lame.
Stop it, you know?
I hope that's not the case.
If that's true. If that's true.
If that's true, that's dumb. That's really dumb because it's a way to make it so you don't sell goddamn books, which if that is the case, it's working. But no, I think Jimenez for DC and either Laraz or Daniel Warren Johnson, you know, pick your top couple. You know, pick your top couple guys on over DC. And those two should be the standard bearers that are at the forefront, but all other artists should be able to keep pace. Not necessarily surpass, not necessarily run alongside, but, you know, if they're at the front of the pack, should be able to keep up somewhat.
For sure.
Like, how do you not see that as an editor?
I mean,
I don't know, man. I don't know. It just makes more sense to me, man. It's like you're making a football team and you're like, all right, you know what? Let's get the guy with the gimpy leg on here. We've got our star quarterback, but we just got the one.
Right. Listen, we know this guy, you know, based on the responses we've been getting about him, he's going to be a phenomenal football player and probably a franchise athlete for us, but we're not going to continue that. F that noise.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually don't hate the cartoons. Are you talking about the art for Ninjak? That's interesting. Eric, if you could be an Arc Athena character, which one you'd be and why? I wouldn't be anybody on Arc Athena, I don't think. The one that I really gravitate to is a character on Arc Poseidon called Red Wasp. And it's because the dude doesn't talk much. and he can multiply himself into he can multiply himself into different versions of himself, right? And there's plenty of times when I'm like, God, I just wish I had 2 more people drawing this book so I can go freaking faster. And I think that's the point. Tunes, it might not fit Ninjak. And I looked at it and I was like, there's nothing inherently bad. The reason I think why people were reacting to it so allergically is because they put it on a Ninjak book. But to be fair, I haven't picked up a Ninjak book in like freaking forever. So I don't know if themes and styles and expectations of that book has changed. Who knows? I have a feeling that the execs push this odd, out-of-the-box artist and writers in order to appeal to the fine arts community. At the end of the day, they feel to keep their core readers around, and I think that's the part that's really troubling to me. You know, it's a lot hard. I understand the jab step into trying to find a new audience for your product. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you think that there is a underserved contingent out there that you believe your product can sort of scoop up and take advantage of, right? I'm a huge proponent of that. Go figure out the audience that you believe that this thing will capture. But if you have enough data that keeps coming back to you going like, we tried that for 9 months,
yeah,
you know, and in the meantime, we are actually alienating a lot of our core fan base.
Yeah, we're
and more
hemorrhaging
importantly, the
fans.
stories that are getting, and more importantly, the stories that are getting out into the media is that we're doing a shitty job. Right, and in order to protect our decision making, is that we've got to go onto the offensive and call everybody awful names. That's bad conduct, man. That's not how you run a company.
No, it's piss poor.
That's how you run a clubhouse. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Where's the? Yeah. No, man. I don't get it. But you know, to your point, it's good business to try to diversify, to try to bring more people into the tent. But you don't do that by completely getting rid of the people who already are in the tent.
Right. No, that's the part where I'm like, well, nothing compels those guys who are anti-Ninjak, that art, anti that person's art, to have to compel to buy it, right? And I think that's the only time I'm like, everybody just needs to calm down. Because eventually, this stuff will prove itself out anyway.
Yeah.
Right. But to be fair, those guys who are screaming, who are super angry, they're not. I would hope, and I think I'm right in this. I would hope they're not doing it just because they want to shit on it. It's because they genuinely do care, you know?
Right.
And they can't make the association like, wait, I think we had an understanding of this book, but now you put this person on it, it doesn't quite fit, you know? Just checked out the Ninjak stuff, not my favorite draftsmanship, but there's definitely some neat design. Right on. We buy overpriced comics that takes at least 6 months to receive. We love good books. DM books are more accessible, but the content isn't worth the money. What are DM books? Like, Jasper, what's DM books? Direct market? Direct market. Dan Mora books? Dan Mora overpopularized. Get out of here.
Hey,
Get out of here.
Vitamins. Hey, Vitamins. Hey, Blazin'.
Dan Mora is really good too. All jokes aside, that dude is really, really good too. I think he's. Does he not work on a creator-owned book as well?
Does he? I'm not super up to date on.
I think it's like a I think it's called Once in Future. I have the first 5 issues of it. Is that Dan Mora? Is that right? Prater, how are you? I know I'm late. You're just in time, friend. Mobius is a master artist. He'll continue to inspire artists after death. Through his works, they appear to be larger than life. I agree, 100%.
Yes.
Duggan's big book was Deadpool before X-Men. Not a very solid ending, but good if you like Deadpool. Okay. Eric, do you use Procreate for your concept art as well? Once in a great while, but I think it's just the nature of it. I have a tendency to use Photoshop more, but yeah, I can use Procreate. I'm going to defend the decisions of the X-Men of late because death was already being undone anyways. I think taking away death as a cheap way of increasing stakes is actually a very challenging and bold. I see your perspective on that, right? But at the very least, death was being utilized as a mechanism to sort of boost sales. And yeah, we all knew everybody was going to come back eventually, but at least they didn't take it off the table for everyone, you know?
Right.
So now you're just like, whatever.
And even then,
anyone into these dum-dums can die.
Even if somebody did die back in the day, or, you know, by back in the day, you know, some time ago, it was no easy feat to bring them back, right?
Sure.
You definitely had to jump through some hoops, you know, do some rigmarole, maybe go to hell and get them, maybe find a multiverse version of, you know, it wasn't just, hey, let's just regrow them. What do you say?
Right. But I understand, I understand where Tunes is coming from.
It's a
right?
challenge
but
for sure.
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with it. I understand where they're coming from. Brendan says, I initially thought that the X-Men's resurrection was good due to the comics characters never staying dead, but now it just reestablished why I hate the tropes surrounding death in comics. There you go. I think that sort of counters what Tune said earlier. Right? William Caesar, can I take a second to bemoan the horrible graphics / iconography / trade dress of current Marvel books? Are you talking about like their logos? That logo with a giant circle of an X seems so unwieldy. Have you seen the most recent logo, Mike?
I have not. No.
It's just a circle with like the X as a negative space or a positive space, depending on how you look at it, right? But it's a circle. So it's really difficult to place at if you're thinking about traditionally where you typically place like the team logo or the book logo, it's really difficult to place right in the middle because it occupies an awkward, at any given time, 1/3 of the book, but a dead space to the left and right of it because it's a circle. You know, it's not like a banner. You know, it definitely takes a little getting used to, and I don't know if it's good or bad. I just know that I'm not used to it. The X-Men becoming separatists goes against everything they have been fighting for: coexistence between humans and mutants. The Time Variant Authority would have taken notice of Moira McTaggart. They actually got the planet because in X of Swords they ended up basically having an entire island of other mutants from another dimension shop. I know that. I read that story, right? They needed somewhere to put the millions of other mutants, so they did the planet size. I understand. I totally freaking understand how they got there. But I still think it's lame. Sorry. Assad Ribich is insane. Yep. He's doing Eternals. Yeah, people pooped on those Eternals pages. I like them. I like them a lot. I'm a huge fan of his. I mean, I've been digging Assad Ribich too.
Those are those preview pages that were like kind of like a motion graphic, right?
Yeah. I think so. And people were like, what the heck is this? I'm like, pretty cool to me, man.
And it looked good to me.
Erica recently got a portfolio review and I was told I had a good art style, but the style was unmarketable. What is a good way to study practice of being remarkable and unique? That is a great question because that's exactly the same exact feedback that I got back in the day from every portfolio review that I got. There's two ways that you can go about it. One is to say F you and do the thing that you want to do, which is what I did, but it was a slow uphill climb to get any sort of respect, and most importantly, any sort of mainstream gig. It was awful. I could have just switched gears because, to my point an hour ago, understand the IP that you're trying to draw for, right? There was no way I should be allowed to draw Superman in an Aeon Flux style because the expectancy of that book is this dude from freaking Kansas. You know what I mean? He's a middle of America, icon. He should not look like some weirdo alien from Peter Chung's brain,
Right.
So
that'd be a cool book though, by the way.
If that's the job that you want. Sorry, go ahead.
That'd be a cool book. I'd probably pick that book up. Weirdo Superman.
Yeah, no, you and like 3 other people.
Yeah, no, not a mainstream Superman.
But don't do if you understand what you're trying to get, the goal is to draw the X-Men book. The goal is to draw whatever book. Try to cater your style. That's what you're talking about as far as marketability, right? That's the only way I believe you can make any headway. And it's not to say change it so completely that there's no longer any semblance of you, which is basically saying copy, you know, like I remember bringing up Pepe Larraz to the that Saturday comics aficionados group on Thinking Critical by Wes, like, and they said, yeah, I like, somebody in the panel was like, yeah, I like Pepe Larraz. I liked him more when he was called Stuart Immonen. I was like, oh, yeah, that's true. That's not inaccurate. However, it is to say that Stuart Immonen isn't drawing X-Men books anymore, but Pepe Larraz is, right? So
Yes.
all due credit to Stuart Immonen, but if Pepe Larraz can scratch that itch, and more importantly, if it's the IP, if it's the book, if it's the themes that the book is trying, the stories that the book is trying to tell, then why not do that style, right? Especially if he can do it well, right?
Yeah.
So similar to you, I don't know what your body of work looks like, but if you're going to go into a mainstream space, it may be ideal to look at people in the mainstream that you like and go, I like this piece, I like this piece, and I like this piece, or multiple artists, and go like, how do I then mold all those puzzle pieces together so that it's independent of any one style, and call out of like Pepe Larraz to Stuart Immonen, if you still want to come up with something unique. Marketable to me just reads mainstream. Hey Rob, how are you, dude?
Yeah.
Good evening. What do you think, Mike?
Listen.
Labrovich, sometimes his faces are way too much as a pheno. Sure, I can see that.
Yeah. What the hell do I know about it, man? I've never worked in the mainstream comic book industry. I don't even know how my style stacks up. My style is weird, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
I tried reading the New Eternals, but couldn't force myself through number 1 because of the story. I just don't care about those characters enough. The art was nice, though. Right on. Once in Future, it's fantastic. Yep, I knew it was from that. I remember messaging him via Instagram, so I'm like, dude, what the heck? This book is freaking amazing, you know? Giving him as much love and props as possible. I'm happy to be here. How are you guys doing? We're doing okay. I'm gonna be winding down in about 10 minutes, though. Yes, Dan Mora works with Kieran Gillen on Once in Future. Really, really cool book. Really cool premise. I think I'd put Mora over Pepe Le too. I wasn't sure if I get it when it comes to, you guys are crazy. But hey, I don't think you can choose poorly between those two. I think they're great, and if there's any way that you can get them on franchise books and they're willing to do it, and if not, back as much money trucks into their garages as possible to get them onto your books, because I do believe they will represent your IP and your stories well. Who are your major influences as an artist, and what got you into writing? What got me into writing? Who are my main influences as an artist? It's probably, in recent times, it's gonna be somebody like Bruce Timm. And it's definitely like Peter Chung, as far as my mentor is concerned. And I think one that doesn't show up as well as it should, because I've stolen so much from her, is Claire Wendling.
Ooh. She's a legend.
I've stolen a ton from that lady. As far as writing is concerned, what got me into writing is because, this is a funny story, this was every time that I would talk shit about any movie that I just recently watched, or any comic book that I just recently read, and I would say, man, they missed this opportunity to do X, Y, and Z, and I got really tired of hearing myself say it. Just like, okay, I can keep talking all this crap, but instead I'll just go do something about it. And that's what got me into writing. And it made me nervous to do it, right? And I think that's a pretty good metric for me. 9 times out of 10, that's a pretty good metric for me that I'm doing something right when I do something that's out of my comfort zone. Because I want to get better at my craft, or I want to get better at that craft in specific. Let's see. I'm falling asleep over here on the East Coast.
How
Good
rude.
night, peeps. Good night, William. Good night, good night. Eric, do you think working on your comic in the morning is better as opposed to working after hours? The answer is yes. My energy is better that time of day. As someone trying to get my art noticed, social media is super fickle, and I'm beginning to realize how time-consuming it must be to do a monthly. Yep, 100%. More than just time-consuming. That all makes sense. Tons of sense. Thank you. I hope to meet you at a con someday and get a portfolio review. Thank you so much for asking, and thank you so much for being here. Roberto Ramos. And Duncan Rouleau did Superman. Don't know how it sold. I liked it. Right on. I know that, what do you call it? Umberto had to switch his style just a tiny bit back when he was working on Spider-Man. And he understood. He was like, people reacted very poorly to when I first came onto Spider-Man because the IP had set itself up. Spider-Man in that phase, in that sort of era, had set itself up to look one way, and Umberto was so different. So he started switching it and molding it a little bit more so it can be a tiny bit more palatable to the readers, but not necessarily lose himself completely stylistically. I can see Claire in your wisping line work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If I was an artist, I would get feedback from actual real good artists. I wouldn't trust an editor in the mainstream to know what they were talking about. I actually said that one time online, Mike. I don't know if I told you this.
No.
I said, I don't understand how an editor who does not have an art pedigree in their name, in their training, can turn around and give me feedback on my covers.
Oh, dude, that's so fucking funny, man. Well, we had this conversation last week or the week before, where you asked me who I showed my portfolios to, and all I gave you was a list of artists who I appreciate. You're like, why didn't you send it to an editor? I'm like, I didn't give a shit. Which is dumb. Which is, if you want to get a job in comics. But I was more like, the artist who I admire, who I aspire to be as good as. Tell me what you think, man.
Yeah, no, for sure. For sure, 100%. And I believe in that from a, what do you call it, sense?
Craft?
From a craft growth sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense to me, right? Like, go talk to the artist whom you admire, get honest, direct, actionable feedback from them, and then go apply it the next time around, right? I'm talking about once you're actually working for a company, let's say, and you're turning in, like, editors are asking for like 3 or 4 thumbnails or whatever it is. And they pick one, and you go like, okay, great, I'll go do that. But I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah, why? Why'd you choose that? Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Are we having conversations about, like, are we having conversations about composition? Are we having conversations about lighting? Are we having conversations about blah, blah, blah? No, we're just having a conversation about, just because I like it.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, great. Cool. If it's going to be subjective,
Yeah.
I mean, you are ultimately my customer. You are ultimately the guy that's paying me money to go do this thing. But I kind of wince at the idea that we're doing it just based on what you like, and you have absolutely no art background for me to be able to talk about. So,
dude, do you remember when Sean Murphy said that, dude? That an editor had
he said it about.
Yeah.
He said it about writers, right? Have at least training in writing and blah blah blah, and he got so much shit. First of all, I feel bad for Sean because he's not inaccurate.
No, he's right.
He's absolutely right. If you're gonna talk to me about story structure, you better have experience talking about it, right?
Absolutely.
Not like a passing, you heard it on a supplemental DVD once. Like, you actually better have practical experience doing it, right?
Yeah, of course.
Having either written a story yourself or whatever it is. Like, jeez Louise, I don't know why it was so offensive, and it probably did more to highlight how genuinely accurate Sean was in that concept, right?
Yes.
Because, like, only the people who are guilty would ever make that much of a stink.
Mm-hmm.
If you did fit that category, you'd be like,
yeah, sure, that makes sense.
Like,
yeah, of course it does.
I've written, I've been a screenwriter, I've been a script doctor, I've had, a ton of writing under my belt, But instead, people are like, well, I've never had script writing, I've never had experience and blah blah blah. And like, yeah, well, where are you now, fucker?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I remember when I brought that up, the first person that replied to me, and to his credit, I do have a level of respect for the guy, was Andy Curry, right? I know that guy gets a lot of crap, right? But in the time that we worked with each other, he's never been anything less than professional. And more importantly, in regards to art notes, he always puts things in front of Mark Chiarello. And to me, Mark could go like, Eric, this is cool and everything, but I need everything to look like flowers. I'm like, you're absolutely fucking right, Mark.
Yes.
Like, it's Mark Chiarello. That's a real art director.
Yes.
Who actually know, and who has the pedigree and sort of the projects, the awards, and the accolades that, again, this is me. It's clear that people trust that guy's art call. right?
Yeah.
And because Andy was not as experienced as he could be in that space, he deferred to Mark and gave me notes in that proxy space. So respect to him, you know? He never got defensive.
Nice.
Fortunately, editors are the ones who hire you and know what sells for their publisher. I'd argue not always.
Yeah, not nowadays.
Not always.
Maybe back
What
in
I
the
have
day.
observed over the years with some up-and-coming or aspiring artists and writers don't consider taking any business classes or learn a trade, all of which will help them in the long run. The business part, probably. I know I could still use a lot of that for sure.
Same.
I think the non-art background editors are the same ones who say that readers don't care if customers notice an artist changes in the middle of a series. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. All right. I think that's it for me. Hey, can you do me a favor?
What's up, buddy?
Like, is what do you call it? Rob, are you still in chat?
Rob, you in here, buddy?
Or maybe Bell.
Bellatrix?
Rob the Replicator, are you still in chat? Can somebody wrench Rob? Or do I have to do that? Do I have to do that?
You have to.
Did we not discuss this last week?
Yeah, I think you've got to either, I think command, I think /mod, or perhaps right click.
I'm just gonna find my own stream and then like wrench Rob. Finding my, oh, you know what? Do I have to do this?
Why does it say
using my
message
streaming
redacted?
account, or do I have to do that? Do I have to switch accounts?
No, you should be able to do it yourself. Just right
No,
there.
I'm saying like right now I'm looking at it using my Eric Canetti account.
Yeah, that should.
Hold on. Oh, it's a.
Oh shit! Look who it is. It's
I can only report or block this guy.
What? Throw a wrench at him. Hang on.
Hold on, no. I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna switch accounts and see if I can wrench him. Get ready to get wrenched, Rob. Rob the wrench. Before I leave, so I don't forget. I have to pee so bad.
I have to pee really bad too. Oh, dude, look who it is, man. It's Mr. Colorist himself, colorist extraordinaire. We were just talking about you, buddy.
I just got an hour ago. I just threw as much love and accolades your way, friend. Chat won't come up. Actually, you know, I don't think Rob is meant to be wrenched, dude. Like, I'm having a hard time having him come up on chat just so I can right-click wrench him.
That is real weird. Colorists and letters don't get much love and attention like the artists, writers, and editors. Go for another hour, says the replicator himself.
Huh?
Rob wants you to go for another hour.
Hell no, dude. You crazy?
Yeah, Eric's got to go to sleep so he can get his 6 hours.
Here we go. There it is. There we go. Did that work?
I don't know, he's got to write something. What's up, Winkler? What's up, Gurs? What's up, Rat Tail? Hello, hello.
All right, I think that's it for me.
Yeah, it's late.
Sleepy time, yo. All right, kids, if you're not already following me on my social media, you can both go to Instagram and Twitter and follow me there. I'm under @EricCanetti. If you're not already signed up for my newsletter, please go to ericcanetti.com/arc-athena-info. There'll be a link in chat for that. Sign up for the newsletter. We'll be able to, as a matter of fact, end of month, we get to choose. Ooh, this is in about 8 days, Mike? Less than 7 days? We get to choose the first winner of this really, really super sexy Arc Athena prototype bust.
You are going to
I'm
fucking love
sending it
that
out
thing.
to you. Yeah, we're sending that out to you. End of June, beginning of July, we get to draw one and we roll everybody over to the next drawing. We're sending one right out to you, just for signing up for the low, low price of signing up in my newsletter. That newsletter will also contain a lot of behind the scenes stuff, maybe even making of, maybe even just a ton of stuff that I don't typically put up on my social media. Also give you information on the campaign launch. If you're not already doing so, please follow my good friend Michael DiNicola on all of his social media. He's going to be at Michael DiNicola on both Twitter and on Instagram, as well as on his Twitch channel. If you're not already doing so, actually do this for me as well. Please subscribe, hit that bell, hit that notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Another person I'd like to thank for being here is my good friend Belle. Bell for Tricks, thank you so much. Again, not following her, go to all of her socials. They should be up on chat very soon. Rob's campaign should still be going pretty strong right now. Rob Replicator. Let's look at that Indiegogo campaign. That should be up on stream since he's got a wrench. If you could put a link up to that, Rob, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for being here, man. Is that it? Am I missing anything?
I think you got it all, bud. I think you did.
Oh, right. There's art, right? If you're interested in getting original art from me, please go to essentialsequential.com.
I dropped that link.
For my name. If you're not, thank you so much for that. If you're not interested in getting something from me, please get something from the artist that is represented by my good buddy Jason Schrachter. I'm sure you'll find something there to your taste.
Sure, hell
come
yeah.
back next week, Tuesday Pacific time, 8 p.m. And I will talk to you guys later.
Bye, everybody.
Have a good night. Thank you for being here, everyone.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.